At this moment, Suemo stood in front of the huge factory building, his eyes flashing with determination. This was his photolithography factory in Shuzhou, a symbol of his challenge to fate. Who would have thought that he, who was once abandoned by the Su family, now has hundreds of billions of capital and even attracted the favor of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the military? These rare materials not only shocked the military, but also made the Su family in Shuzhou begin to fear. This is just the beginning, Suemo whispered to himself, recalling Su Onkong's roar, Su Bohan's conspiracy, and his parents' endless regret. Suemo knew that if he wanted to break the shackles of his family and avenge his lost friends, he must. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Xiejun looked at the silent Su Deming and Xie Bingyan and couldn't help but step forward. You two have reflected long enough. Now is the time to make a decision. Especially you, Su Deming. If you still want Su Mo as your son, you must cheer up. Sumo's goal is very clear. He wants to get rid of Su Bohan or Su Onkong to avenge Tang Lei. If you don't take sides, just wait to lose him. Xiejun's tone was cold, and his words were sharp. He turned to look at Xie Bingyan. You too, Xie Bingyan? Sumo's friend died, and this has a lot to do with you. If you continue to remain silent like this, not only will Suemo look down on you, but everyone will look down on you. Xiejun became more and more excited as he spoke, his voice filled with anger and disappointment. Xie Bingyan's eyes flickered, as if she was thinking, while Su Deming was still hesitant. Xiejun couldn't stand it anymore and slammed the table. What are you still hesitating about? Do you think Su Bohan will let Su Mo go? If he had the chance, he would have done it long ago. What are you waiting for? Su Deming's face turned pale, and he whispered, but this is difficult. Difficult? If it's difficult, then you won't do it? You are such a loser. No wonder Su Mo is so disappointed in you. Xiejun roared, slamming a document in front of Su Deming. This is Su Manny's confession. Su Bohan had planned to kill Su Mo to avenge Tang Lei's death. What are you still hesitating about? When Su Deming saw the contents of the document, his face turned pale. He reached out to take the document, his fingers trembling slightly. Xie Bingyan grabbed the document before him, and after a quick glance, her whole body was shaking, and then she threw the document back to Su Deming with a snap. How about it? Do you understand now? Xiejun looked at them coldly, his voice full of disgust. At this time, Suemo was discussing investment issues with Zhang Aimin. Zhang Aimin was an important figure in Shuzhou, with connections and could solve many difficult problems. Suemo bluntly put forward his request. I think there is something wrong with the accounts of Shuzhou Energy Company. Can you check it? Zhang Aimin looked somewhat helpless. After all, he did not want to get involved in the internal disputes of the Su family. But Sumo's background should not be underestimated. Not only does he have the support of the Xie and Gu families, but he is also a member of the Su family. Zhang Aimin smiled and nodded. Please rest assured that we will arrange someone to investigate Mr. Su's proposal. Suemo was not satisfied and said coldly, no need to investigate, just arrest him directly. I can guarantee that there is something wrong with Su Bohan. Zhang Aimin's smile froze, and he said with a dry laugh, okay, we'll check what you said right away. By the way, your grandpa Xie Dating asked me to pass on a message, saying that he hopes you can go to Zhonghai building to meet him when you are free. Suemo refused without hesitation. No need. Zhang Aimin had to change the subject. The Huygens Fresnel principle of your light-making factory is very interesting. We have invited several professors to discuss it, and they think it has a high probability of success. Mr. Su, if it succeeds, it will be a great achievement that benefits both the country and the people. Suemo looked at him coldly and said calmly, if the problem of Shuzhou Energy cannot be solved, I will find someone else. There will always be someone willing to help me. Zhang Aimin hurriedly advised. Don't worry, I will send someone to check immediately. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Suemo gave him an okay gesture and turned to leave. Zhang Aimin looked at his back and shook his head helplessly. Just after Suemo left, Xie Dating walked out of the next room. Zhang Aimin saw him and quickly supported him. Professor, your grandson is really a genius. The professors at the Chinese Academy of Sciences are amazed by his project. He is not only an entrepreneur, but also an outstanding scientist. Xie Dating looked at the direction Suemo left with a complicated expression and sighed softly. Such a good child, but she doesn't want to recognize him. He paused and asked, "How likely do you think his lighting factory will be successful?" He said there was a 70% chance, and the professors also agreed with this possibility. I began to feel that this investment was not just revenge, but a real effort to do business, said Zhang Imin. Xie Dating showed a proud smile on his face and nodded. Good kid, you really didn't let me down. I hope everyone won't make the wrong choice again this time. Chapter 303, Dimensionality Reduction Attack. That's all. Suemo knew that some people would not release their eagles until they saw the rabbit. Empty slogans would not be enough to bring down Su Bohan. He had to put the plan into practice. He came out of Zhang Imin's office and did not go to see other people. Instead, he immediately returned to the factory to personally inspect the construction progress of the light-making factory. The project had just started and was expected to take a year, but during this period, he could not be idle. Although Zhang Imin's attitude was ambiguous, Suemo knew that the key was the word interest. As long as he invested enough money and successfully built the lighting factory, he would be able to shake Su Bohan's foundation. He didn't even need a lighting factory. As long as he could develop carbon fiber and stealth paint, he could also bring Su Bohan down from his high position. Spend money. Keep spending money. Suemo sneered. Don't force them to take sides. Just let them remain neutral and not lean towards Su Bohan. Gu Huanqi stood beside him and nodded gently. As long as our investment is in place and generates enough value, someone will naturally solve our problems for us. Su Bohan didn't realize that our goal is far more terrifying than he imagined. At this time, Su Bohan was busy stabilizing the turmoil within the Su family. Sumo's 100 billion investment had caused a stir in the Su family, and many people in the Su family were tempted to stand on Sumo's side. Therefore, he convened a meeting of some key figures to try to stabilize the morale of the troops. My nephew Suemo is too radical and unfit to be the head of the family. I propose to remove him from the family tree, Su Bohan said coldly. Now is the time for our Su family to unite. Several Su family leaders nodded frequently. However, just after the meeting ended and they left the office, several strangers pushed the door open and handed Su Bohan a document. Manager Su, we have received a report that you have engaged in favoritism, fraud, and corruption. We need your cooperation in the investigation. Su Bohan looked up. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "You can search as you like. I have nothing here." After that, he watched coldly as several people began to search the office in a formal manner. "Excuse me, Manager Su." After a few minutes, those people politely said goodbye, and Su Bohan showed a mocking smile. He knew that this was Su Mo's doing, using the Xie family's relationship to put pressure on him. But these investigators didn't really investigate at all. They were just going through the motions. Some people in Shuzhong didn't dare to refuse Su Mo's request for his investment, but they obviously didn't want to really offend Su Bohan. These little tricks are not enough. Su Bohan sneered and muttered, "You want to bring me down without solid evidence? How immature." However, Su Mo's strategy was not to solve the problem with just one investigation. After meeting Zhang Imin, he continued to visit several other people in Shuzhong and asked them to investigate Su Bohan. Although the results were not satisfactory, Suemo was not discouraged. His goal was to annoy Su Bohan and put pressure on him again and again to make him a frightened bird. He wasn't afraid the first time he checked, nor the second time, but when it comes to the third and fourth times, can he still be so calm? Suemo sneered in his heart. At this time, the phone rang. It was Tang Lei calling. Suemo, Mingwei Composites has been acquired, but their carbon fiber is not perfect yet and is expected to need to be strengthened. What models can we make? Suemo asked. Carbon fiber T1000 is military grade for fighter jets, and few countries in the world can produce it. As long as we succeed, we will be the first company in China to have T1000 technology. Sumo's eyes sparkled. Okay, gather all the resources over there. I will go there in person tomorrow and get this T1000 out. Carbon fiber T1000 is a key breakthrough in the military industry. Once successful, Suemo will not only gain a firm foothold in business, but also improve his position at the national strategic level. He has a plan in mind: carbon fiber, stealth paint, and light-making factories. These will be his most powerful weapons to make those who think they are firmly in high positions fall hard. Dimensionality reduction attack. It's that simple. Suemo smiled faintly. He knew that the Shuzhong connections that Su Bohan relied on would be vulnerable in the face of real strength. Chapter 304, If Suemo Died. Juinja would not die. Suemo is now doing two things at once. On the one hand, he is building up his connections and pushing Su Bohin to step down in Shuzhou. Only when he steps down will he have a chance to get rid of him. On the other hand, he is building up his technology and capital to continuously improve his own strength. At the same time, Su Deming and Xie Bingyan were still in the detention center. They tried every means to get out of prison, and Xie Dating was also secretly working to meet Suemo. However, Suemo did not give them any chance at all, and even contacted the people in the nursing group to put pressure on Shuzhong not to let the two of them out of prison. The evidence against the two of them is irrefutable, and they still want to simply release them on bail? Dream on. Suemo sneered. He was ruthless and resolutely stopped any attempt they made. Gu Huanqi felt a little distressed about this, but she also understood Sumo's anger. After all, the hurt and betrayal could not be erased in a short time. At this time, she suddenly mentioned, Su Bohu is waiting for you outside. He said he has some information about Su Onkong. Oh. Suemo raised his eyebrows and motioned for him to come in. Su Bohu walked in quickly, wearing a pair of glasses and looking very gentle. When the family property was divided, he did not get much and had always been resentful of Su Bohin. He handed Suemo a document. Su Onkong has a clean energy company that specializes in solar panels and wind power. He has invested billions and plans to promote it on a large scale. Suemo took a few glances and raised his eyebrows. He is looking for investment? Yes, Shunwei Capital, Donglai, and Feitai Investment are all very interested in clean energy, and they will attend a venture capital gathering in a few days, said Su Bohu. Very good. Suemo smiled and turned to Gu Huanqi and said, check the list of participants, and we will go too. Okay. Gu Huanqi nodded. How is the equity of Su Onkong's company currently distributed? Suemo asked. There are 6 shareholders, 3 from the Su family and 3 from outside. Su Onkong holds 50% of the shares. Su Bohu explained. Very good, Suemo said calmly. Are there any similar clean energy companies in Shu? I want to invest, especially the Tianguan company. I want to become its shareholder. I have only one goal, which is to make Su Onkong's company collapse. Su Bohu nodded. If we want to encircle and suppress them, it may cost billions of funds. Billions mean billions. Sumo's eyes were firm. I will make him lose everything. Gu Huanqi looked at the computer and said softly, I can contact the people from Shunwei Capital and Feitai Capital. If necessary, I will invite them to dinner. Then go ahead and invite him, Suemo said coldly. Gu Huanqi immediately called to make arrangements. The head of Shunwei Capital was in Shancheng and was a well-known figure in the business community. When the other party heard that it was Su Mo's invitation, he immediately agreed to fly over to meet. After all, Su Mo's recent actions have caused a stir in Shuzhou, and the 100 billion investment has attracted huge attention. Many people want to know what he is doing. Investing with Su Mo, even if you can't get a big piece of the pie, you can still get a bite of soup. Let's go and attend Su Onkong's venture capital meeting. I want to see how much investment he can get, Su Mo said with a faint smile. On the other hand, after a month of recuperation, Su Mani's legs have recovered, but the shadow in her heart has not yet dissipated. She learned that Xie Bingyan and Su Deming were imprisoned in Shuzhou, so she flew to visit them. Mom, you agreed to take action against Su Mo at the beginning, but now you blame me for everything? Su Mani looked at Xie Bingyan and Su Deming with dissatisfaction on her face. Xie Bingyan responded by throwing the thing at hand at her. How dare you mention it? Su Shuhei also said angrily. You shouldn't go to him. Su Mo is our relative after all. Su Mani gritted her teeth, feeling unwilling. I don't consider him my brother anymore. Anyway, we can't go back. Xie Bingyan stared at her, her eyes as cold as ice knives. You are right. There is no going back. But no matter what, Su Mo is our blood-related family, and this will never change. Seeing the two of them like this, Su Mani didn't dare to stay any longer and left in a hurry. She just wanted to return to her life in Shuzhou as soon as possible, attend a luxurious banquet, and continue to play her role as if nothing had happened. However, she knew in her heart that the pain of the broken leg would not disappear easily, and the rift between her and Su Mo could no longer be bridged. Chapter 305, Second-Tier Family Appears. Su Mo announced that he would invest 100 billion yuan in Shuzhou, but in reality, where the funds would go was still a problem. 2 or 3 billion yuan would be enough to invest in the light-making plant, and the rest would be used in more strategic places. And now, he has set his sights on Su Kong. After Su Kong was defeated from Fengxiang Jewelry, he returned to Shuzhong and, with the support of Su Bohan, obtained more than 1 billion yuan in funds and invested in the field of clean energy, focusing on solar energy and wind power investment. This field has broad prospects and will usher in explosive growth in the next few years. But Su Mo has his own plan, not only to intervene, but also to make Su Kong completely bankrupt. Su Mo quickly contacted several clean energy companies in Shuzhong to seek cooperation. Most clean energy companies are worried about huge investments. Solar panels and wind turbines are capital-intensive projects. Therefore, Su Mo easily obtained investment agreements from 3 companies and invested 8 billion. At the same time, he ordered these companies to encircle and suppress Su Kong's Shuguang Clean Energy Company and make sure it fell. In order to completely cut off Su Kong's funding chain, Su Mo met with angel investors from several investment companies and successfully stopped them from continuing to invest in Sugan. After doing this, Su Mo went to the venture capital gathering that Su Kong attended. The gathering was hosted by the Shuzhong Development Bureau and aimed at attracting investors from all sides. It was a gathering of businessmen, startup companies, and even some entertainment stars. For top investors like Su Mo, this kind of event was almost child's play, and he had long since stayed away from such low-level gatherings. However, because he rarely showed up, his arrival today did not attract much attention. Su Mo and Gu Huanqi found a secluded place to sit down and wait for Su Kong's performance. The protagonist of this party was obviously Su Kong. He had to do his best to attract investment, otherwise the capital chain of Shuguang Clean Energy would be completely broken. You are? At this time, a young waitress holding tea came closer and stared at Su Mo in surprise, her expression full of disbelief. Thank you. Gu Huanqi took the tea with an elegant smile. The waiter's expression became more and more excited. Are you Mr. Su Mo? Oh my God, I didn't expect you to come. Su Mo raised his eyes to look at her and nodded calmly. The girl looked about 18 or 19 years old, her eyes full of admiration. She nodded repeatedly, then turned and left. After she left, she immediately ran to whisper something with other waiters, looking excited. So the bosses of Pink Sixy and Huashan Video are here too? They are really young. Miss, are you crazy about your idol? Stop talking nonsense. Su Mo heard a low laugh. Gu Huanqi flipped through the information in his hand and said softly, her name is Jiang Tiantian, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in Shuzhou. Jiang family. Su Mo raised his eyebrows. Yes, she is Jiang Tianjuan's daughter. She is 19 years old and studies at Shuzhou University. Su Mo narrowed his eyes. Jiang Tianjun? The Jiang family that is in charge of the Shuzhou military region. That's right. Gu Huanqi nodded. The Jiang family is extremely powerful. It is a super third-tier family, almost reaching the level of a second-tier family. Su Mo thought thoughtfully. So the Jiang family is also interested in this party. Maybe. I'll have someone investigate to see if it has anything to do with Su Bohan. Gu Huanqi said. As time went by, the banquet started to get lively. Many investors and entrepreneurs showed up, and the whole hall was filled with the sound of people talking and laughing. Just then, the girl named Jiang Tiantian came over with a tray and asked with a sweet smile, Mr. Su Mo, what would you like to drink? Orange juice? Tea? Or something else? Su Mo and Gu Huanqi looked at each other and smiled faintly. Orange juice, thank you. Okay. Jiang Tiantian's face was filled with excitement, and she quickly handed over the orange juice. Mr. Su Mo, Miss Gu Huanqi, it's so nice to meet you. Welcome to Shuzhou. She smiled very sweetly, obviously not an ordinary waitress. Looking at her smiling face, Su Mo had a little doubt in his heart. Why is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family working as a waitress here? Is there a deeper connection behind this party? Su Mo whispered to Gu Huanqi. Be vigilant, I don't like surprises. Gu Huanqi nodded, with a hint of alertness in his eyes. Su Mo knew that this venture capital gathering would not be just a simple business show, and he was waiting to see how Su Kong would perform this show next. Chapter 306, You will soon have a little fan. Nice to meet you too. Su Mo responded with a smile. Jiang Tiantian smiled. She was still young, blushing shyly, blinking her eyes, and looked very cute. She greeted politely and then turned to leave. Gu Huanqi looked at her leaving back, smiled, and said to Su Mo, This little girl is probably your fan, It seems like she likes chasing stars. Maybe. Suemo smiled, then changed the subject. How is your investigation going? The Jiang family has no connection with Su Boen. I guess Jiang Tian just came here to play on her own this time. She has a rebellious personality and is not the typical eldest lady. Gu Huanqi said after taking a look at the information in his hand. Suemo nodded and said no more. In a blink of an eye, he saw several female stars appearing on the main stage of the banquet venue, and the whole banquet suddenly became lively. Amid the cheers, Suemo recognized one of them at a glance, Su Manny. Her appearance made Suemo frown, and his face darkened instantly. Su Manny was a member of the Su family, so it was normal for her to appear in such an occasion. However, the fact that the legs that he had broken with his own hands could dance made Suemo furious. After Su Manny finished singing, she received cheers. She walked off the stage with a glass of wine in her hand, smiling, and toasted at each table, looking like she was enjoying it. However, she walked closer and closer until she came to where Suemo was. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you're here for the banquet. I'm Su Manny. She introduced herself with a smile, but when she saw Suemo, her voice stopped abruptly and her smile disappeared instantly, replaced by astonishment, fear, and even a hint of anger. Suemo looked at her calmly without saying anything, just waiting to see how she would react next. Su Manny stood there in a daze, her expression changing several times in an instant, and finally she managed to squeeze out a sentence. Why? Are you here too? What little celebrity? She's so ugly, imitating others to toast. Suemo sneered, his tone full of disdain. It's a shame to invite such an ugly celebrity to show up at such a party. When Su Manny heard these words, her face turned pale, and then she was filled with anger. What she couldn't stand the most was being called ugly, especially by someone like Suemo. You killed Juinja, and you still dare to come here? Su Manny gritted her teeth, with suppressed anger in her voice. You're so ugly, and you still have the nerve to make a fool of yourself? Suemo continued with a sneer. Su Manny was about to explode with anger, but she suppressed it and said coldly, Suemo, you will get retribution. Really? Then just wait and see. Sumo's eyes were cold, and he said unceremoniously, Su Manny, people like you can only flirt on stage. You are simply bringing shame to the Su family. Su Manny was so angry that she clenched her fists and her face turned blue and white, but she didn't say anything. Finally, she turned around and left without saying a word. Gu Huanqi watched all this quietly. After Su Manny walked away, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the knot between you and the Su family is really hard to resolve. Suemo smiled coldly and did not respond. Gu Huanqi's heart moved. She felt that if Suemo could find his own life, he might be able to walk out of the shadow of the Su family. Perhaps marriage and family are the best antidote. Just as he was thinking, a beautiful figure suddenly approached again. It was Jiang Tiantian who came over with tea and said with a smile, Mr. Suemo, Miss Gu Huanqi, this is your tea. Her eyes were full of curiosity and admiration. When she looked at Gu Huanqi, she couldn't help but say, I heard that Miss Gu and Mr. Su came out of an orphanage, started from scratch, and were admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. It's amazing. There are many stories about you on the internet. You are even more beautiful in person than in the photos. Seeing her being so straightforward, Gu Huanqi found it interesting and smiled. Some of the things on the internet are true, and some are false. In fact, I don't have that much ability. Oh, then how did you do it? How did you become so big in just a few years? Jiang Tiantian asked curiously. Gu Huanqi shrugged, looked at Suemo, and said with a smile, Most of the time Suemo is in charge. I'm just helping him. Jiang Tiantian nodded, then said with a smile, Excuse me, if you need any drinks or snacks, you can call me anytime. After that, she politely retreated. Gu Huanqi looked at her from behind and couldn't help but chuckle. It looks like you'll soon have a little fan, a pretty fanatical one at that. Suemo shook his head disapprovingly, his expression calm. The Jiang family is powerful. Our business is nothing in front of them. That's right. Gu Huanqi nodded thoughtfully, but she felt that Sumo's path was destined to be extraordinary, and the banquet in front of her had just begun. Chapter 307 After all, you can cheat as much as you can. Jiang Tiantian? Suemo frowned slightly. The name seemed familiar. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, there was a girl named Jiang Tiantian in the capital who committed suicide for love by jumping off a tall building. That incident caused a big stir at the time and even involved a spy organization. Thinking of this, Su Mo's expression flashed with doubt. But the banquet in front of him became more and more lively, and his eyes turned to the stage. Su Kong was holding his head high and giving a speech. Although his face was still bruised, Su Kong seemed confident and spoke eloquently. He had obviously made a big bet on clean energy projects, planning to deploy solar panels and wind turbines on a large scale in every corner of Shuzhou, and claiming that they could generate huge profits in the short term. Dear investors, our goal is to become the #1 clean energy company in Shu. In the next few years, renewable energy will be an opportunity that cannot be missed. As long as you join us, success is within your reach. Su Kong's tone was full of passion and incitement. He waved his hands loudly, signaling the waiter to hand a copy of the business plan to each investor. Su Mo took a look at the plan, sneered, and threw it directly into the trash can. Renewable energy? He did smell the trend, but such an arrogant person, no matter how good the project is, will end up with nothing in the end. Su Mo snorted in his heart. He knew Su Kong's fatal weakness, self-righteousness and self-willedness. As Su Kong proudly talked about how he planned to promote solar energy in rural areas, a voice in the audience said calmly, "Are you sure you won't go bankrupt?" Su Kong was stunned, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a familiar and disgusting figure. Su Mo walked out slowly from the corner with cold eyes. Your so-called plan is to trick farmers into installing solar panels on their roofs and make a profit from it. Su Mo stepped forward, his voice calm, but with disdain. It sounds like a blatant scam. Su Kong's face suddenly changed and flames shot out of his eyes. Su Mo, what are you doing here? I just happen to invest in 3 clean energy companies with a total investment of more than 8 billion. And I don't even look down on your so-called project. As soon as Su Mo finished speaking, the entire conference hall fell into a brief silence, and then people began to discuss in low voices. Mr. Su, are you also interested in clean energy? An investor recognized Su Mo and hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Su Mo's words obviously carry weight. Since Mr. Su is not optimistic, then this company. Some investors nearby discussed in a low voice, looking hesitant. Su Kong's face flushed red, and his hand holding the microphone trembled. He finally couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward to fight. But Su Mo was prepared. He turned his body to the side, raised his hand, and punched him hard in the face. Bang! Su Kong fell to the ground, and then the bodyguards on both sides rushed up, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Fighting won't solve any problems. Su Mo shook his hands, his eyes cold. Bankruptcy is your fate, and it will never change. The investors around them hurriedly separated them. Su Mo no longer paid attention to Su Kong, but said to everyone present, "Everyone, clean energy is the future, but it will never be led by people like this. If you want to invest in clean energy, please talk to me. I will provide you with reliable investment directions." After saying that, he turned around and left with Gu Huanxi and others. Su Kong got up from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Su Mo's back, and roared hoarsely, "I will make you pay the price." However, the investors in the audience ignored his threats. They stood up one by one and chose to leave with Su Mo. Su Kong stood on the stage and saw his carefully planned investment plan collapse after Su Mo's words. He felt the blood surging in his chest and almost fainted. Su Kong has been conceited and arrogant since he was a child. He always thinks that no one is better than him. This time, he is just humiliating himself. After the banquet, Gu Huanxi said to Su Mo with a hint of disdain in his tone. Su Mo nodded, his expression grim. He doesn't deserve my pity. Gather 3 clean energy companies. We will launch a full-scale attack on 3 fronts to make his company completely bankrupt. Gu Huanxi looked at Su Mo's determined eyes and smiled helplessly. I understand 3 directions. Focus on the main attack. As the situation in Shuzhou becomes more intense, Su Mo has only one belief in his heart: not to let the enemy have any breathing space. Meanwhile, a gloomy couple quietly returns from abroad, preparing for a revenge journey full of murderous intent. Chapter 309, Give Birth to You, You Big-Headed Ghost. The moment Su Mo decided to take action, it was destined to be a dangerous gamble. And the person to be killed was his uncle Su Bohan, a man with great influence in the Su family and deep skills. If he was not careful, not only Su Mo himself, but also everyone around him would be implicated. Parents Su Deming and Xie Bingyan are in agony at the moment. They have tried to make amends, but Su Mo has become more distant and hostile. The cold abandonment of him in those years has become an unhealable crack, and now Su Mo, who was created by their own hands, is becoming the ruthless and cold-blooded monster in their minds. Time flows slowly like water. Su Mo mobilized his 3 clean energy companies to launch a siege against Su Kong's Shuguang Energy. Supply chain blockade, investment freeze, and executive poaching were all fatal. Su Kong was so anxious that he smashed cups at home several times, but each time, Su Mo took a step closer, and his support became more and more precarious. At this time, Su Bohan took action. He mobilized funds and deposited 300 million into Su Kong's account in an attempt to save this shaky project. However, Su Mo had already laid a dragnet. He controlled the upstream raw material companies and forced Su Kong into a dead end. The price war and supply blockade forced Shuguang Energy to declare bankruptcy and liquidation. Damn it, he is maliciously competing with me. He just wants me dead. Su Kong roared hysterically in the office, his eyes full of madness and endless hatred for Su Mo. The veins on his hand holding the cup bulged. If we want to solve him, we have to kill him completely. 6 months later, Su Mo is stronger than ever. Pinduoduo's market value has exceeded 300 billion yuan, and Hoshan Video is becoming increasingly popular. The new energy vehicle project has brought him huge returns, and Finching Capital's influence is spreading like wildfire. Shuzhong has long been Su Mo's home turf. As time went by, Su Mo's influence reached new heights. The Su family was shocked by the news that Su Mo's company had developed stealth paint and T-1000 carbon fiber, which were highly valued by the military. The Su family knew what these products meant. They were the stepping stones to the military industry. This is impossible. How can a businessman like him enter the military industry? Su Bohan was dignified after hearing the news. He realized for the first time that his nephew had far exceeded his expectations. The huge territory that Su Mo had established in Shuzhong might just be the tip of the iceberg, and his true strength was gradually revealing his hideous face. Go and find out how much the military values his products? Su Bohan ordered in a stern voice. He felt a little uneasy in his heart. Su Mo's rise was too fast, far beyond the control of the Su family. If these are really just the tip of the iceberg, then what awaits the Su family will be an irresistible storm. In the center of this storm is Su Mo. Chapter 3, 11A line that no one can shake. Military products are not ordinary products. This type of product often represents the highest level of scientific research and has extremely high gold content. Once it is valued by the country, it will often undergo earth-shaking changes. For just an ordinary small business, developing such products is enough to change its destiny, let alone an entrepreneur like Su Mo who has huge capital and is rich enough to rival a country. If he had some funds and invested them in military products, and they had already produced power, then his future would be limitless. Perhaps he can really cross a class and reach the level of a second-tier family. It is actually very difficult for ordinary families to advance to the second tier, because those who want to enter the second tier are generally some provincial governors or the heads of various state ministries. If you want to reach this level, you must at least have a national rank. Su Bohan didn't know how much power Su Mo had behind him and wanted to investigate it as soon as possible. When this news came, it had already shaken the Su family. Su Bohan needs to suppress this matter as soon as possible. Su Mo is quite busy. There were quite a lot of people coming over, including people from the Air Force Research Institute and several academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They took things to be tested, examined, and analyzed. A lot of reports of various kinds were made. Tang Lei took some and showed them to Su Mo. Su Mo took a look and nodded. Good stuff. Good stuff. We actually already have something like this in our country. Haha. God help me. It's strong enough and hard enough. This paint is beyond imagination. How is it developed? Is there a research and development process? A white-haired old academician was holding the thing in his hand, very excited, and seemed to have tears in his eyes. He mainly looked at the carbon fiber T-1000. This kind of material is extremely rare. If Daxia Kingdom wants to obtain it, most of it can only be purchased from Xiaori Kingdom. The restrictions there are very severe. Once it is said that it is used to build fighter jets, they will not sell it. Moreover, the price asked by Xiao Rizigua is very high, and it is almost impossible to find a substitute in the country. Now he suddenly discovers that there is a factory in China that can continuously produce such things. The quality is better than those abroad, and there is technical information. How can he not be excited? With this, it means that the performance of both ordinary passenger aircraft and fighter jets can be greatly improved. We have just mastered it not long ago. It was originally used to make fishing rods, carbon fiber fishing rods. Said Tang Lei. Fishing rod? You mean making fishing rods? The white-haired old academician's beard was blown away when he heard it. You are wasting natural resources. How can you use such carbon fiber to make fishing rods? Do you know how rare and difficult it is to make such things? When Tang Lei heard this, he turned around to look at Su Mo and held back his smile. There is no such company in the country. Really, foreign restrictions are very severe. This is the carbon fiber T1000. We didn't even know you could develop something like this. It's really amazing. The old academician was amazed. After inspecting the carbon fiber, he went to inspect the stealth paint and was surprised again. I heard that your company is very big and rich. I thought you were all profit-seeking businessmen, but I didn't expect you to have such ambitions. You are worthy of being college students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, and you are worthy of being the contemporary young people of our great Xia country. We need to take these things back first. If they really pass the inspection, then we need to purchase a large amount. Our country is in urgent need of such materials. Since the country needs it, we are naturally happy to cooperate, Tang Lei said with a smile. Good, really good. You young people are really great. The old academician was very excited and picked up the report and left. Let the factory produce at full capacity. It seems that we need a lot of things like this. This company will become a semi-military company. Su Mo smiled faintly when he saw the people from the research institute leaving. Good. Everyone nodded. Their main work now is naturally not stealth paint and carbon fiber, but the lighting factory. So far, Su Mo has invested 30 billion in the lighting factory and had a large number of machines and accessories modified, and the factory building is almost built. Over there, we need to speed up. After Su Kong entered the bankruptcy liquidation stage, he seemed very angry. He wanted to take revenge on Su Mo and had already found many people to investigate Su Mo's lighting factory. But they were all stopped by Zhang Aimin. Although Zhang Aimin did not take sides, he would not allow anyone to sabotage the construction of the light-making factory. This was related to his performance. For future employment in Shuzhong, he still had to rely on Su Mo. Seeing that he couldn't deal with Su Mo, Su Kong seemed to hate him even more and started drinking to drown his sorrows. The news coming now is even more terrifying. Many people in the Su family are paying attention to this. They are all saying that Su Mo might be promoted to a higher level. Even if he can't rise, I'm afraid he can still get a connection that no one can shake him from, and let him get things done. Now, it has attracted national attention. Su Deming and Xie Bingyan are going to be released on bail. Although Su Mo had said that the two of them were not allowed to go out, Grandpa Xie Dating and Uncle Xie Yun visited many people and got the leaders above to give them some approval. Originally, Su Juanja had no power, so it was not difficult to get the two of them out. However, Su Mo made a statement that made it difficult for the officials in Shuzhong, so it was delayed for more than half a year. Now, more than half a year has passed, and another message has come from the capital, so Su Deming and Xie Bingyan can go through the procedures for bail pending trial today. However, the two of them had no way to return to the capital for the time being and could only stay in Shu and wait for follow-up interrogation. Su Xuehui came as usual and brought them some news from the outside. It is strategic level. According to the people from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Su Mo himself is a technical graduate and a scientist. It is said that he also participated in the research of carbon fiber and has learned the technology involved. I admire the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences very much. They say his techniques and materials are very sophisticated. There is also the light-making factory, which uses some optical principles. He seems to be very familiar with this aspect and does it very well. I really don't know why Su Mo knows so much. Speaking of this, Su Xuehui really admires this younger brother in her heart. I originally thought that his ability to make money and his keen eye for investment were his limits. But who knew that he actually had another trick up his sleeve? He is a genius, a one-of-a-kind genius, and possibly an all-round genius. It's just a pity. Su Xuehui thought of what she had done in the past, and suddenly felt sad. Suemo used to admire them so much and took them as role models, but they ended up like this. It's really not a pity to die. Has the country sent people here now? Have they found Suemo? Suda was obviously a little excited. Su Shuehue nodded. We have found him, and he has approved the things. Now they say that they are all strategic level materials, extremely rare, and the only ones in the country. Dad, Mom, you didn't go out to see it, and now the Su family has gone crazy about it. With the blessing of these things, Suemo will definitely reach a new level. He is so good. Hearing Su Shuehue say this, Su Deming was even more excited. Great, that's great. His eyes seemed a little red. Xie Bingyin glanced at him, sniffed, and didn't say anything. Over the past 6 months, her hair has turned completely white, and she has lost a lot of weight. She usually looks listless in the detention center. That is, only when Su Shuehue brought some news from outside every 2 or 3 days would she appear more energetic. Su Shuehue was worried about her, so she tried her best to bring her some news about Suemo. This is all she wants to hear now. Suemo. Actually, he doesn't want you to go out. He wants you to stay in there forever, but Grandpa said that only if you come out will you have a chance. If you still don't want to come out, then Grandpa will come over in person. You can't escape forever even if you try to escape. He is your son. Chapter 312. You should all watch carefully. Xie Bingyin and Su Deming really didn't want to go out unless Suemo asked. In fact, they could have applied for bail some time ago, but Xie Bingyin did not apply. At that time, Suemo said that they would not be allowed to leave the prison gate. Suemo said that he wanted to watch them die in there. They still don't want to do it now. Seeing them like this, Su Shuei sighed in her heart. They felt deeply guilty and wanted to atone for their sins, and did not want to come out. Whether it was killing Su Juinja or what they had done before, they felt deeply guilty. Both of them lost a lot of weight during their time in prison, but Su Shuehue was worried about their health and just wanted them to get out as soon as possible. Xie Bingyin, in particular, was in a very bad mental state. Her hair had turned completely white, and the injury she suffered last time had not yet fully healed, causing her to be sick for 2 or 3 days. Only by coming out can they get better treatment. Now seeing that they had no response, Su Shuehue was helpless and could only notify Grandpa Xie Dating and Grandma Zhao Chunmei to come over. Grandpa Xie Dating and Grandma Zhao Chunmei were also in poor health. Seeing Xie Bingyin like this, they looked even older, but they still dragged their sick bodies here. You are both guilty of great sin. We know both of you. Xie Dating looked at Xie Bingyin with a look of disappointment. But you still have to come out and open your eyes and take a good look. That's your child. You gave birth to him, and now he's at the top of the world. You're hiding in prison. You can't see anything. Especially you, Xie Bingyin. Your methods are vicious. Xie Dating accused Xie Bingyin without any hesitation. There is no mother like you in this world. Your mother and I both think you are so vicious. But all your viciousness has failed to wipe out his ambition. I know you want to die, and you think that death will solve all problems. But can death solve any problem? Death can't solve any problem. He will hate you and will hate you for the rest of his life, even after you die. That's right. He did say that he doesn't want you to get out, but hiding in there won't solve any problems. If you continue like this, you'll really die in there. Listen to me, sign, and get out. Take up your responsibilities and solve the problem. Zhao Chunmei also spoke up. Maybe one day Suemo will get married, have his own children, and have his own family. His children may also ask where their grandparents are. Why do others have grandparents, but he doesn't? He's your only son. Maybe in the future, you'll be able to see his child. Come out. Don't hide in there. Hearing them say this, Su Deming and Xie Bingyin were shocked and couldn't help but cover their faces and cry. Seeing this, Xie Dating sighed. It is said that he has made a lot of good things recently, which has caused a sensation in the country. He is worthy of being my grandson, Xie Dating. This child is really amazing. How many people are jealous of you for having such a good child? I went back to Beijing a few days ago, and the neighbors were all amazed. Xie Bingyin, you really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. When Xie Bingyin heard this, she seemed to be completely unable to control herself. Sign it and open your eyes and take a good look. Xie Jin and I both think that his achievements are definitely not limited to this. Xie Dating's eyes moistened. He turned around and asked Su Shuehue to hand over the document. You should all take a good look at it. They both burst into tears. It's out. The latest news. It's out. On the other side, News came from a small villa on the outskirts of Shuzhong City. When they got the news, a hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the man and woman in the villa. They were Huang Qiuling and He Chang. During this period, they were all in Shuzhong, specifically trying to find out the news about Su Deming and Xie Bingyan. They had money given by Su Juanjia, about 2 billion, which was enough for them to do many things. They bribed a few people and soon got the news that Su Deming and Xie Bingyan were released from prison. Now, they only have hatred in their hearts. I have overwhelming hatred towards Su Deming and Xie Bingyan. It is said that Su Deming's biological son is extremely outstanding. He runs a very huge business and is rich enough to rival a country. He is a genius among geniuses. Recently, a huge amount of 100 billion yuan was invested in Shuzhong, which caused a sensation in Shuzhong and boosted employment in Shuzhong. It is said that Su Deming's son is about the same age as Su Juanjia. Seeing that his son was so outstanding, how could Huang Qiuling bear it? Hatred was already engraved in her bones. It was obvious that her own son was very, very outstanding, a top student, a child of destiny, and he also ran a business. However, he was killed by Su Deming and Xie Bingyan. After her son died, she was left with nothing. How could Huang Qiuling not feel hatred for the murder of such an outstanding son? She wished she could tear Su Deming and Xie Bingyan into pieces. They have already been released. They probably can't return to the capital and can only stay in Shu. I'm going to find someone to kill them. I'm going to let them suffer endless torture and let them know what regret is. Huang Qiuling was holding a dagger, and as she spoke, she used the dagger to fiercely slash the photo of Xie Bingyan and Su Deming, tearing it into pieces in an instant. Then do it. Good. They're all waiting for Su Deming and his wife to come out. As long as they come out of prison, they will have a chance. People are ready. There is never a shortage of desperados in this world. A villa in Shuzhong. Su Kong is at home, meeting several foreign visitors. These foreign visitors came from abroad specifically to see him. The identities of these foreign visitors are somewhat special. They are quite powerful abroad and belong to Jewish capital. They wanted to control some pricing power in the domestic industry and specifically sought out Su Kong for discussion. Part of the previous investment in photovoltaic power generation was given to Su Kong, with the purpose of allowing Su Kong to grow and become stronger. However, after being sniped by Su Mo, Su Kong went bankrupt, causing their plan to fail. Now they are looking for Su Kong to get some information about Su Bohan. Their main target is Su Bohan, because Su Bohan controls most of Shuzhong's energy market and oil companies in the Middle East. They want to obtain certain bargaining power from Su Bohan and control part of Shuzhong's energy supply. These Jewish capitals have great ambitions, and in fact, they have always been doing similar things. This time, after hearing that Su Kong had failed, they flew over to find her, and one of them even took out something and handed it to him. Maybe this is your only choice. The sooner the better. We think that if you do it, things will be much easier to handle. Many of us are very interested in his tea platform abroad. When Su Kong heard what he said and saw the black object in his bag, he was stunned for a moment and then suddenly shocked. Where did you get it from? We naturally have our own channels. Although it is difficult to do, it only takes a little effort. The foreigner said calmly. What do you think? Do you dare? Su Kong's face turned pale. Su Kong was naturally familiar with the black thing in the bag. He owned a lot of it when he was studying abroad. He also learned how to use it, and he can almost always hit the target. It's just that it is restricted in the country, and you can't own it. It's illegal to own such things in the country. He looked at the package, and his breathing quickened involuntarily. He really wanted to kill Su Mo and wished he would die, but this method... Chapter 313, Huanqi. Your grandpa is a little anxious. What do these Jewish investors want to do? Why do they offer him these? If you want Shuzhong energy or the pricing power of certain things in the country, you shouldn't do this. These Jewish capitalists probably want more than just this. Su Kong hesitated, not knowing what to choose. Su Mo has been busy recently. For work matters, I need to coordinate with the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Air Force Research Institute. The other party sent a large number of people to give instructions and also to sign a confidentiality agreement. Military secrets are quite important. Because of the stealth paint and carbon fiber T-1000, the Navy Gu family put in a lot of effort to lift Su Mo up. In addition, Xie Zhen and Xie Dating also seem to have contacted some people. Suemo did not appreciate their kindness and was too lazy to meet them. But it seemed that because they said a lot, more people came over. In general, the intention was to lift Suemo up, making him more conspicuous and allowing the people above to see him more clearly. Qualifications are also displayed. Suemo did meet a few people. The reason why he was busy these days was mainly because of the matters at the lighting factory. The parts had been delivered and needed to be strictly installed to ensure that there was no dust or pollution. While busy with company matters, Suemo and Gu Huanqi also heat up rapidly. It seemed that after breaking through a certain level of relationship, things between the two became subtle, and they were particularly interesting when they were together. Suemo would tease her occasionally, and the girl would become shy, with her big eyes wandering around, and sometimes she would not let him touch her. What Suemo liked most was her long legs. Her skin was as white and tender as freshly peeled eggs, long and perfect. If she wore black socks, she would be even more attractive, but unfortunately, Gu Huanqi was very resistant to such things and never let Suemo touch her. This set of socks is great. I'll buy them for you. Go to hell? Gu Huanqi punched him, his face full of embarrassment. Huh? Suemo smiled and couldn't help imagining how beautiful she would look wearing those socks. With her perfect leg shape, she would definitely be extremely attractive. There's news from Max. Su Kong hasn't made a decision yet. Oh, Suemo stopped. Max said he's still considering it. Gu Huanqi said, and then looked at Suemo. Do you think he will take the bait? According to his personality, it's almost 100% certain. Suemo's eyes flashed with sharpness. Even if he doesn't take the bait, I have a way to make him take the bait. If that's the case, it would be very dangerous. Su Kong has received training in this area abroad and is said to be very powerful, said Gu Huanqi. It doesn't matter. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Suemo said, but Jewish capital, we can't control it. Gu Huanqi looked at him calmly and said, I don't recommend having too much contact with Jewish capital. They have always been ambitious and have ulterior motives. We need to be vigilant. I understand. In fact, even if we don't take action this time, real Jewish capital will take action. Have you read the intelligence? The relationship between Su Bohan and Jewish capital. Suemo said, I saw it, but Su Bohan should not be controlled. It's hard to say. I'm still digging deeper to see if I can dig out anything valuable. Su Bohan's movements have always been a bit mysterious. He has connections with some big companies in the Middle East, can get cheap oil and cheap natural gas. I suspect that he has already been the spokesperson for Jewish capital in China. Suemo said calmly, if that's the case, then we're in trouble. We can't shake Jewish capital, even at home, unless. So, we need people of a higher level to enter, and they must enter, Suemo said calmly. This time I asked Max to send someone over to test Su Bohan's reaction and see how deep his contact with Jewish capital is. Once we understand the trump card behind him, we can take action. Gu Huanqi looked at him, was silent for a moment, then suddenly walked over and sat next to him. I just want you to have a good rest. You are too tired. Gu Huanqi looked at him with a distressed face. Suemo was amused when he heard that and suddenly raised his hand and touched her right leg. Gu Huanqi was stunned, his whole body shuddered, and he was suddenly shocked. Why are you hiding? It won't cost you anything if you let me touch it, Suemo said with a mischievous smile. Itchy. Gu Huanqi's eyes were filled with tears, and she glared at him in reproach. She wanted to pull her leg back, but she held back and did not move. Seeing her pretty face flushed with redness and a scowl between her brows, as if she was enduring something, Suemo couldn't help but feel happy. He increased the strength of his touch and felt that her skin was extremely smooth and exuded a strong fragrance. I'm not tired. I just want him to die. As long as Su Kong takes the bait and Su Bohan reacts normally, then we will have a chance to kill him directly. I will let him do it, Suemo said calmly. Gu Huanqi found that his hand seemed a little too much, and her pretty face turned even redder, becoming more and more delicate and charming. Then you notify Max and ask him to continue to seduce Su Kong. I think Su Kong can't resist many temptations. Good. For Suemo, getting rid of Su Kong is not a big problem. Su Kong is a person with many shortcomings. He is stubborn, arrogant, and cruel. After 2 conflicts, Suemo had basically figured out his character. This time, he asked someone to send him a gun because he was sure that Su Kong would definitely take the gun. As long as he took the gun, things would be much easier. During the past 6 months, Sumo installed a lot of spies to absolutely ensure that Suan Kong would never leave his sight. Oh, by the way, Grandpa called and asked me to take you home again. The people above take us very seriously. Then go back. Good. Gu Huanqi panted slightly. She was talking about the Gu family and Gu Aimin. Gu Aimin is a Navy man with a strong background. This time, he used a lot of connections to invite some people to come down and take a look. Sumo is rich, wealthy enough to rival a country, and has a lot of things in his hands. Gu Aimin is very proud of him, so he pulled a large number of comrades to support Sumo. Sumo ignored all this for the time being. He suddenly looked up and saw the girl's pretty face flushed and her big eyes twinkling. He was immediately happy. He moved slightly and suddenly pressed her down on the sofa. Huanqi, your grandpa is a little anxious. Gu Huanqi's big eyes rolled around and looked elsewhere. I think we should hurry up for things like this. We are already in our 20s, and we can't waste our precious time. Sumo looked at the girl's delicate face mischievously and said with a smile, "What do you think?" He suddenly reached out and touched the girl's red lips, feeling extremely greedy. I don't know, Gu Huanqi said. Haha. Sumo smiled immediately, and without any hesitation, he wanted to bend down and kiss her. However, at this moment, there were a few knocks and someone knocked on the door. Gu Huanqi shuddered and quickly pushed him away. It's half makeup. Oh. Sumo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only get up. Li Banzwang has also come. She has been taking care of Tang Lei while handling the business of the short video platform for some time. Now that Tang Lei has recovered, he has gone to the lighting factory to oversee its construction, and Li Banzwang is now free. It is worth mentioning that while Li Banzwang was taking care of Tang Lei's father-in-law and mother-in-law were also worried about him, so they asked their second daughter, Tang Lei's sister-in-law, to come and take care of him. Now his sister-in-law is still there. Sumo, Gu Huanqi, and others probably already knew the plan of Tang Lei's father-in-law and mother-in-law. They probably didn't want to let Tang Lei, a rich son-in-law, go, so they let their second daughter have a try. I don't know how they get along. This matter is quite interesting. Tang Lei will probably be very, very embarrassed. Sumo also met his sister-in-law, and she was also very beautiful. Chapter 314, Did the Fish Bite? She is still very young, considerate, and 60% similar to her sister. Tang Lei is a pretty good son-in-law. He often visits his father-in-law and mother-in-law's house and shows filial piety to them. It is said that his sister-in-law was still young at that time, 7 or 8 years younger than his wife. She was a proud and spoiled little girl. When Tang Lei met his wife, his sister-in-law was still in elementary school. Tang Lei would occasionally tutor his sister-in-law, and they had a good relationship. Now that this incident has suddenly happened, Sumo and others are all happy to see it happen. Ling Yun seems really proactive. She probably likes her brother-in-law very much. But that's normal. Tang Lei is a good person with a good temper. He often takes care of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. His father-in-law and mother-in-law also know that he grew up in an orphanage, and they love him very much. What I find strange is that Ling Yun used to be quite rebellious and even disliked Tang Lei. How did she suddenly change? I think she must have been pretending before. Li Banzwang analyzed with great interest, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was enjoying gossip. Gu Huanqi smiled and said, "She's just a little girl. She used to avoid suspicion, which is normal. I guess now that her sister is gone, she feels bad for Tang Lei. Tang Lei is in a bad mood. The day before yesterday, he didn't see anyone and hid in his room for no reason." Li Banzwang sighed. "I hope he can come out as soon as possible. Let's finish our work first." Sumo said, "No matter what, this blood debt must be settled." "Has the fish taken the bait?" Li Banzwang asked. "Almost there. It's not difficult to make Suan Kong take the bait. You just need to put in some effort." In addition to a clean energy company, Suan Kong also owns a small jewelry company. This jewelry company was founded by Suan Kong after he lost Fengxiang Jewelry. It is not very large and uses the same channels as Fengxiang Jewelry. Its business is average. He visits that small company occasionally. Sumo arranged for a few people to go over and hit him with their car. In fact, for someone of Suan Kong's level, it is not difficult to get a gun. The only difference is whether he wants to get it or not. This time, Sumo only provided him with an idea and asked him to do it to see if he could do it. If he doesn't, Sumo will continue to arrange people to bump into him, mess with him, and force him. As long as he gets the chance, he will find a way to kill him. Sumo is going to force him into a dead end. The layout has been almost completed, and the drivers are ready. In addition, a few strong men will appear occasionally. Although they will not do anything, Sumo wants to create an atmosphere for Suan Kong that he may be killed at any time. In this way, Suan Kong will be in a dead end. Our people must prevent him from getting out of control. Suan Kong is a man with a rather violent temper. But don't forget that there is an old fox named Su Bohan behind him. Su Bohan has all the means and is very likely to understand what we are going to do. So keep suppressing him. Yes, Suan Kong has indeed been a little irritable recently. The anger in my heart is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Sumo has made achievements again and has been noticed by his superiors. The Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Air Force Research Institute have sent people down, and it is said that several very high-level figures have also come, and they seem to be rising stars. After these things were suppressed, there was a huge shock within the Su family. Today, someone went to see Grandpa Su Hongtai and persuaded him to support Sumo. Suan Kong happened to go to see his grandfather and heard what his third uncle said inside. Su Deming is indeed an excellent kid. He is not only an entrepreneur, but also a scientist with a technical background. It is said that the Navy Gu family and the Su family are working behind the scenes to help him rise to a higher level. If our Su family doesn't seize the opportunity, we may miss this wave of opportunities. Su Bohan's investigation is out. I know what you are looking at, but the world will be ruled by young people from now on. I don't think Suan Kong is good enough. Compared to Sumo, he is far behind. In the future, the power of the Su family will only flourish if it is handed over to Sumo. The third uncle sounded worried about the future development of the Su family, but he mentioned his name and thought that he was not as good as Sumo. The word Suan Kong is not good enough deeply stung Suan Kong's heart, making him hate his third uncle instantly. Many young people in the clan are watching. Everyone is looking for opportunities and ways out. Sumo has money. Big brother, you can't be partial. When Suan Kong heard this, he immediately turned around and left. He clenched his fists fiercely, realizing that it would be difficult for him to gain support from within the family. After Su Bohan retires, the Su family will probably be handed over to Su Mo in the future, as his company has gone bankrupt. Suan Kong suppressed his anger and immediately went to the garage to get the car and drove to the jewelry company to have a look. He felt that he still had a chance. However, unexpectedly, just as he was driving on the road, a BMW suddenly hit him from the opposite direction. Suan Kong was so shocked that he had no time to react, and the car crashed into the roadside. He's fine. The driver seemed to be a fat man. Suan Kong suppressed his anger and called the police to come and resolve the situation. However, such things did not seem to stop yet. When he arrived at the company to park his car, he suddenly saw several people surrounding his car and taking pictures. Suan Kong was surprised when he saw it. Those people seemed to have seen Suan Kong as well, and then turned around and left in a hurry. It's him. It's definitely him. What does he want to do? Suan Kong did not dare to be negligent and ordered his bodyguards to protect him. He stopped driving and let the professional driver drive instead to protect his own safety as much as possible. However, he didn't expect that an accident would happen. Just when he was returning home, another car hit his car. Although this time it was still not serious, Suan Kong suddenly realized the horror in his heart. Sumo was taking action, and he seemed to have contacted many people. These people come from a wide range of sources, and it is impossible to find out anything. Most of them are ordinary people. But Suan Kong knew that Sumo had taken action. Give them your own way. Damn it. Suan Kong was filled with rage and hatred in his eyes. He knew very well that if he couldn't deal with Sumo, he would achieve nothing in his life. Sumo will be a burden on him for the rest of his life. Kill him. Only let him die. Suan Kong gritted his teeth, feeling that Sumo's shadow was too big. He suddenly understood Su Juinja back then. Under Sumo's oppression, Su Juinja became extremely crazy and extreme. Now he feels the same way. Jewish capital. Suan Kong thought of the gun that someone handed to him a few days ago. He was a little wary of this. He didn't know what these Jewish capitalists were going to do, so he didn't dare to take it. But now, he just wants to get the gun as soon as possible. He thought about it and still didn't want to believe in Jewish capital. So he took out his cell phone and called someone asking the other party to get the weapons. It is very difficult to do such a thing in China. In fact, killing a person is much simpler than getting a gun. The problem can be solved by causing a car accident. There is no need to use a gun at all. It is illegal to own a gun. However, Sumo's defenses are very strong, so Su Kong can only take this route. I want to get it. I don't trust people with Jewish capital. Get it for me over there. I want one for 5 million. There must be at least 20 bullets in it. Oh, I'll arrange for someone to send it over from Myanmar. Good. Chapter 3:15 Never underestimate Su Bohan. If it were Su Bohan, he would definitely not take this path. Su Bohan knows what rules can be used to deal with it in the country. But Su Kong is different. He spent most of his time studying abroad, receiving the so-called elite education abroad, which cultivated his selfishness and made him prefer to solve problems in a direct way. He is more receptive to being shot. Suemo took out a few bulletproof vests and distributed them to Gu Huanxi, Li Banzwang, and others. Tang Lei also needed a few. It is still unknown what Su Kong and Su Bohan will do. In order to prevent any accidents, they have strengthened their protection long ago. From the beginning of the plan, Gu Huanxi, Li Banzwang, and others had already put on bulletproof vests. Sometimes plans cannot keep up with changes. No matter how perfect the plan is, there is always the possibility of unexpected events. Originally, Su Mo wanted to solve it in other ways, but after the four of them discussed it, based on Su Kong's personality, they decided that this method might be the best one. Su Kong has no way out. On the other side, Su Bohan found that Su Kong's movements were a little strange. He frowned and asked Su Kong something. Su Kong looked at his father and said, "I'm fine. Suemo has been making a lot of noise lately, and I'm thinking about how to deal with it." Su Kong knew very well that Su Bohan did not recommend him to kill Su Mo directly, because acting rashly would cause more problems. Now that Sumo's level has been raised, he has attracted a lot of attention. Once he gets into trouble, it is estimated that others will suffer the same fate. What these people fear the most is the other party's backers. If they just kill him and put an end to it, then there will be no problem. However, once the other party's backers show up, it will be a situation of life and death. Su Bohan is thinking of a way to take down Su Mo and his gang from top to bottom. He's really making a big fuss, and everyone in the family is in a panic. But that's all. Don't be upset by his actions. You need stability now. Su Bohan stared at him and said he knew his son quite well. I know what to do, but there may be obvious changes on Grandpa's side. I heard what my third uncle said. Su Kong said, they can't affect the overall situation now. I will eliminate the influence. It is indeed difficult to capture Su Mo, but as long as we plan, we can accomplish it. Dad, don't you see? He has become more and more powerful and more terrifying. The stronger he is, the more dangerous we will be. I can't stand it anymore. You have to endure it. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. This is a test for you. If you can't endure this humiliation, you will never achieve anything great in the future. Su Bohan was a little angry. After hearing this, Su Kong stopped talking. Su Bohan looked at his son like this and sighed. You have investigated Su Mo and know his experiences since he was a child. Do you know how many years Su Mo endured? He lived in the Su family for 4 years and was bullied for 4 years. Later, he was admitted to university and founded a business. He endured for another 7 years before he started to deal with Su Deming and Xie Bingyan. He endured for 11 years. And you can't endure it in just 1 year? If you can't endure it for a year, then what can you achieve in the future? Upon hearing this, Su Kong quickly said, he wants us dead. If we don't resist, he will kill us sooner or later. I know he is a huge threat to us now, but we need to keep a clear head and know what we should and shouldn't do. You have to keep your composure. Upon hearing this, Su Bohan felt a little disappointed. Su Kong stopped talking, looking vicious. Upon hearing this, Su Bohan sighed and said, if you can't stand it, then why don't you go abroad? Go study abroad or start a business, and I will stay here to deal with him. I'm full. You eat. Su Kong naturally didn't want to go abroad. If he didn't vent his anger now, he would not be able to sleep all day. He has endured long enough. The goods arrived very quickly and were sent from Myanmar. Su Kong found a place to test it, and it worked pretty well. It is quite difficult to get something like this in China, so the other party drove it over there personally. Su Kong found a villa to test and found that the quality was very good, which gave him great confidence. Just wait. I'll show you how powerful I am. Su Kong stared viciously at the photo of Su Mo posted on the wall, and his heart became more and more ferocious. The news says that Su Kong has changed. Someone bumped into him yesterday, but he didn't get angry at all. Instead, he looked calm. Oh, I don't know if it's because of Su Bohan's persuasion, but his condition is a little abnormal. Su Mo thought for a moment, then said to Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang, contact the traffic police and keep track of his movements. I need to know everything. Good. Also, send a message. I will make a public appearance, and I will give him a chance. Su Mo looked calm. Su Mo. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang were immediately shocked when they heard this. What are you doing? Making a public appearance? That wasn't our plan at the time. Gu Huanqi said hurriedly. That's my plan. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. If you want to kill him, you have to take this risk. No, we have other plans. This plan is not perfect, but it is very accurate. I have investigated it, Gu Huanqi said hurriedly. Li Banzwang was also obviously surprised. Su Mo, don't take such a risk. We can continue to force him to make a move. If you reveal it, it will be too dangerous. I don't agree. I don't agree either. Su Mo, don't think I agree. Su Mo looked at them and said, I've made up my mind. Let's do it. Contact people and continue to teach him a lesson. I want to force him to show up. You. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang turned pale. Su Mo, are you kidding? Gu Huanqi's eyes were red. Su Mo looked at her, suddenly held her hand and said softly, Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Let's just increase security. Accidents can happen in anything. We are not the gods of all gods. Li Banzwang emphasized. But this is the only way to get rid of him. Su Mo said, I want Su Bohan to feel the pain of losing his son. I don't have time to plan with him slowly. I told him a long time ago that blood debts must be paid with blood. I'll go call Tang Lei. Gu Huanqi's eyes were red. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Su Mo, she turned around and left. Seeing this, Li Banzwang's eyes also turned red. Such risks are too great for them to bear, and they cannot accept any accidents if they occur. Su Mo. Li Banzwang pouted, looking a little aggrieved. Tears forced out. I know you don't want to live, but we are still here, right? Aren't we all still alive? We have already said that there are many ways to solve the problem, and we can choose the one with the lowest cost. Isn't this our way of dealing with the world all along? It's nothing more than solving the problem. It's nothing more than killing one person. We have money, lots of money, and we have people. We have many ways to kill them easily. Su Mo, no matter what, I can't stand it. Li Banzwang shed tears. Su Mo was amused when he heard this. He raised his hand, touched her little head, and said with a smile, Do you think I want to die? Don't worry, I don't want to die. You were right, I still have you. That's why I need to solve the problem. You. I have never underestimated Su Bohan. I know what he will do. If he can't deal with me, then he might attack you, especially Su Kong. The probability that he will do something desperate is very high. You and Tang Lei can't afford this risk. This is a grudge between me and the Su family, and I will solve it myself. I still don't agree. Li Banzwang's tears cut through her pretty face. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Su Mo said with a smile. Come with me to persuade Tang Lei and Huanqi. For me, this is the best way. Chapter 316, If Something Happens to Su Mo. Despite what Su Mo said, Li Banzwang still disagreed. Doing so is too dangerous. Gu Huanqi quickly found Tang Lei. After Tang Lei heard about it, he was also surprised and hurried over to persuade her. But Su Mai had made up his mind and didn't listen to him. He asked people to start making arrangements and plan for a public appearance. He wants to lure Su Kong over. When Gu Huanqi heard this, she instantly became angry, turned her head away, and stopped talking to him and paying attention to his affairs. Li Banzwang and Tang Lei also refused. Su Mo didn't think they could help, so he found an opportunity and wanted to ask Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang to return to Beijing first. Recently, both the short video company and Pink Sixie needed them to deal with things. However, after he said this, Gu Huanqi became even angrier and ignored him completely, and did not return to the capital. Su Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only continue to persuade them. I'll finish my work first, one by one. Don't worry, I have a plan. That's it. Su Mo had no choice but to turn around and arrange his own affairs. If I die, You can use the evidence in my drawer to get rid of them. I already have most of the evidence. I want to see if Su Wankong dares. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang couldn't help but sigh when they heard this. In fact, they knew very well in their hearts that Su Mo and they could not hide forever. Their company was very large, and they needed to meet many people from time to time. Sometimes they could not even hide, so it was better to detonate in advance. He detonated Su Onkong's landmine in advance for the sake of future safety. As Su Onkong becomes more and more extreme, the probability of him taking action increases. According to Su Bohin and Su Onkong's plan, it is very likely that they will attack Tang Lei and them again. Therefore, Su Mo was worried, so he decided to do it himself and lure the snake out of its hole in advance. Su Mo wanted to protect them. However, the more this happened, the more uncomfortable Gu Huanqi, Li Banzwang, and the other two felt. They knew without even thinking that Su Mo was definitely planning on his own death. Perhaps he really doesn't have much to be nostalgic about in this world. And the only things he cares about are the three of them. What an idiot. Gu Huanqi felt extremely uncomfortable. When will the scars in his heart heal? Is it true that they will never heal in his lifetime? Su Mo's attitude was very firm. Although many people opposed it, he still decided to go ahead with it. He just wants to kill Su Onkong. If they arrange many public appearances, Su Onkong may not take the bait once, but if they happen several times, he will definitely find an opportunity. Su Mo is patient and is not worried that Su Onkong will deviate from his plan. So, Su Mo was shot. He has quite a lot of trips in Shuzhong. Recently, he has made public 4 of his trips in a row, and he will be inspecting several construction sites. The construction site is quite messy, and there are many things to see. Su Mo has already arranged 2 consecutive trips to check them out, but Su Onkong has not done anything. However, when he arranged the 3rd trip, he finally heard gunshots. The bullet was shot from the roof of a building and hit his chest. One of the bullets grazed his arm, and blood spurted out. Another bullet hit his lower abdomen, bringing a terrifying force, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Also inspecting the construction site with Su Mo were some officials from the Shuzhong Development Department, as well as some plainclothes officers and bodyguards responsible for security. When they heard the gunshots, they were obviously startled, and the sirens sounded instantly. It was gunshots. Someone shot and killed someone. Oh my God, a gun? Someone wants to assassinate Su Mo. The officials who came with Su Mo to inspect were all shocked and pale. After they calmed down a little, they immediately called to inform people. Who is Su Mo? Now, the god of wealth in Shuzhong has hundreds of billions of funds and has invested in dozens of industries, driving Shuzhong's economic growth and creating employment opportunities. His potential was so huge that the Shu high-level officials could not ignore it at all. Now part of his investment had been implemented and the business was developing in full swing. However, at this critical juncture, he was assassinated and was shot. The Shu high-level officials were immediately shocked. Zhang Aimin also received the notification at the first time. He was shocked and couldn't believe it. After asking 3 times, he was sure that Su Mo had indeed been shot. Who is it? Who is it? Who dares to do this? Damn it! Do whatever it takes to protect Su Mo. Don't let him get into any trouble. And don't let him withdraw his investment in Shuzhong. Check the police. Zhang Aimin is crazy. How could he tolerate such a thing happening? Although he didn't want to offend the Su family and Su Bohin before and wanted to be a good person, the situation now is obviously different. If Su Mo was shot, it would affect his interests and the interests of the top leaders in Shu, as well as their political achievements. A wealthy man was shot to death when he came to Shuzhong. If this news gets out, who would dare to invest in Shuzhong? Therefore, Zhang Aimin gritted his teeth and personally led the police to track down the murderer. The murderer is fleeing and seems to have fled to a mountain. It is estimated that he used a Mini 14 light rifle, which is extremely vicious. Damn it! How many years has it been since something like this happened in Daxia? Since the ban on guns, the restrictions on guns in the country have been very strict. God knows how the murderer got such a rifle. He is so audacious. We must catch the murderer as much as possible. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Zhang Aimin shouted. Yes, there is no doubt that Su Mo being shot on the construction site was an extremely horrific thing. For some reason, the news was not allowed to be reported, but people in high positions in Shuzhong all received the news. The same is true for Xie Zhen. He came to Shuzhong again to deal with the problems of Xie Bingyan and Su Deming. When he saw that the Shuzhong police were extremely serious, he was shocked and hurriedly asked several policemen. When he heard that Su Mo was shot, his face turned pale. How? How is it possible? It's absolutely true. They used a Mini 14 light rifle with 5.56 millimeters bullets. The firing rate was very fast. 3 shots were fired in the blink of an eye. The other party used the gun very steadily. He's an old hand. Hearing what the SWAT said, Xiejin's face turned even paler. In any case, he could never have imagined that such a thing would happen. Then Su Mo. We don't know if he's okay yet. He's been sent to the hospital. According to reports from the scene, he was shot at least 3 times. The special police were in a hurry and had no time to explain. After saying continue, they hurried out to scout. Xiejin was completely stunned. He wanted to find out about Su Mo's situation, but no one seemed to know. The news from the hospital had been blocked, and Xiejin was unable to get in. After searching for a while, he could only return to the villa where Su Deming and Xie Bingyan lived. When Xiejin saw Xie Bingyan sitting in the living room in a daze, he panicked and suddenly didn't know whether he should tell Xie Bingyan and Su Deming about Su Mo. If anything happened to Su Mo. Chapter 317, Restricting Su Kong from Going Abroad. The SWAT team began to move out in full force. The person who was assassinated was not someone else, but the richest man in the country, the god of wealth in Shu. Standing behind Su Mo were the Su family, the Xie family, the Navy Gu family, and many other families. In addition, Su Mo's pension team also immediately started to move out. How could Shuzhong dare to underestimate it? The special police team and the reconnaissance team searched for the murderer, looked for traces, surrounded a mountain, and began a carpet search for the murderer. Such things have not happened in China for many years. Many people think that the domestic environment is safe and that it will not be like the ugly country, where a psychopathic gunman will pop up from time to time. They never imagined that the social environment in Shu had deteriorated to such an extent. If this matter were to spread to the capital, they would be in great trouble if not dead. After the SWAT team was dispatched, Su Jia, Su Bohu, and others also received the news first. They were shocked and couldn't believe it. Afterwards, Su Xuehue also received a notification from Su Bohu and was completely stunned. Su Mo was assassinated and shot 3 times? It's absolutely true. He has been sent to the hospital, but we don't know his condition yet. The police have temporarily sealed off the hospital. How? How could this happen? Su Xuehue had never thought about such a thing. The enemy used guns, and it was an assassination. Although she knew that Su Mo had experienced it before, she didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Can you help me find out if he's okay? I need to know as soon as possible. Good. Su Xuehue took a deep breath and did not dare to delay. She went back to find Su Deming and Xie Bingyan first. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Su Deming and Xie Bingyan knew about this. These days, both of them have been very silent and have been living in different houses, as if they want to never have any contact with each other again. But Su Mo is their son after all. She hurried back to the villa and found Xie Bingyan. I saw Xiejin chatting with Xie Bingyan. After seeing her come back, Xiejin glanced at her and shook his head gently. Whoa! Su Xuehue couldn't help it and quickly covered her mouth. This matter cannot be hidden from Xie Bingyan and Su Deming. They will get the news sooner or later. The whole of Shu is in chaos now. It goes without saying that the campaign to crack down on gangsters and eliminate evil will continue for some time. Who exactly wants to kill Su Mo? On the other hand, when Su Bohan received the news that Su Mo was assassinated, he was also shocked. He hurriedly called a few people over and questioned him quickly. Although he didn't get anything out of him, his face was still pale. Where's Su Kong? Where did he go? Where is Su Kong? Su Bohan asked, almost shouting. He knew Su Kong very well, and he knew without a doubt that it was definitely Su Kong who did it, because apart from Su Kong, almost no one else could have done it. Su Kong received Western education since childhood and is more direct in doing things than him. He probably planned this matter a long time ago. However, no one answered where Su Kong had gone, and Su Kong disappeared. Damn it! Su Bohan gritted his teeth and said, Go find out if Su Mo is okay. Is he dead? If he's not dead, there was a strong viciousness in his eyes. If Su Mo hadn't died, things would have been very troublesome. The entire Shu would have been under pressure, and Su Kong would have been dead for sure. He will also be implicated. The best outcome now is naturally that Su Mo is dead. As long as he is dead, things will be much easier afterwards. See if he can get into the hospital? If he's not dead, Kill him. Make sure you get away with it. Damn Su Kong. You are so bold. Su Bohan suppressed his anger and quickly ordered. Yes. Also, find Su Kong right away. I need to know where he is. Quickly, quickly, we must find him before the police find him. Yes. Su Bohan made several phone calls in succession, arranging for Su Kong to go abroad to avoid the danger. If something like this happened, Su Kong must go abroad as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely be caught. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang handed some documents to the police with tears in their eyes. The police were shocked when they saw them, and Zhang Aimin waved his hand. Block the airport and all major transportation routes, and restrict Su Kong from leaving the country. Quick! Su Kong is probably on the run. We're looking for him. Don't worry, we will definitely catch him. Zhang Aimin was afraid that such evil things would destroy the business environment in Shuzhou, so he immediately gave a firm assurance to Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang nodded with tears in their eyes and turned back to the hospital. How is Su Mo? Is Su Mo okay? An old man hurried to the hospital. Gu Huanqi took a look and saw that it was Xie Dating and others from the Xie family. He probably rushed over quickly after receiving the news. He's still in the emergency room. I don't know the situation. Xie Dating's eyes widened. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang didn't say much. They turned around and went back to have their people continue to seal off the hospital and prevent the news from spreading. How could this happen? Xie Dating's old face turned pale. The news about Su Mo's assassination could not be suppressed and soon spread like wildfire. Since returning from prison, Xie Bingyan has been in low spirits and looks very empty. Sometimes she would sit on the sofa all day without watching TV, and no one knew what she was thinking. Old and decadent, as if half of the strength in the body has been drained away and life has been lost. Xie Zhen and Su Xuehui originally wanted to hide this matter from her, but Xie Bingyan still saw the news about the special police team searching the mountain on the news. When Su Xuehui saw it, she immediately turned off the news, but Xie Bingyan turned her head and looked at Su Xuehui. Su Xuehui was a little embarrassed. Mom, you should have a good rest. Don't watch TV all day. Go out for a walk. Yes. Let's go outside for a walk. Xie Zhen also spoke hurriedly. Xie Bingyan seemed to notice something strange, frowned, picked up her phone, and opened a news page, but suddenly saw something. Su Xuehui wanted to cry instantly. Mom, Suamohi. Su Xuehui cried and said, he was just assassinated. Someone shot him. He was shot 3 times and was sent to the hospital. He is still being rescued. Suddenly, Xie Bingyan's expression changed. It was Su Kong who did it. It must be Su Kong. Otherwise, it must be my uncle Su Bohan. Su Xuehui looked terrified. Seeing Xie Bingyan's expression was not right, Xie Zhen hurriedly said, the police are looking for the murderer now. Don't worry. Everything will be fine later. Xie Bingyan looked at him in astonishment. Her face became paler and paler. Her body swayed, and suddenly she fell to the ground. When the two saw it, they were shocked. Xie Bingyan? They were in a panic and rushed Xie Bingyan to a hospital. Chapter 3:18. You will die over there. Su Kong is on the run. Crazy escape. He hit Su Mo and felt a little excited. He thought Su Mo would definitely not survive this time. Due to the long distance, it was not easy to hit the head, so I could only hit the body as much as possible. I fired 6 shots in a row, and 3 of them should have hit the target. So after Su Kong dropped his weapon, he evacuated immediately to clear himself of suspicion as much as possible. But I don't know what happened, but they occasionally encountered a few security guards from Su Mo security group on the evacuation route. Su Kong was shocked and had no choice but to escape from the mountain. He originally wanted to take a plane to go abroad to hide, but he soon found that the road to Shuzhou Airport was blocked and he could not get through at all. There were pursuers behind him. He could only flee to the mountains. The pursuers came quickly and aggressively and seemed to have found his route quickly. Su Kong was a thoughtful person. He was not afraid when he saw this. He immediately took out his cell phone and made a call to the contact and chose to escape by land. He originally planned 2 routes for himself. One was to fly away, but considering that flying was more troublesome, he added an insurance route to escape from Shuzhou to the border and then enter Myanmar or other places from the border to leave the country quickly. This was a forced path, but Su Kong had quite a few connections, so it was not difficult to get through. He believed that as long as he could survive this crisis and wait until Su Mo was completely dead, he could come back quietly later. With his family background, no one would dare to offend him. So, Su Kong acted very quickly. He got out of the hill, got into his friend's car, and started rushing to the border. He drove more than 300 kilometers in one night. Almost there, almost at the border. As long as we get out of here, we will be able to go anywhere. No one can deal with me. Su must die. Su Kong felt more and more relieved as he saw the escape route getting closer. For him, killing Su was just an easy task. It was too simple to kill him. What he is considering now is what to do with his company after it is confirmed that Su is dead. Su has very large companies both at home and abroad, and the Jewish group seems to be very interested in these companies. If the Jewish group wants it, they may get it through their family. After all, Su is a member of the Su family. After Su Mo's death, the inheritance will definitely belong to the Su family. Thinking of this, Su Kong couldn't help but feel a little elated. He felt that as long as the Su family could get Su Mo's inheritance, they would definitely take advantage of the wind, and the assets of the entire family would skyrocket by dozens of times. By then, the Su family may soar to the sky, become one of the world's top families, and become the new elite of the world. As long as Jewish capital cooperates with me, as long as I have Su Mo's assets, then I can have whatever I want. With these assets, I can gain the recognition of the most powerful family in the West, and therefore enter the core of the ugly country and become famous all over the world. If we work harder, it may be possible to become a big family like the DuPont family or the Rockefeller family. This is the true threshold to the top of the world. Su Kong's heart became brighter. I am so excited. Stop and check the car. However, just as Su Kong was immersed in his sweet dream, a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. Su Kong's face changed drastically, and he woke up immediately. "Brother Kong, the police are checking cars," said the driver. Su Kong glanced ahead and said in surprise, "Turn around and go straight ahead." "What? Turn around?" Su Kong shouted quickly, hurriedly. The driver looked a little embarrassed when he saw that the police had stopped them. Go, turn around," Su Kong yelled when he saw that the driver did not move. The driver was shocked and immediately stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the car ahead, then turned around and rushed back the way he came. "Stop him! Hurry! Drive faster!" Su Kong was extremely stern, his bloodshot eyes filled with madness. The driver looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the police had caught up with him, very quickly, with sirens blaring. How could he dare to delay? He quickly increased the speed to 160 and drove at full speed. Su Kong looked back and found that there were a lot of policemen chasing after him, and they were densely packed. It seemed that there were also policemen surrounding the direction they came from. Su Kong couldn't help but become frightened. He immediately checked the surrounding routes and saw a road. He shouted, "Go up the mountain. We are blocked in front. Quick. Go through the mountain." Yes. They didn't dare to go back the same way because they knew there were more police there. They could only rush along a small path next to it and directly rush into the mountains. There are more and more police. They've surrounded us. "Brother Kong, the car can no longer move. This road has reached the end. Get out of the car and go up the mountain." Su Kong no longer cared about these things. Seeing that more and more police officers were surrounding him, he could only rush into the mountains. However, even so, the police still chased them closely and kept following them. When Su Kong saw this, he became even more panicked. Go, faster. Go. There are police dogs searching. Oh my God. Damn it. When Su Kong heard the barking of dogs, his face turned pale and he continued to flee madly. As time passed, the barking of dogs behind him seemed to be getting closer, making Su Kong more frightened and crazy. Su is dead. He must be dead. Are these policemen the ones Su called? Why are there so many people? Su Kong was a little confused because he had already arranged a path for himself. The police should not have been able to catch up in time. So why were these policemen still holding on to him? It can't be someone Su arranged. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Kong couldn't believe it. However, at this moment his cell phone rang. Su Kong took a look and his face changed. It was an unfamiliar number. He cut off the call immediately, but it rang again soon. Su Kong got angry and turned off the phone immediately. "Brother Kong, someone called me and said they want to talk to you." At this time, the driver's cell phone next to him also rang. Su Kong yelled, "Who is it? Turn off the phone." It's a man named Su Mo. He said he wants to talk to you. Brush. Su Kong was immediately stunned. His eyes widened. My breathing suddenly became rapid. Brother Kong, are you going to answer his call? He's calling again. How do you have his phone number? I don't know. It's an unfamiliar number, the driver said. Su Kong stared at him, unable to believe it. He didn't believe that Su Mo was not dead. He had clearly shot him. Although not in the head, one of the bullets must have hit his lower abdomen. How could he have time to call me? Brother Kong, are you going to answer? He's calling again. Damn it, damn it. Su Kong roared with a ferocious look. Give it to me. Oh, the driver hurriedly handed him the phone. Su Kong, I know where you are. I have found your location. Su Kong had just answered the phone when Su Mo's voice came over, full of coldness. Just die over there. Chapter 319 Death is the best reward for Su Mo. The other side, a hospital in Shuzhong. He already knew someone was going to kill him. He's going to die. Are you satisfied? That's right. He just doesn't want to live anymore and has already prepared himself to die at any time. What are you asking? What do you want to see? You can't see anything and you can't ask anything. You are not qualified. You have no right to come here at all. An almost crazy roar resounded throughout the hospital, causing the doctors and nurses inside to look up slightly with surprised expressions. Not far away, a beautiful girl in a lavender dress was yelling at several other people with tears in her eyes. Next to the girl in the purple dress stood another young man and girl. Both of them also had angry faces. Don't you think it's too late? Why are you pretending to be merciful and come to care about me? I know you've been released, but Su Mo doesn't know yet, and I'm still hiding it from him. Why did you come out? Wouldn't it be better to just die in prison? You know nothing. You are not qualified to ask, and you are not qualified to come here. Su Mo knew that Su Kong wanted to kill him. A woman in a white dress asked, looking panicked. That's right. He knew it a long time ago. He also expected Su Kong might take action soon. But he just wanted to stand out. He just didn't want to hide. He knew he might die. The girl in the purple dress had tears streaking her pretty face. We can't stop him. Maybe for him, living may be more difficult than dying. As she spoke, she stared at Xie Bingyan, Su Deming, and the others with hatred. You shouldn't appear in front of him again. To him, you are already dead. If you appear in front of him again, you will only tear open the scars on his body. All of them are bloody scars. Su Xuehui and others were shocked all over. I don't want you to appear in front of him either. Just think of you all as dead. Why don't you die? Why do you still want to live? Especially you. Gu Huanqi stared at Xie Bingyan, his face full of hatred. Didn't you jump off the building before? Jump again. Be again. Xie Bingyan's face was pale. Su Mo never told us these things. We always thought he was very strong. He has always acted very, very strong, as if he would never be knocked down. Gu Huanqi continued to hate Su Xuehui and the others. The three of us also think that he will not be knocked down, but we never know what he thinks in his heart. It's you, and you guys. You devils. You demons. You are all murderers. You come here and act so hypocritically now. It's disgusting. What qualifications do you have to ask if he is injured? Is there anything wrong? What qualifications do you have to ask? Su Xuehui didn't know what to say when she saw Gu Huanqi getting angry. She just felt very uncomfortable in her heart, as if her whole body was breaking apart. Really, Su Mo has always acted very strong, as if no one can knock him down. Even during those difficult years when he was just 18 and had just left home, he has always stood firm and remained indomitable until now. Xie Bingyan and others have always felt that Su Mo could not be defeated, how determined he is inside. But they never thought that he also has a vulnerable side. He once thought about dying. I won't let you hurt him again. Never. You want to see him? No way. Based on what you have done, you deserve to die 100 times. And now you have the nerve to come and ask me. You are so shameless. If I were you, I would have been so guilty that I would have killed myself long ago. I wonder how thick-skinned you are to have the courage to live to this day. Gu Huanqi's words were like sharp knives, stabbing into the chests of Su Xuehui, Xie Bingyan, and others. Every word is heartbreaking and stained with blood. The look in Gu Huanqi's eyes when he looked at them was full of madness. Maybe because Su Mo was shot, she had gone completely crazy. The reason why she was like this was not just because she was shot, but because Su Mo was prepared for the possibility of his death. In other words, Maybe he really wants to die and no longer wants to live. This was an absolutely unacceptable fact for them. Gu Huanqi knew the crux of the matter, so when he saw them coming, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Su Xuehe understood her anger. It has to be said that as a female president in charge of a trillion-dollar enterprise, Gu Huanqi has always been decisive and efficient, which is definitely not comparable to Su Xuehe. Whether it was Su Xuehe and Xie Bingyan, or Su Shuaying and Su Deming, they all fell into deathly silence, their bodies trembling. Perhaps, only if they all died, would it be the best reward for Su Mo. They really all deserve to die. This time, naturally no one asked about Su Mo. No one answered. After Gu Huanqi scolded them, he drove them out. When Xie Zhen saw their deadpan expressions, he sighed inwardly. Don't listen to what Gu Huanqi says. She's just talking in anger. Su Mo, he definitely doesn't want to die. He is very powerful. He has absolutely no intention of dying. He has a lot of money, and his career is very, very big. So, get ready and wait for further notification. I'll have someone continue to inquire about him. After hearing what Xie Zhen said, the others fell into deathly silence, their faces filled with dejection. Listen to me, everyone. Su Mo hates you. That's for sure. There's no way he doesn't hate you. But you must not be influenced by Gu Huanqi's words. If Su Mo wanted you dead, he would have done it a long time ago and would not have waited until now. You must remember one fact. Su Mo loves you very much. He definitely loves you very, very much. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but as soon as he said this, the four of them looked up at him. Okay, I may hate you too, but these are not the most important things. The most important thing now is to catch the murderer. Xie Zhen said, what if Su Mo? Su Xuehui sniffed and felt her nose sour. I mean, what if Su Mo really doesn't want to live anymore? Upon hearing this, Xie Zhen hurriedly said, are you kidding? Why do you think so? What Gu Huanqi said must be false. Don't let your imagination run wild. Su Xuehui stopped talking. She just felt so painful in her heart. Maybe it was really like this. My heart is filled with torment. Huanqi, you scolded me too harshly. I just want them all to die. There is absolutely no way they can get closer to him. I will not allow them to hurt him anymore, ever. If I had known, I would have cursed with you. You're right. What do they have to come and ask? Wouldn't it be better if they were all dead? Why did they show up? Chapter 320, he has set up a dragnet. Gu Huanqi and the other two couldn't help but nodded. On the other side, Su Kong was going crazy. Su Mo's voice came out of the phone, which made him unbelievable. He couldn't believe that Su Mo was okay. Su Mo didn't say much on the phone, just a few words, but after Su Kong heard them, he felt a chill in his heart. Escape. Run away immediately. This was the only thought in his mind. There are Su Mo's people among the police. They have surrounded him and will never let him go. He must not be caught. Otherwise, he will die. There were a few bodyguards around them. They could only throw away as many things as possible and continue to flee madly into the mountains as they could hear the barking of dogs getting closer and closer. Hurry. Get out. He can't be okay. Absolutely not. There was only madness and anger left in Su Kong's eyes. Su Bohan also received some news. Su Kong had been discovered and surrounded. After Su Bohan heard this, his face immediately changed. He immediately asked the driver to drive and planned to go there in person, but soon a man came to him and blocked his way. He is the chief of the Shuzhong police station. He holds a high position of power and is in charge of most of the special police forces in Shuzhong. He brought several special police officers with him. When seeing this scene, Su Bohan's face turned even paler. There has been a great shock in Shu. The pressure was transmitted directly from the capital to Shuzhong. This time, Su Mo used a self-torture trick. Not only did he want to kill Su Kong, but he also wanted to drag him down and get rid of him directly. Now the chief of Shuzhong police station came here mainly to keep an eye on him. Damn it! Su Bohan didn't expect Su Mo to be so direct. He actually gambled his own life that there would be a major purge of the entire Shu region and a crackdown on organized crime and evil. It goes without saying that once Su Kong is arrested, Su Mo will definitely take action and have someone investigate Su Bohan directly. In the past, Su Bohan was not afraid of this because Su Mo had connections and he also had connections. Su Mo had money and he also had money, and the people above would not easily take sides. Compared to Su Mo, the rising star, the Su family has a much larger network of relationships, more power, and stronger backing. So he is not afraid of Su Mo using ordinary means at all. But now, the nature of the whole thing has changed. It goes without saying that Su Mo will definitely bring a group of people from the capital to investigate him directly. Su Bohan has been in control of the energy group for so many years, so it is natural that there will be no problems, but he has just suppressed many things. Once the people above start investigating, many things that he should have hidden will be exposed. Damn it, damn it, why isn't he dead? Su Bohan immediately hated Su Kong for not being clean enough. If he had been cleaner, it might have been easier to deal with. But now, he could only deal with these policemen who came over. Mr. Su, let's sit down for a while. Otherwise, come to the police station and have a cup of tea with me. We are currently tracking down a murderer who used a rifle. His behavior is extremely vicious. I hope Mr. Su will not make things difficult for me. Su Bohan looked at the police and angrily asked, "Will he die? Are your people going to kill him?" He was talking about Su Kong with an angry look on his face. I don't know whether he is dead or not, but he is the murderer this time. All the evidence points to him. It is said that someone will come from the capital, so Mr. Su should worry about himself first. Su Mo can't do this. He absolutely can't do it. He was shot. Not only will the whole of Shu be shaken, the capital will be shaken, and the whole country will be shaken. Mr. Su, you know the seriousness of the matter. No one can protect the murderer now. The director spoke with a serious face. You can't kill him. You absolutely can't. Su Bohan realized what Su Mo would do, and he lost his composure, and his face was ferocious. I've already said it. Whether he lives or dies depends on his luck. Mr. Su, you'd better not interfere, said the police. Su Bohan stared at the police, his eyes filled with anger. Su Mo's shooting has triggered a chain reaction. Some time ago, Su Mo did many things that attracted the attention of the country and was received by several people. With this as a basis, he was assassinated and the pressure was directly from top to bottom. If Shuzhong cannot handle it well, then I am afraid that people from the capital will be airdropped directly to deal with it. When things reached this point, Su Bohan suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. He realized that he could no longer control the overall situation. This nephew gambled his life with some big shots who wanted to bring him down and kill him. No matter what, Su Bohan couldn't believe that he dared to do this. Among the people being searched, someone wants to kill Su Kong. Su Kong has already sensed the danger, and Su Mo will never let him go. As time went by, more and more people were chasing them, and they were getting closer and closer. A few people ran and rushed to the other side of the mountain and came to a small village. Su Kong and others did not dare to delay and rushed directly into the village. However, the police and police dogs caught up with them from behind, and the lights appeared behind them. What frightened Su Kong the most was that the police had actually set up a siege, and police also appeared on the other side of the village. When Su Kong saw this scene, his face turned pale. I can't get caught. I absolutely can't. Su Mo will kill me. He has set up a trap. I can't get caught. Su Kong looked at the police appearing in all directions, and he became more and more frightened and crazy, with a hideous look on his face. He realized that he could no longer escape. There were quite a few people in the village. It seemed that some of them had finished dinner and were sitting at the entrance of the village to enjoy the evening breeze. Su Kong took a look and rushed directly towards a little girl. Let the police clear the way. Let them send a car over to help us leave the country, or else we'll kill her. Su Kong watched the police getting closer and closer, and he seemed to dare not delay. He did not care about the little girl's fear, took out a pistol from his pocket, and pointed it at the little girl's forehead. The bodyguard following him was surprised when he saw it. Go quickly. Let the police send us to the border. Su Kong shouted frantically. I must not be caught, and I must not be killed. We must leave the country as soon as possible. The police soon appeared in front of them. When they saw Su Kong doing this, they were all surprised. Drive the car over here and let us go. Otherwise, she dies. When the police saw that Su Kong's eyes were bloodshot and full of madness, they were silent for a moment, nodded, and then asked someone to send him a car. When Su Kong saw the car arrive, he was overjoyed. He picked up the little girl and wanted to get in the car. However, as soon as he moved, gunshots rang out. Bang! After hearing the sound of a gunshot, Su Kong felt something hitting his forehead before he could react. His eyes widened instantly. He couldn't believe it. This? Su Kong was completely stunned, as if he had not expected that he would die like this. Chapter 321. What do you think we should do? For the gangsters who use guns, the police's decision was naturally to shoot them directly. Not to mention that he had kidnapped a little girl, threatening her safety, and had other guns in his hands. Although this person has a high status in the eyes of the police, he is still a vicious criminal. He must not be allowed to escape or threaten the safety of other civilians. Sumo's target is naturally not just Su Kong. In fact, if he just wanted to kill Su Kong, it would be very simple and would not require so much trouble. This time, Sumo took out a lot of things and handed them over to the country. When the Air Force researchers came down, the Navy Gujia also mentioned a few words about him, which made him enter the sight of some people. When these results were achieved, Sumo was shot, and the impact was enormous. Even many people in Shu did not expect it to have such a big impact. The order was sent directly from the capital and given to Zhang Aimin and others. All the high-ranking officials in Shu were shocked. The news soon came back that Su Kong was shot dead. However, things will not stop because Su Kong was shot dead, and Sumo definitely does not want to stop. Therefore, the pressure fell on Su Kong's father Su Bowen. This is Sumo's main goal. Shuzhong will soon begin a crackdown on gangsters and evildoers. This time, the crackdown will be very large, and the entire province will be shaken. Zhang Aimin has already sent the message. He dare not ignore it, nor dare not take action. Therefore, they will focus on investigating Su Bohan's problem. There is another problem now. Su Hongtai will interfere. I am afraid he will protect Su Bohan to the death. We don't know what will happen when Su Hongtai receives the news that Su Kong has been killed. According to intelligence, Su Hongtai likes Su Kong very much. He almost raised him with his hands in his hands. It seems that because of the generation gap, Su Hongtai loves Su Kong much more than Su Bohan. I think Su Hongtai is our main target. Gu Huanqi's eyes were red as she analyzed the situation for Su Mo. These past few days, she didn't want to pay attention to Su Mo. She always had a cold face and was unwilling to talk to him. Su Mo also knew that he had offended her and tried to apologize with a smile, but Gu Huanqi was still cold. Then send someone to notify Su Hongtai. Tell him that I have killed Su Kong. If he wants to do anything, come after me, Su Mo said calmly. We will pay attention to Su Hongtai's actions. Gu Huanqi said coldly. Or I'll go pick up Su Kong, Tang Lei said. Su Mo glanced at him and shook his head. Su Kong is not the main character. He is dead if he dies. At this stage, it is Su Bohan. He is the real murderer behind the scenes. You can end it when the time comes. Tang Lei nodded and said, Okay. I have to say that this time, Su Bohan is definitely involved. We have asked for the order from the capital. If he doesn't die, he will be badly injured. But, he looked at Su Mo. I don't want you to take risks again. You took too much risks this time, and we are all very dissatisfied. I know. I just want to get rid of them as soon as possible, Su Mo said with a helpless smile. Don't joke with your life, Su Mo. Li Banzwang walked over and stared at Su Mo with her beautiful big eyes and said softly, I know. Even though we have suffered a lot of grievances, we are still very strong. Strong enough to not be knocked down. You and us. Su Mo laughed. What are you thinking? Of course I don't want to die. You don't think I want to die, do you? You. We have made a lot of preparations. I have thought a lot and know that this is the best way. This time, neither Su Kong nor Su Bohan can escape. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang couldn't help but sigh when they heard this. Don't be angry. Keep an eye on Su Bohan. I want people to find his problem. He has been in power for so long. He is definitely not an innocent person. Just because we couldn't find his problem before doesn't mean we can't find it now. Yes, now we need the people above to come down and investigate. Su Mo had asked Zhang Aimin before, but Zhang Aimin was just pretending. Su Mo understood Zhang Aimin and his gang and didn't want to offend them. But now, things were completely different. As long as the investigation is thorough enough, he doesn't believe Su Bohan can escape at all. On the other side, the Su family. Su Kong is dead, shot dead by police, one shot in the head. When the news reached the Su family, Su Bohan almost lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. That was his eldest son, who had been carefully nurtured and had always been a favored child of heaven. He was the result of Su Bohan's life's work. Yet, he was shot dead by the police. The most important thing now is not Su Kong's problem, but he himself is in danger. I have to say that Sumo's move was indeed terrifying. He was gambling with his own life and letting people from the capital come directly to investigate. Today, Sumo is not only the richest man who is as wealthy as a country, but also has many cutting-edge scientific and technological achievements in his hands. If anything happens to him, countless people will protect him to the death. Originally, he and Sumo were evenly matched in their fight. In Shuzhong, Su Bohan believed that it would be difficult for Sumo to defeat him. However, if someone is airdropped from the capital to investigate, things will be different. Now, Su Bohan's heart was filled with sadness and anger. The pain of losing his son in middle age immediately made his hatred for Sumo engraved into his bones. On the other side, the three brothers Su Hongtai, Su Daming, and Su Dahai also received the news first. Su Hongtai's eyes widened in disbelief. He immediately roared a few times and asked people to investigate. Su Daming and Su Dahai remained silent. After a while, more news came back. The person who inquired said, Su Kong first planned to assassinate Sumo and then kidnapped a little girl. He was shot dead by the police. At that time, he was surrounded and had nowhere to go. Sumo did it. Sumo designed it. He forced Su Kong to take this desperate path. What about Bohan? He is also in danger now. It is said that a document has been sent to Shuzhong, asking Shuzhong to deal with it strictly. In the capital, someone wants to investigate Su Bohan. Su Hongtai's expression changed. Totally bloodless. Dad! At this time, a voice came out. Su Hongtai's face was full of vicissitudes. He raised his head slightly and suddenly saw a familiar face. It turned out to be the second son, Su Deming. I don't know why, but when Su Hongtai suddenly saw his second son, he suddenly felt a strong anger in his heart. Su Deming, was it you who did this? Su Deming was a little afraid of his father. His face changed, and he quickly took a step back. Su Deming, tell me something. At this time, third uncle Su Dahai stood up and frowned. We all know that it was Sumo who did it. He forced Su Kong to a dead end, and now he wants to get rid of Bohan, your eldest brother. What do you think we should do? Chapter 322, I won't let him go either. There are many people in the living room. In addition to his father Su Hongtai and several uncles, there was also his mother Peng Yume, who had also doted on Su Kong in the past, and this time she also sat not far away. Su Deming came back today precisely because of this matter. Sumo was shot, and many people were furious. Xiejun was already furious, so he had no choice but to come back. Su Deming was indeed a little afraid of Su Hongtai. After all, Su Hongtai had put too much pressure on him in the past. Not to mention Su Hongtai. Even Su Bohan and Su Deming had a very strong shadow in their hearts. Now Su Hongtai and Peng Yume blamed him for Su Kong's death, and Su Deming was somewhat scared. But despite being afraid, Su Deming knew very well why he came back. When he came back today, he just wanted justice. Hearing what his uncle Su Dahai said, Su Deming looked up and said, Su Kong is dead, but is my son. Sumo okay? Dad, Mom, do you think he's okay? Su Deming looked at Su Hongtai. You, don't ask me what I should do. I don't know what I should do, but I know that it's your own fault. Su Deming still looked a little scared, but he stared at Su Hongtai resolutely. A few days ago, Sumo was shot. Who of you want to see him? We are worried about Sumo being shot, but this is not an excuse to let Su Kong go to a dead end. He has been killed. Su Hongtai roared, and he seemed to feel pain in his palms. If Su Kong didn't want to kill Sumo, how could he be killed? This is all because of his own evil. He deserves to die. Su Deming was no longer afraid and stared at Su Hongtai. Su Hongtai was angry and felt he couldn't vent his anger. Su Deming turned his head and stared at Peng Yume and said, Mom, I came back this time to tell you that these things will never end like this. Not only do I not accept Su Kong's assassination of Sumo, but the Xie family also does not accept it. No matter what, big brother, you need to give me an explanation. What do you want to explain? Kong is already dead. What else do you want to explain? Peng Yume also spoke, comparing the grandson who was raised in the palm of her hand and the grandson whom she had only seen a few times. Peng Yume naturally stood on Su Kong's side. Deming, you should know how well-behaved and likable Kong was before. He couldn't have done something like assassinating Sumo. It definitely wasn't him. You were his uncle. How could you watch him die? Have you forgotten? You used to hold him in your arms. Peng Yume's face was gloomy. After hearing these words, Su Deming felt chilled to the bone. He couldn't seem to believe that these words came from Peng Yume's mouth. You better be reasonable, Su Deming said weakly. Su Mo is my son. Do you understand? Even so, you can't do such a thing. This is fratricide. Yes, this is fratricide. Su Deming seemed to be in despair when he heard it. He suddenly laughed. You also know that this is fratricide. Then why didn't you give him an explanation when he came home? Didn't he tell you that his friend was killed? Does blood debt need to be paid with blood? What about your explanation to him? This? You didn't give it to me. You chose to ignore it. Su Deming suddenly felt relieved. So, Su Kong died. He had to die. Su Deming. Su Hontai was furious. Dad, it's no use scolding me now. Next, not only Su Kong will die, but Su Bohin will also die. Don't think Su Mo will let you go. Even if he lets you go, I won't let you go. Su Deming began to toughen up. I know you have always been partial to me since you were little. You don't like me, and you like my elder brother. I was afraid before, but now I am not afraid of you anymore. You want to suppress me? No way. Su Deming stared at Su Hongtai and Peng Yume, his eyes becoming fierce. It is because of you two that Su Kong became arrogant and self-righteous. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't dare to assassinate Su Mo. He deserves to die. All of this is your fault. Su Deming, why don't you say it again? Say it again. Su Hongtai was furious. So, what if I say it? I came back today just to say this. It was you who killed Su Kong, and you will kill Su Bohin in the future. Su Deming shouted quickly when he saw Su Hongtai getting angry. He felt very happy after shouting this. You! Su Hongtai couldn't sit still anymore, and immediately raised his crutch and hit him. Su Deming took one look, dodged for a moment, and continued. Just wait for Su Bohin to die. Even if Su Mo lets him go, I won't let him go. Blood debt must be paid with blood. After saying that, Su Deming turned and left. Stop him and don't let him go. Su Hongtai was furious. Suddenly, two people stepped forward to stop Su Deming. Su Deming took one look, turned around and sneered. What's the point of you stopping me? The Su family has already been defeated by you. You can no longer control the Su family. Dad, you have been wise all your life. But in this matter, you are completely confused. I will tell Su Mo that you were the main opponent. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Su Hongtai was so angry that he seemed unable to breathe. Just be angry. It'd be better if you were angry to death. I've had enough. Su Deming pushed the two people away, strode forward, and left the Su family. Rebellious son. This rebellious son. Su Hongtai was shaking all over. He pointed at Su Deming, who was leaving, and felt that breathing was becoming more and more difficult. Su Dehai, who was standing next to him, took a look at Su Deming, with some approval in his eyes. He turned around and said, Anyway, Su Mo is also injured this time. For the future of the Su family, I think we should hold a family meeting as soon as possible to discuss the family's future affairs. Su Bohin, I think he is no longer suitable to sit in the position of the head of the family. Third brother, how dare you say that now? Peng Yume was furious. She used to be a strong lady, and her dignity is still there. Sister-in-law, you've seen it too. Now the situation has come from the capital. Su Bohin will definitely not escape this disaster. Deciding early can reduce the impact on family assets. Otherwise, we will definitely have a major earthquake, which will not benefit anyone. When Su Hongtai and Peng Yume heard this, their faces became even angrier. First call Su Bohin out and ask him what's going on. No matter what Su Mo did is absolutely unforgivable. Kong is my dearest child. Whoever killed him will pay the price. Su Hongtai shook his cane, his eyes filled with anger. When Su Deming and Su Dehai saw this, they felt helpless and could only call Su Bohin back. Perhaps there will really be a big shock in the Su family. The current trend is already very obvious. Su Deming walked out of Su's house, still feeling refreshed. He never dared to speak like this in front of Su Hongtai and Peng Yume before, as Su Hongtai and Peng Yume had always been very strict with him. But today he finally said what he wanted to say. After decades of repression, he finally doesn't have to live under their shadow. I just felt that the burden in my heart was suddenly much lighter. Chapter 3, 23 Things Will Be Better After Having a Child. Cool, Sue Deming shouted in his heart, and after he went out the door, he just wanted to shout loudly. However, although he was in a good mood, he was still a little worried about Sue Mo. After all, Sue Bohin is not a simple person, and the Sue family's background is not simple either. If things go wrong, Sue Mo may still be in danger. On the other side, Sue Mo was still lying in the hospital and did not go out immediately. He was hit in the arm and lower abdomen, and it will take some time before he can be discharged from the hospital. Just now, a large number of people came to ask questions and visit. Most of them were from Shuzhong, including Zhang Aimin and others, who were worried about Sue Mo's safety. Sue Mo also met with some people while lying on the hospital bed. There was no doubt that he was extremely angry. After hearing that it was Su Kong who took action, he madly roared at Zhang Aimin and other senior officials of Shuzhong, demanding the result. Zhang Aimin and several other high-ranking officials in Shu felt a little embarrassed after being scolded by him, and could only promise firmly that there would never be a next time. Seeing that they had a good attitude of admitting their mistakes, Suemo let them go and let them go back. Some people in Beijing also called, including the Gu family of the Navy, the Su family, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the Air Force Research Institute. It was quite crowded, and all of them were worried about Su Mo's safety. Su Mo and others reported this truthfully, so they don't have to worry for the time being. It seems that you have touched the interests of certain people. You have to be on guard. It could also be an assassination attempt by a foreign spy. You must ensure your safety. Shuzhong, we must find out as soon as possible. The person who called from Beijing said this, and Su Mo naturally nodded frequently. After dealing with these things, Su Mo felt much better. He originally wanted to look at some documents, but suddenly saw Gu Huanqi walk in and was slightly stunned. She is actually wearing black stockings today. Su Mo was surprised and his eyes widened immediately. There is no doubt that this is an absolutely tempting scene. Gu Huanqi's slender legs are white and straight, even more model-like than a model. She is thin where she should be thin, and fat where she should be fat. Coupled with her delicate and pretty face that is as beautiful as a fairy, she looks like a big star. With a beauty like this, Suemo naturally couldn't avoid this vulgarity. Some time ago, Suemo wanted her to wear one white and one black, but she refused and was very resistant. However, unexpectedly, she actually wore them today. Suemo took a few glances and felt his blood boiling. He had lived for many years in his previous life, but he had also endured for many years. At that time, he could only watch but not move. And now, in fact, Gu Huanqi has been very cold to him these past few days. They were still in a cold war and didn't want to talk to him. Because Su Mo decided to force Su Kong out on his own, Gu Huanqi was very, very angry. It was obvious that she was still angry and made him some porridge with a cold face. "Oh, Huanqi." Suemo looked at her and smiled. Come on, sit by my bed. Let me see if I look good." When Gu Huanqi heard this, her pretty face turned red and she glared at him. "Okay, I know I was wrong, but actually, I think it would look better if one was black and the other was white," Su Mo said with a smile. Gu Huanqi's pretty face turned even redder. She wore this for the first time today, naturally because she felt sorry for him. "I wore it specially for him to see. Otherwise, she would never touch these things." "Drink porridge," she still said coldly. Suemo was happy. "Okay, let's drink the porridge first. But you are hungry too. Let's drink together." "Oh, by the way, you take a bite and I take a bite. You drink. I'm not hungry," Gu Huanqi said with a sour face. "How can I not be hungry? If you're not hungry, then I'm not hungry either. Come on, let me give you a bite first, and then I'll have one myself," Suemo said with a smile, picked up the spoon, and gave her a bite. Gu Huanqi pursed her lips and refused to drink. Suemo smiled and said, "If you don't want to drink, then I won't drink either. I'm not hungry either." Upon hearing this, Gu Huanqi sighed helplessly and then opened his mouth. "Ah!" Suemo smiled mischievously, then fed her a bite. "Then I'll take a bite too." Suemo took a bite himself and immediately looked at her and laughed. When Gu Huanqi saw him smile, she didn't know why, but her pretty face turned even redder and her ears trembled slightly. Call me again. You take a bite. I take a bite. So sweet," Suemo said with a mischievous smile and scooped another bite for her. Gu Huanqi didn't want to eat anymore and wanted to leave, but Suemo grabbed her hand and pulled her over. "These socks." Suemo was not polite. He touched the socks and immediately sighed a few times and said with a smile, Huanqi, this one still suits you. This one is really beautiful. Gu Huanqi's pretty face looked as if stained with blood. You drink porridge. Ha, great. Seeing that she had stopped struggling, Suemo was happy and drank the porridge in 3 or 5 mouthfuls. You brought something else in? What was it? In the bag. Suemo asked, looking at a bag not far away. I don't know. Gu Huanqi became even more shy when she heard this, and her body trembled. Don't know? It looks like clothing. Let me take it over and have a look. Don't want. Gu Huanqi wanted to stop him, but Suemo had already reached out and took it from the table and opened it, revealing 2 pieces of clothing. One looked like a nightgown, black, very seductive, with lace edges. And the other one was actually a sailor suit. Suemo immediately raised his head and looked at Gu Huanqi. Gu Huanqi was instantly embarrassed and immediately lowered his head. His eyes seemed to be floating, as if he was looking for a hole in the ground to crawl into. Duh, duh, duh. Suemo was immediately happy. This is great. Haha, it's already late at night. There's no one in the hospital. Not bad. This is great. When Gu Huanqi heard this, she immediately looked up shyly and glanced at him slightly. You take a bath? I will serve you. She suppressed her shyness and spoke softly, her red lips slightly parted. Suemo couldn't help but laugh. Ha, that's so comfortable. It just so happens that I've been lying down for several days and want to take a good bath. Things will definitely get better after you have a family and children. Gu Huanqi also believed that he would definitely get better and become more confident and sunny than before. She never wanted to experience the risky things he did again. There are so many ways, and they have made so many plans and deductions, so why take such risks? Gu Huanqi decided to satisfy his hobby. In fact, Gu Huanqi has been very angry recently and has been showing off her female power. Whether facing Su Deming, Xie Bingyan, or others, she fully demonstrated her decisiveness and resoluteness as the female president of a trillion-dollar enterprise. She is beautiful, tall, with fair skin, thin and long eyebrows like a crescent moon, and a delicate and exquisite oval face, which is stunningly beautiful. She has a straight nose, arms as soft as snowy lotus roots, and long, graceful, round legs, making her no less than any other female star. In the eyes of many people, she has always been the goddess among goddesses. It's just because of his childhood. Gu Huanqi is usually cold towards other people and speaks very little. Only when he is with them will he appear very enthusiastic. As her career grew and she had to interact with more and more people, she seemed to be getting colder and colder. For example, this time, I was really angry. Even Suemo was not spared. But even when she is angry, she is still cute, especially a beautiful woman with long legs. She is even cuter. Today she served Suemo. It was so exciting. Chapter 324, Are Your Eyes Blurry? Su Kang's body was sent back. At the funeral home, Su Bowen had no way to go over and watch. Su Hongtai and his wife Peng Yume went there and cried their eyes out. Su Hongtai and Peng Yume did not come to the hospital to visit Suemo, and they never came. Suemo has channels and knows that the couple had received the news a long time ago. Now that they have not come to Suemo, their attitude cannot be more obvious. Su Hongtai and his wife were unwilling to accept the fact that their eldest grandson was killed. At the funeral home, 2 of them fainted from crying. Su Hongtai, leaning on a cane, also burst into tears. No one is coming to Su Bowen. Xu Zhong has already put him under guard. He is still under suspicion. Then let him never be able to wash clean. Suemo said. Good. Yesterday was quite interesting as I was with Gu Huanqi. Since Sumo's body was not well yet, he couldn't do much, but Gu Huanqi still tried her best to make him feel comfortable and at ease. Last night, Gu Huanqi even took out the clothes that she had not agreed to wear for a long time. Suemo watched, and his blood kept boiling. Seeing him like this, Gu Huanqi's pretty face turned delicate, and she was extremely shy. In the end, she was held in Sumo's arms all night, enjoying his warmth and fragrance. Early the next morning, news came from the police station that Su Kang's body had been sent back, and many of Su's family members went to visit. There are many people in the Su family who stand on Su Bohan's side. In fact, the vast majority of people still recognize Su Bohan very much, and only a small number of them choose to follow Su Mo. Su Mo heard about what happened to Su Hongtai and his wife, but he didn't care. Su Bohan was doomed. There is no case filed to investigate Su Bohan yet, but it should be soon. Gu Huanqi took a look at the report, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. We must push for the case to be filed in Shuzhou. You started spreading the news that I had repeatedly reported Su Bohan for corruption, bribery, and suspected embezzlement, which caused Su Bohan's revenge. He sent his son Su Bohan to try to assassinate me. The firearms were obtained from Myanmar. Su Mo said calmly. Good. Even though this kind of news won't have much impact once it's spread out, it can discuss Su Bohan. As long as a case is filed against him, it will be easy to deal with. Su Mo said. Yes, but Su Hongtai is here and wants to see you. Oh. Su Mo smiled immediately. He's here now? He didn't come during the days I was in the hospital. Today I was discharged from the hospital. So he came, right? That's right. There are a few people from the Su family who want to see you. Do you want to meet them? Gu Huanqi said. Su Mo just found it interesting. Su Hongtai is quite funny. What was he doing here now? Declaring war? Or speaking well of Su Bohan? Su Hongtai was determined not to cry until he saw the coffin. Did he think that Su Mo was joking when he went to the Su family last time? Go ahead. It would be quite interesting to meet him. I'm very interested in what happened to Su Deming. I'm even more interested in the iron-heartedness of this couple. Su Mo said. Gu Huanqi glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. However, no matter what Su Hongtai says, you are not allowed to be angry or extreme. Otherwise, I will be really angry. Ha! Give me a kiss and I won't be angry. Go to hell? Gu Huanqi was ashamed and angry. Her pretty face turned red, and then she turned and walked out. This girl, with her shy look on her face, is so cute and pretty. Su Mo used to think she was a little cold and didn't expect that blushing could be so interesting. Su Mo teases her occasionally. It is said that a few days ago, Su Deming went home and had a quarrel with Su Hongtai. Su Deming probably didn't dare to quarrel loudly and could only yell. Su Mo looked down on him very much in his heart. If he doesn't even dare to be ruthless, what's the use of Su Deming? This is as far as he can go. It is said that Xie Bingyan and he have been released from prison, and no one knows when they will die. Su Mo met Su Hongtai soon, but not in the hospital. Su Mo had already been discharged from the hospital and was in the villa where he lived. There were several other people who came with Su Hongtai, including his grandmother Peng Yume, his second uncle Su Daming, and his second uncle's daughter. They didn't look very energetic and had serious expressions on their faces. When Su Mo walked in, they all looked at him. Oh, they're all here. Su Mo clapped his hands and smiled. Grandpa and Grandma, long time no see. Su Mo. Su Hongtai stared at him. Su Mo laughed and said, I heard that Su Kong is dead. His death was quite tragic. He was shot in the head and his brains were blown out. It's hard to imagine. A while ago, he was still showing off in front of me, saying that he would do this and that to me. I warned him a long time ago that being arrogant would do no good, but he just wouldn't listen. When Su Hongtai and Peng Yume heard this, their breathing suddenly became much heavier, and they stared at Su Mo with eyes like spitting fire. I know what you want to ask today. That's right. It's just as you thought. Su Mo smiled and said, but it must be more than that. Just say whatever you want to say. Stop everything. You've done enough. Now, you can stop. Su Hongtai said, I won't allow you to continue. What I do? Your Uncle Bohan. Su Mo. That's your uncle. We are a family. Su Hongtai stared at Su Mo with an extremely stern look. This man used to be very majestic. He was a superior who had been in power for decades. He had also served in the army and killed people. Therefore, Su Deming could not withstand the aura he emitted. But Su Mo is different. He is used to seeing dead people. Seeing him say this, Su Mo immediately laughed. Are you afraid, dear Grandpa? Are you afraid? You are afraid that your beloved eldest son will die. You are afraid that the old will send the young away. Su Mo, you are already so rich. What else do you want? Is there any grudge that cannot be resolved? Su Hongtai said angrily. Untie? Do you think it can be untied? Su Mo asked back. He's just an outsider. For an outsider, you killed your cousin and your uncle. Do you think an outsider is more important than our own family? Su Hongtai spoke quickly, and the words shot out like bullets. Su Hongtai, are you old and blind? Or are you suffering from dementia? What does the death of someone in the Su family have to do with me? You, Su Hongtai was choked. And I've said it before, blood debt must be paid with blood. I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Suemo stared at Su Hongtai. Now, you ask me if outsiders are more important than my family? Can you, such ruthless people, compare to them? Suemo, you piss me off. Su Hongtai said. I know it will annoy you, but so what? Suemo stared at him without any fear. You were so funny. You actually come here now. During the days when I was in the hospital, you all stayed away from me. Don't you think you were funny? Do you have the qualifications to ask me to stop? Suemo, listen to your uncle. If you continue to make trouble like this, it will not have good results for anyone. You will only make your loved ones sad and your enemies happy. Second Uncle Su Daming also spoke. Chapter 325, Do You Dare to Be Partial? My second uncle's family is part of Su Bohan's group. Many people rely on Su Bohan and work at Shuzhong Energy. Su Hongtai also has 2 daughters, who are Sumo's aunts, and are also with Su Bohan and are being taken care of by him. So, now that something has happened, they naturally stand on Su Bohan's side. I guess they think they can still suppress Su Mo, otherwise they wouldn't come here and brag. What Su Mo hates the most now is this kind of so-called rational person. They think he is easy to bully. Otherwise, why don't they go to Su Bohan and Su Kong to reason with them? The relatives are sad and the enemies are happy. The Su family still has many enemies. Where are the enemies? Su Mo was not angry and turned to look at Su Daming. Su Daming said, We hope that things can stop. We are all one family. There is no need to fight for life and death. We should work together to make the Su family bigger and stronger. Oh, Su Mo responded, stretching out his voice. I remembered something. You were scared, right? The Su family does have other enemies, right? Now, I started a team fight, and the system automatically matched me with teammates, right? Second uncle, tell me, who are the other enemies of the Su family? I will give him tens of billions. I have money, Su Mo said to them with a smile, and I'm very rich. You can rest assured, I have nothing but a lot of money. It seems that you are really anxious to come here today. Otherwise, you wouldn't rush like this. Who are the other enemies of the Su family? It seems that it is really necessary to investigate. Su Mo, you will harm everyone. Peng Yumei stood up and finally spoke, her face full of vicissitudes. You have already killed Kong. Isn't that enough? Enough? How can it be enough? The real murderer is still alive. Why do you think I came all the way back to Shuzhong? I tell you, as long as Su Bohan is alive, this will not be enough. I have already taken out 100 billion to play with him. If it is still not enough, I will give you 200 billion, 300 billion, at any cost. Su Mo roared. Besides Su Kong, Su Bohan also has a son and a daughter. If necessary, I will make sure he has no descendants. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Su Hongtai and others changed drastically. You, how can you say such things? Didn't Su Deming teach you before? Didn't Xie Bingyan teach you before? How can you be such a bastard? Peng Yumei roared. If you didn't mention them, I would be angry. But you actually mentioned them. Su Mo smiled. You are really amazing. Su Hongtai's face had become extremely serious, and he said, Su Mo, I beg you to stop everything and let your uncle go. Otherwise, what else? You won't kneel down and beg me like Su Deming did, right? That won't happen, right? Su Mo suddenly remembered something and laughed. Do you know what happened when Su Deming and his wife killed Su Juinja at the police station that day? Su Deming really knelt down and begged. Ha ha, you didn't see that scene. It was very funny. The head was broken and bleeding. I have never experienced such an interesting thing in my life. Maybe one day, you will really kneel down. Su Mo laughed loudly. But it's useless. It's useless at all. Killing someone means paying with your life, and debts mean paying them back. It's only natural. Su Daming was stunned. But what Su Deming didn't expect was that Su Juinja was not his illegitimate son. Ha ha ha! Su Mo laughed until tears came out. Have you heard about this? Dear Grandpa and Grandma, have you heard about it? Have you been to the prison to see them? Su Hongtai and Peng Yumei had never been to the hospital, but they had probably heard about the incident. They had not expected that the relationship between Su Juinja and Su Deming was so delicate. Neither of them knew much about what happened in the police station that day. They just heard that Su Mo was there. You all should go back and wait to collect Su Bohan's body. I may not be able to defeat him today, but I may not be able to do that in the future. Unless he has the ability to kill me, this matter will never stop. I know Su Bohan wants to kill me. Back then, when I was still in the capital, he had already reached out to the capital. Very good. Very powerful. So, let's see who can do it better in the blunt knife killing. You've gone crazy. You won't listen to anything I say, Su Hontai said to Su Mo with a look of disappointment on his face. You are no longer a member of our Su family, nor a descendant of our Su family. Oh, you lost me, didn't you? Su Mo laughed. It's just like what happened between Su Deming and Xie Bingyan back then. There's nothing new about it. Unfortunately, you don't have the final say on this matter. My last name is still Su, and this is what's written on my ID card. You can't change it. Su Hontai was immediately choked, and his face became even paler. He felt that Su Mo had become unyielding. Su Mo, Grandpa is heartbroken when he knows you were shot and injured. Grandpa and Grandma are also very worried about you and think something might happen to you. Stop! Su Mo saw that he was going to say something else, so he interrupted him. Don't you think it's funny? You can't force it, so you decide to say nice things and play the emotional card? What kind of feelings do you think I have for you? No, right? Seeing that they were silent, Su Mo smiled and said, I haven't seen you guys many times. There's no need to play the emotional card. It will only make people feel sick and want to vomit. Grandpa is still very worried about you. Su Mo. Su Hontai seemed to want to speak, but at this moment, another voice came out, and everyone turned their heads to look at the door. I saw a large group of people appearing at the door. Hey, another group of people is here, and there are several familiar faces. Are they here to cause trouble for me? Today is really a festive day, Su Mo said with a smile. Those who appeared at the door were Xie Dating, Xie Jun, and others. In addition, there were also Su Deming, Xie Bingyan, and Su Xuehue. They finally came here. The last time they were scolded back by Gu Huanxi. They had been in seclusion for several days, especially Xie Bingyan, who cried all day long. Fortunately, Xie Jun said a lot of good things, and Xie Bingyan recovered a little. She didn't dare to come here today, but Xie Dating asked someone to drag her over, so she could only appear with support. Child, you have suffered. Puff! When Su Mo heard Xie Dating say this, he immediately laughed out loud. Actually, I just got stronger. If I were still the same as I was back then, still a good-for-nothing high school student, you might not be like this. Su Mo smiled and turned his head slightly. Xie Jun, when you wanted to suppress me, you were quite arrogant and thought I would be scared. In the end, after being fooled once, you became a coward. Xie Jun felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He scratched his head and said hurriedly, Su Mo, this time we are here to support you. Don't worry. We will never allow anyone to hurt you. You said it as if I really need it. Su Mo curled his lips, full of sarcasm. Even if the King of Heaven comes here today, I will still kill Su Bohan. Just like what happened back then, Xie Bingyan. He turned his head slightly, his expression full of sarcasm. I told you long ago that Su Juanzhe would die. Even Jesus couldn't save him, but you didn't believe it. When Xie Bingyan heard this, she was no longer able to speak. Even with the support of Su Xuehue, she seemed unable to stand up. Su Hontai, how do you say we should resolve this issue? My grandson has already said that blood debt must be repaid with blood. How dare you be partial? Xie Dating roared, staring at Su Hontai. Chapter 326, I will definitely live longer than them. When Su Mo saw this, he suddenly felt that things were becoming more and more ridiculous. The Xie family is powerful in the capital. Although it is not a second-tier family, its influence is greater than that of the Su family. Xie Dating was also from the military, and his older generation used to be high-ranking officials in the system, so he could suppress the Su family. The Su family was entrenched in Shu. Although they were not as big as the Xie family, they were far away and richer than the Xie family. Moreover, the Su family's complicated network of relationships is far more complex than that of the Xie family. Seeing Xie Dating take action, Su Hontai and Peng Yumei's faces were filled with anger and fierceness. Naturally, they could not help but show favoritism, because he was his favorite son and his eldest grandson. How much did the two of them dote on Su Wankong in the past? They almost held him in their mouths for fear that he would melt, and held him in their hands for fear that he would fall. However, before you know it, the person is dead. A few days ago, Peng Yumei fainted from crying when she saw Su Wankong's body. They came here today, naturally to ask Su Mo for an explanation, intending to take advantage of their seniority. But unfortunately, Su Mo's counterattack was even more ferocious. At this critical juncture, it is obviously meaningless to play the emotional card and try to force Su Mo to surrender by using the status of an elder. After the Xie family came over, it was declared a failure. Xie dating, you know the consequences. If Su Mo continues to make trouble like this, something big will definitely happen. I am warning you. If your Xie family doesn't handle it well, you will probably be implicated. Su Hontai was too lazy to argue with Xie dating. Oh, will it implicate our Xie family? Xie dating said with a mocking expression. I came here today for Su Mo's sake. I hope he stops everything and doesn't want anything to happen to him again, because I know that if he continues like this, he will definitely be the one who gets hurt. Bohan will be fine. Absolutely fine. Su Hontai said. Now, as long as Suemo stops, I can go and persuade Bohan. As for Hong Kong, there is no way now. He seemed to have aged several dozen years, with a decadent look on his face. You mean Su Bohan still has a backup plan, right? Does he dare to take action now? Xie dating asked sarcastically. Whether you believe it or not, these things are no longer under your control. After Hong Kong's death, something big will definitely happen. Once Bohan starts to fight, I can't stop him. I tell you, Xie dating, only after Su Mo stops can we slowly discuss and solve the problem. Otherwise, Su Mo may be killed again. No matter who comes, he will have to pay the price. No matter who stands behind Su Bohan, he will have to pay with blood. Xie dating's face was full of anger. Su Hontai was also furious when he heard this. If that's the case, then there's no need to talk about it. Now that things have come to this, you guys should take care of yourself. When everyone heard this, they all looked at him with a sneer on their faces. But I still want to say one thing. Suemo, Grandpa came here today to save you. He definitely didn't come here because of Hong Kong's death. Grandpa knows much more than you do. Su Hontai turned around and said to Suemo. Suemo immediately laughed. Then you must not know how much I have. It doesn't matter. I will play with him slowly. You ah! Upon hearing this, Su Hongtai's face was filled with disappointment. He could only turn around and walk away, staggering. Peng Yume, Su Daming, and others had no choice but to leave. When leaving, Peng Yume's eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. This grandma used to be a strong lady. She had served in the army and was as brave as any man. It was a pity that her heart had turned crooked and she had grown old. Otherwise, she would have been difficult to deal with. She was ruthless to him, and he was ruthless to her. It had always been like this. There was nothing to say. All right, everyone. After Su Hontai and his group left, Su Mo immediately raised his head and clapped his hands. Today, my villa is closed to visitors. Those who should come and those who shouldn't come, please leave quickly. Otherwise, you will damage my floor, dirty my sofa, and pollute my air. Everyone was stunned. Xie dating said hurriedly. Suemo, kid, how about we have a good chat? There's nothing to talk about. Leave now before I get unhappy. No matter what you say today, I won't be happy. So, how about you just don't say anything? Suemo said. Xie dating said. If my grandson is unhappy, then of course he doesn't have to say anything. But Grandpa still has to say something. Just one sentence will do. Suemo looked at him, smiling. I advise you not to speak. I am now concentrating on dealing with the Su family. You definitely don't want me to come and get rid of the Xie family later. You, Xiejun, seem to want to say something. You know, Xiejun, I'm not kidding. You can call me hard-hearted or call me heartless and ruthless. I agree. Suemo stared at Xiejun. So, get out of here before I do anything. Upon hearing this, Xie dating sighed and said, My child, Grandpa still hopes that you can come back to the Xie family with me. No matter what happens, the Xie family will always be your backer and your last refuge. Puff! Suemo laughed out loud. It's so funny, but you should leave quickly. I heard that your hands and feet are not convenient, so don't run around outside anymore. The damn people will die one by one. I will definitely live longer than them. When Xie dating heard this, he was helpless and didn't dare to say anything more for fear of angering Suemo. Then Grandpa will go back first. Child, if you have any problems, you can come and tell Grandpa. Grandpa will definitely support you. Okay, go and kill Su Hontai and Su Bohan. This, Xie dating was surprised. You can't do it, right? If you can't do it, what nonsense are you talking about? Get out of here. Suemo was full of sarcasm and disdain. When Xie Dating heard this, he instantly felt powerless and could only leave dejectedly. As for Su Deming and Xie Bingyan had been supported by someone and seemed unable to stand steadily. Suemo didn't even bother to look at them. Suemo was still a little surprised that they were able to come out. He had originally said that he would never let them out, but Xie Dating still put in a lot of effort. Regardless of them, seeing them all leave, Suemo couldn't help but feel happy. Plan to have some fun with Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang. Elder brother. Just after he rested for a while, a beautiful figure suddenly rushed over from a distance and hugged him tightly. All of a sudden, the warm fragrance filled the air. Suemo was happy, raised his hand, and patted the girl's soft shoulder. Why are you here? Aren't you very busy with studies recently? I wanted to come a long time ago, but Sister Huanqi and Sister Banzwang wouldn't let me. I couldn't even sleep in the capital. The girl seemed very happy to see him. Her pretty face was flushed, very cute. In the past, whenever Su Mo returned to the capital, he would go to see her, but now that he came to Shuzhong, there was no way he could see her. She is busy with her studies. Some time ago, Shuzhong blocked the news of Su Mo being shot. She didn't know that Su Mo was shot. Later, Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang told her, "Just now on the road, I saw several cars leaving. Are they here to cause trouble?" The girl was Su Hongwan, who was already 19 years old this year, tall and slender with long flowing hair. After solving her heart disease problem, she has become more beautiful and charming, and her personality has become much more cheerful. Yeah, they all came here to cause trouble, but I scolded them away, Su Mo said with a smile. That's amazing. Su Hongwan laughed and looked at him with some worry. Brother, let me see your hand. I heard it's injured. Damn Su Wan Kong, damn it. Chapter 327, I was shot 3 times in the chest. Suemo was very happy that Su Hongwan could come. This girl has been jumping around since she was admitted to university. She has a very cheerful personality, just like a happy person. Ever since Suemo helped her return to the Su family, she has been much happier. In the past, whenever Su Mo returned to the capital, this girl would come and stick to him. Su Hongwan has a good brother who has become the richest man in the world, has businesses all over the world, and is the most outstanding entrepreneur of the younger generation. In the past, whenever she saw Su Mo, her eyes seemed to light up, which was very interesting. He came here in a hurry this time, probably because he was worried. She took his hand, carefully opened it, checked the wound, her eyes filled with heartache. It's okay, I just wiped it and it will be healed soon, Su Mo said with a smile. I heard what Sister Huanqi said about you. Next time, I must not take such a risk. Su Hongwan's eyes were red. This requires getting rid of all the enemies first. As long as the enemies are gone, we can rest assured. Su Mo laughed. I don't agree either. Su Hongwan spoke slowly. Su Mo smiled and rubbed her little head gently. Su Hongwan was stunned, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked very enjoyable. Su Mo was delighted when he saw this. Su Mo was happy that she came, so he called Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang to come for dinner. Tang Lei didn't come because he was in a difficult situation recently. His sister-in-law Yun came to take care of him. She has been doing this for several days and has not wanted to go back. His sister-in-law is only a sophomore this year. Tang Lei was in a very difficult situation. He talked to Su Mo about it yesterday. Su Mo just laughed a few times and didn't want to interfere in his affairs. For Su Mo, his sister-in-law Yun is indeed too young. She is just in her sophomore year and is only 20 years old this year. She is still very, very young. It is said that she came here to take care of Tang Lei at the orders of her parents. She probably also had some reasons of her own, so Tang Lei didn't know what to do. Give Tang Lei some time. Don't push him too hard, otherwise it will only backfire, Su Mo said with a smile. Gu Huanqi was also amused and said with a smile, I will inform Lingyun, and then inform his father-in-law and mother-in-law. It is indeed possible that it will backfire. By the way, Lingyun really looks like her sister, Su Mo exclaimed. Yeah, the older they get, the more they look alike. Now they're 60% similar. She seems to be intentionally learning how to dress like her sister. Li Banzwang said with a mischievous smile. Tang Lei should like this. Su Mo was happy. But you have to inform Lingyun that Tang Lei usually responds to soft words rather than hard ones, so it's best not to force him. Just silently support him and make him unable to leave her. Tang Lei should accept it in a few years. Hearing what Suemo said, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. Let's get rid of Su Bohan first. Great. Get rid of Su Bohan. It is still difficult to bring down Su Bohan. Because Su Bohan was a local tyrant in Shuzhong and his network of relationships was complicated, it was extremely difficult to bring a case against him. This time, Su Mo directly invited people from Beijing to investigate Su Bohan. The case has not yet been formally filed. Some things need to be found out first before a case can be filed for investigation. According to Su Mo's intelligence, Shuzhong Energy Group has been very active during this period, and many documents have been destroyed. Su Mo wanted to find some leverage, but Su Bohan had a very deep control over the Shuzhong Energy Group, and the leaders inside were all Su Bohan's confidants, so he couldn't intervene at all. Even if Su Bohu helps, it won't work. Su Bohan is a meticulous person who does things flawlessly. Su Mo used detectives to investigate him before, but couldn't find out anything. After considering for a few days, he decided to kill Su Kong by using a self-torture trick, starting with Su Kong. Su Mo always felt that as long as Su Kong was killed, Su Bohan would definitely reveal some flaws, allowing him to intervene. Now it seems that the situation is indeed much better. In recent days, Su Bohan's actions have been a bit messy. Su Bohan instructed Su Kong to hire someone to kill him and obtain the weapon from Myanmar in an attempt to kill me. This person is involved in evil, and is definitely a major evil force in Shu. You can't let him go. Minister Zhang, I was shot 3 times in the chest. Su Mo called Zhang Zhang could only smile apologetically when he heard this. Don't worry, Mr. Su, we will definitely investigate. As long as Su Bohan has any problems, we will definitely arrest him. Catch him as soon as possible and don't let him go. Su Mo said. Don't worry, we guarantee that your life will not be in danger. Zhang said, patting his chest. That's good. Su Mo hung up the phone, turned around and said to Gu Huanxi, write this down. Zhang still hasn't agreed to open a case. I guess someone in the upper echelons of Shu is protecting Su Bohan. This person needs to be found for me. I guess Zhang can no longer make the decision. Gu Huanxi frowned. He really can't do it now. If this person is not in a high-level position in Shu, then he must be in the capital, and his influence is huge. Dig him out sooner and get rid of him sooner. Su Mo stared at the intelligence he had received so far and narrowed his eyes. Okay, Gu Huanxi said. But we. Li Banzwang thought about the information and said, the cards we have are not enough. I'm afraid we need to add another card. Add another one? What card? Su Mo was surprised. This Jiang Tiantian. Li Banzwang handed him a document. Jiang Tianjuan's daughter. If it's him, maybe things will be easier to handle. Su Mo frowned. No. Why not? I have investigated Jiang Tiantian. She is very interested in us, and you too. She has been asking about our short video platform and chip company recently. I think this is a great opportunity, Li Banzwang said. Gu Huanxi took the information, took a look at it, and immediately narrowed his eyes. Jiang Tiantian was not very old, only 19 years old, and had just started her freshman year. For some reason, she seemed to admire Su Mo very much. This girl had been included in Li Banzwang's site many days ago, and he had conducted a detailed investigation on her. Perhaps they only need to use this girl to get rid of Jiang Tianjun. Or let Jiang Tianjun say something for the affairs of Shuzhong. In fact, to solve Su Bohan's problem, as long as Jiang Tianjun says a word, everything can be easily solved. This is the dimensionality reduction attack of the second-tier family. The difference is, how can they get Jiang Tianjun to speak? We can carry out the previous plan. Jiang Tiantian has a good impression of you, Su Mo, and we can take advantage of this. Li Banzwang said. As far as I know, Jiang Tiantian has never been in a relationship. She is innocent and naive, but a little rebellious. As long as Su Mo is willing to step forward, Jiang Tiantian will have almost no resistance. Boom! Ouch! Before Li Banzwang finished speaking, Su Mo raised his hand and tapped her on the head. Li Banzwang felt pain and quickly hugged his head, looking painful. Let's think of other ways. As long as our lighting factory can succeed, we can solve the problem. It will take at least 3 years to debug the lighting plant. It will probably take another year or 2 to put it into production. We can't wait that long. Let's talk about it later. Su Mo didn't want to take advantage of a little girl's affection for him. He had not yet reached the point where he needed to take this step. Li Banzwang and Gu Huanqi looked at each other, and seeing that he disagreed, they felt helpless. Chapter 328. The pressure is too great. Things are now relaxed and enjoyable. After all, it is not them who are under pressure, but Su Bohan. This time, even if Su Bohan is not prosecuted, he will still be in trouble. Su Mo will definitely continue to mess with him. Now, a lot of remarks have been spread outside, causing discussions among many people. A few days ago, Su Mo asked Gu Huanqi to spread some things, which have caused a response. These rumors all say that Su Bohan hired someone to kill Su Mo and bought a gun from Myanmar, with the aim of making Su Bohan a real criminal gang. Even if nothing great can be accomplished in the short term, over time it will definitely affect Su Bohan's reputation and shake his foundation in Shuzhou. By then, things will be much easier. Recently, Su Mo has had to put pressure on Zhang Aimin and other high-level officials in Shuzhou and play the role of a perfect victim. This is related to Su Mo's next plan, so it doesn't matter if he curses at Zhang Aimin and vents his anger madly. After all, he was really assassinated. In this situation, it is not normal if you don't go crazy. Once his image is almost confirmed, then whatever he does next will be right. Everyone in Shu, and even in the capital, would allow him to do something out of the ordinary. Zhang Aimin and others would never dare to let Su Bohan go easily. With this as a foundation, it became much easier for Su Mo to do other things. Su Mo began to spend money and use his connections to force Shuzhou to open a case for investigation as soon as possible. There is a demand in Shuzhou, and there is also a demand in the capital. Everyone in the pension group should mobilize to put pressure on Shuzhou. It's better to download a few more documents to see who is blocking us. Find out Su Bohan's background and solve them one by one. Li Banzwang said, "Recently, someone from Shuzhou did come to me and said he wanted to join the retirement group. Very good. Let's see how strong the other party is. Money is not a problem," Su Mo said. Okay, Li Banzwang nodded. Li Banzwang was very busy during this period. As Su Mo's secretary, she had to take care of many things. Gu Huanqi is not free as he needs to deal with the matters concerning Pink Sixi. Now Li Banzwang is silently standing behind him to support him. This girl works very hard and often handles things until 2 or 3 in the morning. Su Mo feels very distressed when he sees this. Sometimes Su Mo asked her not to be busy for so long, but she was unwilling to do so and said she had to finish her work before she could rest. Gu Huanqi and Su Mo were both worried that she would ruin her health. "I'm fine. Let's deal with the things in Shuzhou first. If I do more, you will feel more relaxed. Especially Su Mo, you will feel less stressed. I can handle it. Su Mo, you guys go to sleep first. I'll go to sleep as soon as I'm done. Don't worry about me. I'm always fine." One day, the girl seemed to have her period and was feeling unwell, but she still endured the pain and processed documents. Su Mo felt more and more distressed as he watched, so he could only call Gu Huanqi back and accompany her to the hospital. Li Banzwang has tried his best during this period. Banzwang is working very hard, probably because she's worried about you. This girl has actually never been feeling well. That time when she had her period, the doctor said she was in a lot of pain, but she just endured it. She never mentioned the half makeup to us. She still has some anemia. Gu Huanqi was also worried about Li Banzwang and said to Su Mo. Su Mo sighed when he heard this. "I will try to reduce her tasks and assign other secretaries to do the work." I also said that Banzwang is not happy. She said that as long as she is there, it's fine. She is not confident in handing the job to others. Gu Huanqi seemed quite embarrassed. This girl, Su Mo suddenly didn't know what to say. To be honest, he did neglect Li Banzwang during this period because he was too busy and had no time to be distracted. "It will be fine in the future. Just wait until you're done." Gu Huanqi comforted Su Mo when she saw his worried look. Su Mo could only nod. On the other hand, the matter had already been pressed down, causing great pressure on Su Bohan. It has to be said that in recent times, everything Su Mo did was effective, including yelling at Zhang Aimin, not giving Zhang Aimin and others any face, and frantically putting pressure on the police, as if he was going crazy. They also had people spread rumors outside, attempting to portray him as a criminal gang, which had a great impact on Su Bohan. People from the capital have come to investigate, and the Discipline Inspection Commission is also ready to take action. But fortunately, he has suppressed it temporarily. Su Ankang's death filled Su Bohan with grief and anger. The pain of losing his son in middle age made his hair turn white overnight. Therefore, Su Bohan also mobilized his own gang to try to resolve these issues. Su Mo is very capable, and he puts a lot of pressure on Zhang Aimin. Now, no matter how Su Mo yells at him, Zhang Aimin can only smile. His behavior may seem irrational, but it is actually very smart. After all, if he wasn't crazy, Zhang Aimin and others might not take it so seriously. Su Mo is now the god of wealth, and he has the background of the Navy Gu family and the Xie family. It is very difficult to take him down directly. The people above have become much more cautious. It is said that he has been favored by the people in the research institute, and he has a lot of national defense technology in his hands. Damn it! So, no matter what, it's difficult to deal with him using conventional means. We must think of other ways. The secretary came to visit Su Bohan, brought him some news, and analyzed the current situation. The pressure is really too great. People from the Discipline Inspection Commission and Beijing came, and after Su Bohan was guarded, he was unable to move. Fortunately, Shuzhong Energy is as solid as a rock under his management. Otherwise, problems will arise sooner or later. It is still unknown whether there will be a traitor in Shuzhong Energy Group. Su Mo is very rich, so there is no guarantee that he will not shake the hearts of some people within the company. Let the company's internal law enforcement team investigate the company's senior executives and do their best to persuade them. We must not let Su Mo plant anyone in there. After they investigate, give me a list. I want to see who will betray us. If there are any signs of this, we must deal with them immediately. Yes, don't worry too much. I'll be back soon. Zhang Aimin, he can't keep suppressing me. Su Bohan was confident about this. Zhang Aimin certainly did not want to offend the forces behind him. Even if Su Mo put a lot of pressure on him, Zhang Aimin would still make a choice. Unless there is a possibility that he will be prosecuted, but being filed for a case, Su Mo didn't even have to think about it. There was absolutely no possibility of this. In order to protect himself, Su Bohan had already tried his best. By the way, Mr. Su, someone flew over from Europe and wants to meet you. What do you think? See? Yes. Su Bohan was not surprised that someone came from Europe. He had already established some contacts with some people in Europe a long time ago. To some extent, Su Bohan has become the spokesperson for a certain force. Now, Su Bohan needs this force to help him solve some troubles and get rid of police supervision. This force is extremely powerful. Not only does Su Bohan need them, but the country also needs them to create jobs and drive domestic industrial upgrading. They are already spread all over the world, and are someone Su Mo cannot afford to offend at all. With them around, Su Bohan is as steady as an old dog. Chapter 329, Guaranteeing the Completion of the Mission. Jewish capital has long been deeply rooted in the blood of the Great Xia Kingdom. In addition to the necessary capital for people's livelihood, most internet companies have traces of Jewish capital, and even some industries related to the physical health of the people still have infiltration of Jewish capital. Golden Arowana is a very vivid example. Therefore, Jewish capital has long been closely related to many people and is an existence allowed by the state. They can use enormous power to influence the promulgation and implementation of many policies. The Great Xia Kingdom has never rejected the existence of Jewish capital. After all, it has opened up to the market economy and is in an era of globalization, so it is difficult to reject. Therefore, Su Bohan's trump card is naturally not just a network of relationships between the Su family and the Su family, but also some foreign relationships, and even in the Middle East, he has relationships and partners. Su Bohan has controlled Shuzhong's energy for decades, and the resources he possesses are definitely beyond Su Mo's imagination. Su Mo is just a rising star with some money. For Su Bohan, Su Mo didn't understand what a second-tier family meant at all. This was definitely not something that could be achieved simply by having money. They have already surpassed the concepts of ordinary people. The Su family already had this kind of background, but it might take some effort to attract them down. This time, the foreign visitor happened to meet him, and then Su Bohan asked him to pass a message to the higher-ups. Su Mo is too rich, indeed very rich. This is his advantage and also his disadvantage. His money will generate countless temptations. Ask the higher-ups about the situation and see what they say. Someone from abroad is here to inquire. He has grown strong enough, it's time. Yes, we will pass the message, said the secretary. Go ahead. Su Bohan stared at the scenery outside the window, with murderous intent in his eyes. Now he not only wants the assets in Sumo's hands, but also, he must die. Must die. The pain of losing his son was unbearable for Su Bohan. Whole force, inch force, collapse force, combined force, sinking force, spiral force. Su Mo and Wang Wu are playing boxing in the basement. The punches were fast, powerful, crackling, and extremely ferocious. Below the ring, there were a dozen bodyguards, both men and women, watching and learning. Wang Wu used to be the champion of the military district fighting competition and was extremely skilled. While teaching Su Mo, he also taught the techniques and strength to the other male and female bodyguards. Su Mo has been training for more than a year. Although you can't tell from the outside, once he takes off his clothes, his whole body is covered with muscles, and his 8-pack abs are very obvious. It was precisely because of this foundation that Su Wangkong was not even a match for him. Very good. Hit me like this, with more force. Keep going with more force. Boss, you are a genius, Wang Wu exclaimed as he gave instructions. I don't know if he was complimenting Su Mo or something else, but he said this every time he fought. Su Mo was sweating all over and felt very comfortable. Let's stop here for today. We'll continue tomorrow. I want to learn all these tricks. Su Mo threw a few punches in a row, felt tired, and said so. Wang Wu laughed and said, Boss, you seem to be very interested in this. You have persisted for so long. I thought you were just playing around. Su Mo laughed and said, It's very stressful. When Wang Wu heard this, he was stunned. On the day Su Mo was shot, most of these bodyguards were at the scene. It must be said that in the eyes of some people, they might all be useless people who just take the money and do nothing. As bodyguards, they actually let the person they were supposed to protect be almost assassinated. If this matter were to get out, they would lose face. These people are not qualified to be bodyguards. After Wang Wu and other bodyguards came back, they were worried that Su Mo would fire them and find new bodyguards. Fortunately, Su Mo didn't care about these things. Boss, we will protect you. We definitely will, Wang Wu said with a serious face. Su Mo glanced at him, smiled, and said, This matter isn't my plan and has nothing to do with you. Keep working. Yes, but Wang Wu thought for a moment and said, Boss, you are very kind to me. I think there is something I need to tell you first. Oh, what's going on? Boss, I think you need to raise the security level again. We are not enough. We don't know what the enemy will plan now. We need to be on high alert, Wang Wu said. Is there still room for improvement? Su Mo was surprised. Yes, Wang Wu nodded, but things haven't been finalized yet. I want to ask someone to come down and protect you, boss. As long as that person agrees, we can upgrade to a higher level. Later, we won't be afraid of being shot. Oh, who is it? Su Mo asked in surprise. He felt that he was mysterious. I can't tell you for now. She hasn't agreed to come out yet. I just asked her yesterday. Please rest assured, boss. I will try my best to ask her to come down the mountain, Wang Wu said seriously. Su Mo was happy and said with a smile, Okay, you decide. If you really have the ability, there's nothing wrong with joining our team. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Wang Wu stood at attention and saluted. Su Mo couldn't help but smile when he saw him like this. Although he had been out for a long time, he still had a strong military aura and did things meticulously. Su Mo likes his seriousness very much. Without saying much, Su Mo went to the bathroom to take a shower, then wiped his body with a towel and went upstairs. However, just as he walked out of the elevator, a figure rushed over and bumped into him. Ah! With a cry, the drink splashed on Su Mo and splashed all over the floor. The person staggered a few steps and almost fell. Su Mo was quick-witted and quickly reached out to hug her slender waist. Forehead. Su Mo took a look, was stunned for a moment, and was surprised. Subconsciously let go. There was a loud bang, and the girl fell to the ground. Ouch! She made a sound of pain, and the drink splashed all over her, soaking her lavender dress. You. Su Mo looked at the girl on the ground with surprise. This girl looked familiar, not unfamiliar. He had met her once before. She is very beautiful, with an attractive cherry mouth, bright big eyes, and long eyelashes. She is as beautiful as a fairy and has a quiet and elegant temperament. Ginger sweet, are you okay? Did you fall anywhere? Su Mo didn't expect her to appear in his villa. He was surprised and hurriedly pulled her up. No, it's okay. Sorry, I got your clothes dirty, the girl said embarrassedly and looked up at him slightly. She seemed to see something, and her pretty face turned red instantly. Ah! The big eyes began to wander. Suemo looked down at himself and was stunned. He had just finished boxing and was taking a shower. He was naked on the upper body and only wore a pair of shorts on the lower body. He didn't care at first. After all, he was used to dressing like this in front of Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang. He didn't expect this girl to appear here. Now that he was suddenly caught, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Chapter 330. Evil ways will never last forever. Sorry, I just finished my work, Suemo said. No, it's okay. I didn't check the elevator. Zhang Tiantian's pretty face flushed, and she was also full of embarrassment. You were invited by Banzwang, right? She didn't inform me, but I'm glad you can come as a guest, Suemo said with a smile. The little girl's eyes flickered, full of shyness, and she seemed afraid to speak. Go wipe your skirt. This one is dirty. I'll ask Banzwang to buy you a new one. Suemo smiled and said, I'm going back to my room first. I'll come over to your place later. Yes. Seeing that she was very embarrassed, Suemo smiled, said nothing more, and walked towards his room with the towel. Zhang Tiantian glanced at him secretly. Her heart seemed to be beating a little faster. She looked at the scattered milk tea, and her pretty face fell slightly. But she quickly composed herself, reached into her pocket, pulled out a pack of tissues, and wiped the floor before taking the elevator upstairs. Sumo's villa has a total of 5 floors. The top floor is the residence of Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang, and several female bodyguards also live there. Men are generally not allowed to go up there. The 4th floor is the sports area, reception area, and entertainment area, with a study, gym, cinema, reception room, swimming pool, game room, and other things to play with. Therefore, when familiar guests come, they're usually received on the 4th floor. If they are strangers, they will be arranged in the reception room on the 1st floor. Suemo usually lives on the 3rd floor, where he and Tang Lei have their offices, and several other male bodyguards also live. But Tang Lei has been very busy recently and seldom comes here. He and his sister-in-law live elsewhere. Without caring why Zhang Tiantian came here, Suemo went back to his room, took a shower, changed his clothes, and then took the elevator upstairs to take a look. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang were indeed here, and there were also 3 other girls, all very pretty. Suemo took a look and found that one of them was Zhang Tiantian, but he didn't know the other 2. After Suemo came up, he hurriedly greeted them. The 3 girls were all invited by Li Banzwang to come and play. There were many things to play with in the villa, and Suemo himself was rich. These 3 girls all seem to be of high status. Each of them is well-educated and looks like a lady from a noble family. You can tell at a glance that they are not girls from ordinary families. They're criminals with guns, right? I saw someone say he was shot 3 times. All the police have been dispatched. It's quite a big commotion. After hearing the news, my dad and his friends were all terrified. They wondered how could there be such a vicious criminal in Shu. Mr. Su, are you okay? It's okay. I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. Oh. The police are still investigating this matter, and it will probably take some time to come up with a result. But since you guys are here to play today, just have fun and don't worry about this little thing. This is no small matter. Many people in Shu are scared. My dad won't even let me go out, a girl muttered. The company is getting bigger and bigger. We can't help it. It has already affected some people's interests. But Minister Zhang has asked someone to investigate. And we have also been on high alert. I'm afraid someone doesn't want us to make a breakthrough in chips. I also think it's a chip problem. I heard that foreign countries are going to restrict domestic chip production and research and development, a girl said. Yes, Suemo nodded. I chatted with him for a while. Since Suemo was the only one there and the others were all girls, Suemo didn't want to talk much. It can be seen that after Sumo came over, they all felt a little restrained. So Sumo simply found an excuse to let them chat with Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang, and he went downstairs to work. The purpose of Li Banzwang inviting Zhang Tiantian over was obvious. She had already mentioned it the day before yesterday. However, Suemo did not intend to take advantage of Zhang Tiantian's favor, because there was really no need for that. He still has several cards to play. Li Banzwang and Gu Huanqi quickly sent Zhang Tiantian and others away. After they left, Li Banzwang walked into his office with tea. We can make friends with her. It's nothing. Tiantian seems to like it here too. I just asked, and Zhang Tiantian said that these young people all admire you. I think this is a good opportunity. Ouch! Li Banzwang had just finished speaking when Suemo knocked her head again. Don't make trouble for me. It's not difficult to deal with Su Bohan. We just need to add fuel to the fire. We don't need help. Li Banzwang held her head and looked at him, puffing out her cute mouth and saying, "Don't hit my head. It's almost swollen. I just hit you." As he said that, he knocked her again. Li Banzwang had no choice but to say, "Jewish capital is very strong and has already penetrated into every aspect. What I am worried about now is not the domestic situation, but the foreign situation. If Jiang Tianjun can speak up, then many problems can be easily solved. What's the price? What price do we need to pay?" Suemo said. "This." Li Banzwang choked. "Don't interfere. You can be friends with her, but I don't want Jiang Tianjun to die in this way. We have done so much, it's totally unnecessary." Suemo said. "What if Jiang Tianjun also likes you?" Li Banzwang looked at him and said, "Jiang Tianjun may like you." Suemo laughed. "What are you thinking? Don't put your hopes on others, because once we do that, we will lose our enterprising spirit. We should strive to obtain everything with our own strength and efforts. Evil ways will never last long." He walked out and rubbed her little head, then continued, "We have come this far all these years. There have always been many obstacles and opponents, many difficulties and setbacks. But we have still come this far, and we have never relied on the help of others, but on our own efforts. It was like this before, and it will be like this in the future." When Li Banzwang heard this, he raised his head and looked at Su Mo, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but did not. After a while, she raised the corners of her mouth slightly, smiled, looked at Su Mo, and said, "Su Mo, do you know what we like most about you?" "Which one?" "Never give up. I will never give up." Back then, we went to the funeral together. We were rejected, scolded, and looked down upon time and time again, but you still went there without looking back," Li Banzwang said with a smile. Suddenly, she put her arms around his waist, raised her head slightly, and raised her beautiful childlike face. "I'm really happy to have you here." Suemo was happy and stretched out his hand to pinch her pretty face, which still had some baby fat. "Don't do these things. You can make friends with her. Let's go our own way." "Okay, I'm convinced by you." Li Banzwang felt comfortable with his actions. But then again, this Jiang Tian... Suemo always felt that this Jiang Tian was very familiar. In her memory, it seemed that something really big had happened to her. It seems like she committed suicide by jumping off a building before. Suemo thought about it, but couldn't remember what happened, so he could only take one step at a time. On the other side, the Su family villa. An old nun wearing a gray-brown robe walked into the villa. Inside the villa, there was a sound of beating wooden fish, and someone was cultivating himself and praying to God. "Peace of mind, peace of mind, peace of mind." The Heart Sutra says, because there is no attachment, there is no fear, far away from upside-down dreams, and finally nirvana. The Buddhas of the 3 ages, relying on prajna paramitha, have attained anattara samyak sambodhi. "Thank you. Have you really decided?" "I've decided." "Alas, you have not yet severed your worldly ties, so you cannot become a monk and enter the Buddhist sect. Now, I can only accept you as a lay disciple. I hope you can calm down and practice with all your heart." Yes. Chapter 331. Our product is Light Source. The old nun's Buddhist name is Huyen. She comes from Fuhu Temple in Manhwa in Sichuan. She is a great monk. After being released from prison, Xia Bingyan had trouble falling asleep and had to take sleeping pills to fall asleep. She could not suppress the torment in her heart, so she found a wooden fish and Buddhist beads and started to beat them. After knocking for several days in a row, she still felt it was not enough. She was still tormented and thought of the past from time to time. So she asked Su Shiwehui and Su Mani to take her to find the Fuhu Temple in Manhwa. This is a nunnery built in the Jin dynasty. It is located on Manhwa and is quite famous. With the help of Su Shiwehui and Su Mani, she staggered into Fuhu Temple to burn incense and listen to Zen. When listening to the wonderful Zen sound, Xia Bingyan instantly felt her heart empty, as if her soul had been cleansed. She found a trace of peace here. She wants to forget everything. Don't worry about anything anymore. I don't want to have joy, anger, sorrow, guilt anymore. The only way is to become a monk and end it all. So, she wanted to become a nun. Master Huyen of Fuhu Temple listened to her idea, considered it for a few days, and finally decided to come over. Xia Bingyan is rich and has donated a lot to Fuhu Temple, so that Fu Temple does not need to worry about money for the next 5 years. Therefore, all the elders in Fuhu Temple are very envious of her as a wealthy person. Master Huin, a great monk of his time, was also happy to give her some advice. Of course, since Xie Bingyin still has worldly ties, it is not possible for her to become a nun, so she can only be accepted as a lay disciple, hoping that she can cut off her worldly ties one day. Su Xuehue, Su Mani, and others also disagreed with her becoming a nun directly. They thought that if she wanted to listen to Buddhist teachings, she could just be a lay disciple, so they did not object. This time, Master Huin came mainly to set up a Buddhist altar for Xie Bingyin and asked her to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures. Now, after obtaining Xie Bingyin's consent, Master Huin quickly completed the arrangement and consecrated several Buddhist items for her. Just take these. Remember, you need to do both morning and evening classes. This is the Great Prajnaparamita Sutra. This is the Avatamsaka Sutra. And this is the Nirvana Sutra. They have all been consecrated and are now given to you. Master Huin spoke slowly. She was said to be very old, in her 70s, but she did not look old. She looked almost like a 50-year-old and was energetic, with nimble hands and feet. Thank you, Master. Xie Bingyin took the scripture. By the way, your body. Master Huin saw that Xie Bingyin didn't look well and suddenly said, Give me your hand. I'll take a look at you. Xie Bingyin was stunned, nodded, and stretched out her hand. Master Huin pulled her hand over and gently felt her pulse. It's still not very good. Your body is seriously injured and needs careful treatment. You need to pay more attention. Xie Bingyin heard this and nodded. But Master Huin seemed to sense something and looked at Xie Bingyin with a complicated expression. You were in a car accident and jumped from the 15th floor, but you didn't die. What did the doctor at the hospital say at the time? Xie Bingyin said, Nothing much to say. He is recovering better. Just better? Master Huin was surprised. Yes. I was prescribed some medicine and took some conditioning, and it's almost there. But now there are some sequelae from time to time, and my body occasionally feels cold. Xie Bingyin trusts Master Huin very much. When Master Huin heard this, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes when he looked at Xie Bingyin. From the 15th floor, he was able to recover so quickly. So, it can't be wrong. Or, do we need to wait a few days to see? She frowned and muttered to herself. What? Xie Bingyin was surprised. Master Huin did not answer. After thinking for a while, he reached into his body, took out a medicine bottle, poured out a yellow pill, handed it to her, and said, Take this pill. I will come to see you in 3 days. Right now, it is not confirmed yet. Xie Bingyin looked at the yellow pill and was stunned. Eat it. If it's true, it would be amazing. You are already over 50 years old. Master Huin knew Xie Bingyin's age very well. Xie Bingyin nodded and said, Yes. She took the pill and swallowed it. In that case, then enter the Buddhist monastery, cut off worldly ties, and concentrate on practicing Buddhism. Your children have grown up, and you don't need to worry about them anymore. When I came here, I already knew about your situation. I hope that after listening to these Zen sounds, you can cleanse your mind and regain your vitality. Master Huin seemed to be quite looking forward to Xie Bingyin. Thank you, Master. Xie Bingyin's face was full of gratitude. Master Huin didn't say much. He took her to chant scriptures and beat the wooden fish in the Buddhist hall. Before long, bursts of Zen sounds came out from the villa. On the other side, in Shuzhong, there is a steady-state microbeam light-making factory. One sound after another came out in the factory, and there were many voices. Synchrotron on. The debugging of the steady-state microbeam light source is complete. Light source activated. 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Begin to circle. Start the filter to filter out unqualified light sources. Many engineers gathered here, concentrating on debugging some equipment. This factory is not very big, about 30 meters wide, but it is quite long, a total of several thousand meters. There was a huge machine placed in the center of the factory. After the machine started up, a slight vibration sound came out. How does it feel? Is it debugged? The light source is circling at an extremely fast speed. The light source qualification rate has reached 50%. Very good. Keep up the good work. This project is a huge one, and the main plan is to make the lithography machine hundreds of times larger. Because the technology required for lithography machine design is so advanced, Suemo needs to debug the equipment himself and personally order the research and manufacturing. Now the debugging is almost done, and the light source test will be carried out today. It looks like the effect is very good. We might succeed, Tang Lei said as he looked at the instrument nearby, his expression slightly excited. He spent a lot of effort on this factory. Don't be too confident until you succeed. We need to work harder now, Suemo said with a faint smile. Suemo, look, with our debugging, the quality of the light source is improving rapidly. As long as we can increase the pass rate of the light source to 90%, we will be successful. Photolithography depends on light. Tang Lei laughed excitedly. Suemo was happy. Are you so confident? Of course. I have never doubted your plan. As long as we work hard, we will succeed, Tang Lei said with a smile. Even if we can't make more than 95 of the cutting-edge chips, we can also make low-end chips. As long as we have a lot of light, we can continue to produce chips. Suemo smiled and said, we are just one of the links. We are not a chip manufacturer. Our product is a light source. Almost, Tang Lei said with a smile. Our ultimate goal is not to build this light-making factory, but to start from this light-making factory to build a photolithography factory and a photolithography park, so that other chip companies can come to our side to build factories and purchase our light sources. It's good that you have confidence. Let's keep working hard. Let's strive to succeed as soon as possible. Yes, Suemo knew that the sanctions against Daxia from Chou country and the West were coming soon. As long as the sanctions from Ugly country and the West against Daxia country come, it will be their time to rise. They must strive to successfully build this light factory before the sanctions come. Chapter 332 Su Bohan does have a lot of cards. The photolithography factory continues to work hard, but they are still a little bit away from success. They need to purify the light source so that their huge photolithography machine can reach the level of being able to perform photolithography. They have now run 5 kilometers and started to go in circles. Suemo and Tang Lei are both pursuing precision. Next, the precision must be accurate to the nanometer level. Once you reach this level, you can use it. Then, it's just a matter of waiting for the opportunity. While Suemo was busy, he continued to put pressure on Zhang Aimin and the senior management of Shuzhong, making several phone calls in a row, demanding results from them. Zhang Aimin couldn't give a result yet, and could only evade the question. Suemo also knew that he couldn't give a result, so he wasn't angry and would just continue to pressure him later. It is estimated that the Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation into Su Bohan will take at least a year to complete. The most conservative estimate of Suemo and Tang Lei is that a case can be filed against Su Bohan after a year of investigation. Boss, I've invited someone to come down the mountain. Please meet him. On that day, Wang Wu suddenly came over and said to him mysteriously, Who? Suemo was surprised. A person coming down from the mountain. Wang Wu seemed a little excited, but he didn't want to show too much happiness. He smiled and said, It took me a lot of effort to invite her down. If she didn't want to come out to gain experience, it would be hard to invite her. By the way, boss, this time she is said to have brought a mission down. I hope you can help her. What's your background? Is your background clean? Of course I'm innocent. It's crystal clear. Absolutely not dangerous. But the origin... Wang Wu scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Sorry, boss. I can't tell you this for now. I only know a little bit. When Suemo heard this, he immediately frowned. Wang Wu is very strong. Suemo had already felt this a few days ago. Although Suemo had mastered many fighting and boxing skills, Suemo was very clear that if he and Wang Wu really fought, he would definitely not be Wang Wu's opponent. This Special Forces soldier seemed to have undergone intensive training and was very powerful. Suemo even wondered if he was a boxing champion. Wang Wu seemed to have other origins, but he never told Suemo. Suemo only knew that he had been a soldier for many years and had served in the Special Forces. Later, he was sent abroad to serve in the peacekeeping force for several years. Suemo trusted the people trained by the country, so he gave him great power and bought a set of the most advanced security system in the world for him to use. After thinking for a while, he said, Since you can't tell me where it came from, then bring it to me first. Just make sure it's okay. I trust you. Wang Wu smiled happily when he heard this and said, Thank you for your trust, boss. Don't worry. The people I brought here are definitely very capable, and I guarantee there will be no problems. As he said that, he walked outside. After a while, he knocked on the door and really walked in with someone. Boss, here I come. Suemo looked up and was startled to see that the person who walked in was a slim woman. He was wearing a lavender sun protection jacket with a hood, so his face couldn't be seen clearly, and his eyes looked a little cold and indifferent. Because she was wearing a sun protection jacket that covered her entire skin and her face, Suemo couldn't see her face clearly. She looked very young, with long legs. "Boss, the people are here." Wang Wu smiled at Suemo. The woman looked up at Suemo, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Seems surprised he's so young." "Boss, her name is Ning Xuehen, and she is one of my elders. This time she came down the mountain specifically for training, so you can just call her Xuehen." Wang Wu smiled, then turned to the woman and said, "Senior Sister Xuehen, this is our boss. He has opened many big companies." "I told you." "Hello," Suemo said. "Hello." The woman named Ning Xuehen was stunned for a moment, then spoke softly. She seemed not good at speaking. However, when her voice came out, Suemo and Wang Wu were both slightly startled. They only heard that her voice sounded very soft, just like the waves at night gently lapping at the beach, full of softness and warmth, and extremely beautiful. "Can you introduce yourself?" "I don't know much about you," Suemo said. When Wang Wu heard this, he immediately looked at the woman. The woman was silent for a moment, nodded, and gently reached out to take off the mask, revealing her face. When Suemo took a look, his eyes lit up instantly, and a poetic and picturesque face appeared in front of him. Her elegant face was slightly powdered. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves. Her eyes were like shooting stars. Her countenance was beautiful, soft and generous. Her skin was white and flawless, just like the finest porcelain, and the faint cold and sad temperament between her eyebrows was like smoke and fog. Her temperament was elegant and dignified, indifferent like the pine trees on an autumn night. That noble and sacred temperament makes people dare not be rude. This girl, Suemo, has seen many beautiful women over the years since he started his business. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang are both very good-looking. Both of them are great beauties. But it must be said that this girl named Ning Xuan has a strange temperament that Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang do not have. This kind of temperament makes her look extraordinary. Ning Xuan, a member of the Ning family in Changbai Mountain, has stayed at home for 27 years. "I'm going down the mountain today. Please forgive me if I don't know the rules," the girl said. Seeing her clasping her fists towards him, Suemo seemed to have some chivalrous temperament, so he turned to look at Wang Wu. Wang Wu smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss, Senior Sister Ning is very powerful. She is a martial arts master. This time she came down the mountain to look for something. After hearing about you, boss, I had some ideas and invited her over. I hope you can help her find what she wants." "Very strong." Suemo was surprised. "Not bad. Very impressive." Wang Wu continued to smile. "Boss, what do you think of me? Fighting skills." "Very good." Suemo nodded. "Please put it this way," Wang Wu said with a smile. "At my level, even if I try my best, I am still no match for Senior Sister Ning's 3 moves. In this way, boss, you may be able to estimate Senior Sister Ning's strength." Suemo couldn't help but be surprised when he heard it. On the surface, she doesn't seem to have any strength. Her skin is very white and smooth. She doesn't look like a 27 or 28-year-old. Instead, she looks like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, very young. She didn't carry any weapons, so could she beat Wang Wu, the fighting champion? "What is she looking for?" Suemo asked. "A national treasure. According to our latest information, this national treasure is on an island country. If possible, we hope to obtain it. This is the main purpose of Senior Sister Ning's visit this time. Of course, she will do her best to protect your safety," Wang Wu said. When Suemo heard this, he immediately became very curious about the identity of this girl. What is her origin? Many of our national treasures are lost abroad, and we need to find them back. This time I came down the mountain, the main purpose is to get one of them, because this national treasure is extremely useful to us. At this time, the girl also said softly, "As long as you can help me get this national treasure back, I can guarantee that you will be safe and sound within 3 years." Her voice sounded a little cold. When Wang Wu heard this, he seemed to remember something. He suddenly leaned close to the girl's ear and whispered something. When the girl heard this, she was surprised and looked at Suemo as if she didn't believe it. "Boss, if you have time, you can test my sister's strength. I guarantee it will exceed your expectations." Wang Wu smiled and said, "Besides, I know what you were doing recently, boss. In fact, Su Bohan does have a lot of cards up his sleeve. With senior sister here, I feel relieved. Chapter 333, but I'm really afraid of guns. As Sumo's personal bodyguard, Wang Wu naturally knew a lot about Sumo's affairs. Regarding Su Bohan's case, Su Mo has put great pressure on the Shuzhong leaders. But the fact that they have still not been able to file a case has made Su Mo realize that things are definitely not as simple as he imagined. Su Bohan's backers include not only Jewish capital, but also others. After thinking for a while, Su Mo nodded and said, "You can let her join your team. However, I am very curious. What national treasure do you need to find? Do you need my help?" This, Wang Wu paused and said, "I don't know either. Please tell me, senior sister." This national treasure is called the Gilded Tianmu Bowl. It is forged with precious gilt, and you can see the stars in the universe inside the bowl. It came from the hands of a great man in the Song dynasty. This national treasure was stolen more than 100 years ago and has been scattered to many places, including Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe, and Western Europe. I heard that it will be exhibited in an island country recently. Let's think of a way to get it back. Ning Xuehen said softly. Are they selling it? How much? Suemo asked. Maybe. According to our investigation, the island nation doesn't know the value of this treasure. They just know that it is a rare treasure. If the price is high enough, maybe we can buy it back. Ning Xuehen said, Of course, this is just my guess. I need you to help me get through the relationship over there and try to buy it back. How much? Suemo asked. Ning Xuehen heard this and looked at Wang Wu. Wang Wu hurriedly smiled and said, Senior Sister Xuehen, our boss is rich. Please explain it in detail. Maybe we can use our connections to get through to the island country. Ning Xuehen nodded when he heard it. Our current valuation is 30 billion. Of course, if the island country knew the true value of this gilded Tianmu bowl, it might be even higher. Worth 30 billion? A bowl? Suemo couldn't believe it. However, the Great Xia Kingdom has many national treasures, some of which are indeed very expensive. For example, the 4M square tripod, some say it is worth 20 billion. After thinking for a while, Suemo didn't ask her what secrets this thing had for the time being, and said, If you really have the ability, I can pay for it, and I can use my connections to help you open up the road to the island country. However, you need to solve the problem on my side first. Okay. Ning Xuehen also knew that Suemo would not believe him easily, so he nodded slightly. You guys go out first. I'll deal with the things at hand first. Let's go to the ring later, and I'll test your strength. Suemo continued to speak, becoming curious about this girl. Upon hearing this, Ning Xuehen nodded calmly, covered her pretty face, put on her hood, turned around, and walked out. Seeing Ning Xuehen leaving, Wang Wu smiled and said, Boss, our senior sister is definitely a master. I'm not lying to you. When I was in the army as a peacekeeping force, I was stationed in Haiti. If I hadn't met my senior sister by chance once, I would have died long ago. Oh, she's been to Haiti? She went there once. Her elders brought her there to find an enemy. Boss, you don't know, but that time really opened my eyes. It was the first time I saw my senior sister take action, and everyone in our army was shocked. Speaking of this incident, Wang Wu seemed to be very excited. Upon hearing this, Suemo said, Since they are so powerful, what do they need me to do? Boss, you don't know. They rarely appear in the world, and they don't have much money, let alone a huge network of relationships. Senior Sister Xuehen is not good at these, so they need us. Wang Wu said embarrassedly. When Suemo heard this, he thought about it and couldn't help but smile. He is indeed rich, and wealth has been skyrocketing recently. Hundreds of billions are no problem for him, and he has no problem getting something worth only tens of billions. Perhaps the world today has already entered the era of hot weapons, and fighting and combat are no longer useful, so these people choose to stay in seclusion. Suemo became more and more curious about Ning Xuehen's strength and wanted to try out how powerful a delicate little girl like her could be. Boss, then I am going out? You go out? Notify Banzwang and Huanxi that I want to see them. Ask them to come to my office. Suemo thought about it and did not continue asking. Good. When Wang Wu heard this, he turned around and walked out. He is indeed good at fighting, and it is normal to know some martial arts, but he is really afraid of guns. Suemo first called Li Banzwang and Gu Huanxi over to discuss the matter. While Suemo was waiting for the two to come over, on the other side, in the Su family villa, Master Huyen from Fu Temple came to see Xie Bingyan again. 3 days have passed now. During these 3 days, after Xie Bingyan converted to Buddhism, she ate vegetarian food, chanted Buddhist scriptures, and beat a wooden fish every day. Her mental state improved a lot. Early this morning, when Su Xuehue saw Xie Bingyan while having breakfast, she was surprised to find that Xie Bingyan's hair, which had turned white, had some gray color and seemed to be gradually turning black. His overall complexion has also become very good, and he is full of energy. He is no longer as sickly as he was in the past few days. Mom, you... Xie Bingyan glanced at her and seemed to have noticed the changes in her body. She said, I seem to be feeling much better. I have strength in my body. Master Huyen is indeed a great monk. When Su Xuehue heard this, she was shocked. As a highly educated female teacher, she actually does not trust temples, monks, Buddhism, etc. The reason why Su Mo agreed to let Xie Bingyan join Buddhism was because Xie Bingyan's condition was too bad. Su Mo didn't want to see her and would not forgive her. Su Xuehue did this because she wanted Xie Bingyan to find her own spiritual sustenance. This will at least make Xie Bingyan feel better. The reason why we found the Fuhu Temple nunnery is because the Fuhu Temple in Manhwa is quite famous. It is a small temple built in the Jin dynasty, located at the foot of Manhwa in Shu, adjacent to the Baowu Temple. It has been a nunnery since the Jin dynasty and is quite famous locally. Who would have thought that after Xie Bingyan chanted the Buddha's name, there would be such a magical effect? Mom, are you feeling better? Has everything recovered? No pain anywhere. Seeing this, Su Xuehue was happy. It seems that he has recovered a lot and feels more energetic now. Xie Bingyan also smiled, revealing a long-lost smile. But as he was laughing, he suddenly remembered something. His face froze, and the smile disappeared in an instant. Su Xuehue glanced at her, and her expression froze, knowing that she was thinking of Su Mo again. Now Su Mo has become a thorn in her side. She doesn't want to think about him, but when she thinks about him, her whole body aches. Mom, don't think too much. Master Huyen will be here soon. She came down the mountain specially to see you. Su Xuehue interrupted her thoughts and forced a smile. Good. Xie Bingyan was in a good mood today and really didn't want to think too much. She just felt that suddenly, the dark clouds that had gathered above her head seemed to have been blown away. Master Huyen had already arrived outside the villa, driving a black Mercedes, along with one of her female disciples. After the Mercedes-Benz drove over, the female disciple went to open the door for Master Huyen, and Master Huyen walked out of the expensive Mercedes-Benz holding a rosary. Master, Mage! Xie Bingyan and Su Xuehue clasped their hands together and bowed slightly. Master Huyen immediately looked up at Xie Bingyan and suddenly saw something. His expression froze. Bingyan, you absorb it all? Her expression was full of shock. Chapter 334, just practice with me every day. When Su Xuehue and Xie Bingyan heard this, they were stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Master Huyen didn't say anything and quickly came into the room to check Xie Bingyan's pulse. She looked at Xie Bingyan, her expression becoming more solemn and shocked. There is such a miraculous thing. How is this possible? Are there really such miraculous people in the world? She murmured to herself. Xie Bingyan was surprised. What did the master say? Why can't I understand? Master Huyen glanced at Xie Bingyan, thought for a moment, and said, Your body has recovered very quickly. Your internal injuries have been healed, and your meridians have been regulated. You can recover so easily from such a serious injury, which shows that your physique is quite special. My physique? Xie Bingyan was even more confused. Master Huyen nodded and said, It may be some strange physique. I don't know the details. I hope you can go to Fu Temple with me. I need to check the classics to see if I can find the answer. Xie Bingyan looked at her palms and felt that they were indeed much redder. She also felt very relaxed and energetic, unlike the previous few days when she felt easily tired. I wonder, how many children do you have? Master Huyen suddenly remembered something. 6, no, 7. Xie Bingyan said. 7. Master Huyen immediately looked at Xie Bingyan, very surprised. Xie Bingyan is very energetic now, not like she has 7 children. Giving birth is a very energy-consuming thing. Generally, right after giving birth, a person's energy will be greatly damaged, causing severe aging, chills, and occasional general weakness. But Xie Bingyan doesn't seem to have this symptom. Your physique is indeed very special, but I am more curious about your child. I wonder if you could introduce him to me, said Master Huyen. This? Xie Bingyin's face froze. Su Xuehue said hurriedly, Master, many of my sisters are not here, and as for my brother, he won't come. Now only Manny and I are here. Master Huyen knew a little about what happened to Xie Bingyin, so he didn't say much and asked, Can I take your pulse? Su Xuehue was startled, not knowing what she was going to do, and nodded, Okay. As he said this, he stretched out his hand. Master Huyen also reached out and felt her pulse, but soon her face was filled with disappointment. You don't seem to have any. Oh, Su Xuehue was surprised. If you can look at other people, maybe you will gain something. You currently have a special physical condition, and if things go wrong, your brothers and sisters will inherit the same condition. Master Huyen explained. I can call the third and fifth brothers over, and the sixth brother will also return home in the next few days. Su Xuehue said. Okay. Master Huyen was quite satisfied when he heard it. Bingyin, take good care of yourself. Your physical condition is still recovering. Such a physical condition is rare in the world. I hope you can cherish it. Please come with me to Fuhu Temple. I hope you can find the answer through the abbot, said Master Huyen. Yes. On the other side, Li Banzwang and Gu Huanqi quickly came to see Su Mo to discuss the matter of the female bodyguard. Li Banzwang and Gu Huanqi were both a little surprised. They couldn't believe that there was such a powerful person. Su Mo said, I need to go to the basement to test her strength, to see if she is qualified to make me pay 30 billion. You guys come over too, to be a judge or witness. 30 billion? How powerful does one have to be worth 30 billion? Li Banzwang was curious. Isn't this just asking for too much and being taken advantage of? Su Mo said, If she really has the ability, I don't mind paying the money. Wang Wu praised her so much. Maybe she really has something. Let's go. Let's go down and take a look. In fact, he didn't believe that a delicate little girl could be that powerful. Just for Wang Wu's sake, I gave her a chance. Another thing is that this woman's temperament is really extraordinary. She looks more noble and beautiful than any big star. I don't know how she maintains her skin to be so good. Suimo wanted her to give some ideas so that Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang could also take care of themselves. Maybe they could become more beautiful than her. Upon hearing this, Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang nodded and followed Suimo to the basement. Many people have appeared here. All of them are from Suimo security group, including male and female bodyguards, and there are a lot of them. In addition, the bodyguard team is equipped with 2 doctors, so it has everything you need. Boss, senior sister Xuehen is here. Wang Wu brought Ning Xuehen over and said with a smile. Good, Suimo responded. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang glanced at Ning Xuehen and were instantly surprised. This sister, she's so beautiful. Such good skin, Li Banzwang exclaimed, as if she was fascinated by Ning Xuehen all of a sudden. Ning Xuehen glanced at Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang, and a hint of surprise also appeared in his eyes. However, she obviously didn't say much, seemed quite cold, and slowly walked onto the stage. Aren't you going to wear protective gear? Put it on. Suimo handed her a piece of protective gear. Ning Xuehen shook her head. I don't need this, you can just do it. Suimo was stunned. If I punch you like this, you won't cry? No, Ning Xuehen said. Suimo looked at Wang Wu. Wang Wu smiled awkwardly and said, Boss, you can attack as you please. Don't worry about senior sister Xuehen. Senior sister Xuehen will absorb the force. Okay, then I won't be polite, Suimo said, getting ready to face Ning Xuehen. Ning Xuehen looked at him, but didn't strike any pose. She was still wearing the sun-protective jacket with a hood, and didn't seem to want to put up her hands to defend herself. Suimo narrowed his eyes, then waved his hand toward her head tentatively. He was afraid of hurting her. She was a delicate-looking woman, and it would not be good to beat her and make her cry. But what was unexpected was that when Sumo's fist hit him quickly, the woman suddenly stretched out her hand to block his fist. Suimo was stunned for a moment, somewhat unconvinced, and then threw another punch. However, no matter how fast his punch was, Ning Xuehen easily blocked it with his hand, without moving his whole body. After Suimo threw 6 consecutive punches, he suddenly felt the incredible strength of this woman. He used all his strength to hit her, but she didn't move at all and easily blocked it with her hand. There are actually such people? Suimo was shocked, with excitement in his eyes. Come again. The woman took his punch so easily that Suimo felt excited. He couldn't believe it was real. This further aroused his fighting spirit, and he wanted to see what kind of strength it would take to make her move a step. He began to punch again, using all kinds of tricks, elbows, fists, shoulders, hitting the abdomen, head, and face. Sumo's punches began to become faster and faster, more and more powerful. With his punching frequency, even a special champion like Wang Wu would find it difficult to take them all. However, no matter how Sumo swung his fist, this woman named Ning Xuehen could easily catch it, seemingly without any effort. Haha! Awesome! So awesome! It's so awesome! Come again! Seeing her like this, Sumo became even more excited. His fighting spirit became stronger and more fierce. His fists also became faster, coming out like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. But no matter how fast Sumo was, this woman named Ning Xuehen could easily block him without even moving a step. After throwing more than 30 punches in a row, Sumo was exhausted and out of breath. The woman named Ning Xuehen still had a calm expression and didn't even breathe. Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang were also surprised by this result. There are always people above you, and there are always better ones above you. What kind of monster are you? How could you be stopped? Sumo took a breath and looked at Ning Xuehen, his eyes filled with excitement and excitement. Hit me a few more times, and I don't believe I can't make you move. Seeing him like this, Ning Xuehen showed a hint of admiration in her eyes. Everyone has their own specialties, and your ability is not in this area. You have 70% of Wang Wu's strength, which is already very good. What expertise? Do you look down on me? Come again. Sumo knew that she was comforting himself when he heard it. He laughed loudly and hit her again, but it was still the same. Ning Xuehen remained motionless. Sumo's blow fell on her, like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Sumo became even more excited. He looked at Ning Xuehen as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Ning Xuehen was stunned to see him like this, and also showed a hint of appreciation. With your current strength, it is difficult to shake me in the slightest, but I have already said that your expertise and ability are not in this field, so there is no need to belittle yourself. What do you mean by self-deprecation? I'm just interested and want to test whether you are worth 30 billion. Now it seems that you are worth 60%. What about the remaining 40%? Ning Xuehen was surprised. There's still 40% left to come. Sumo waved his fist at her, still eager to try. Ning Xuehen couldn't help but laugh or cry. However, she did not stop Sumo. Instead, she checked his methods and attacks. As she watched, she couldn't help but nodded slightly. Sumo threw another 50 or 60 punches and finally got tired and collapsed on the ground to rest. Ning Xuehen glanced at him and said, "You seem to be interested in this? Do you want to engage in this field?" Sumo collapsed on the ground, looked up at her and said, "What's the secret of that gilded Timu bowl?" Ning Xuen's face froze when she heard this. "Okay, I won't ask for now," Sumo said with a smile and jumped up from the ground. "But you should know that I'm very busy recently. I have an enemy in Shuzhong, and I need to kill him before I can help you." Ning Xuehen heard this and said, "I will protect your safety. I can't interfere too much in worldly matters. Just practice with me every day." Sumo laughed. When Ning Xuehen heard this, she immediately chuckled and nodded. This man seemed to be unwilling to give up. His talent seemed good, and he had something. No wonder Wang Wu praised him so much. After thinking for a while, she said, "I need to track down the news about the Gilded Timu Bowl. I need to go to Baowu Temple in Manhwa. Do you want to go with me?" Baowu Temple? Sumo was surprised. Ning Xuehen nodded. "Go find some information. This information will be of great use to us, so I hope to go and investigate." Sumo smiled and said, "Okay, I happen to be free these few days. I can go with you." Ning Xuehen nodded. She still needed his help to track down the Gilded Timu Bowl. If there was any news, she would probably have to go to the island country. She hoped everything would go well. On the other side, the Su family villa. Several black Mercedes-Benz cars slowly drove out of the villa and headed towards Manhwa. And in the corner of the roadside of the villa, a pair of vicious eyes were staring at these Mercedes-Benz cars. "Xie Bingyan is out. She must be going to Manhwa. Kill her," someone roared, full of hatred and murderous intent. Chapter 335, Shuehui, give me some money. The other side. Manhwa's Fuhu Temple was not far away, and Xie Bingyan and others quickly drove to the location. This is a 5A scenic spot. There are many temples in the scenic area, among which Qingyin Pavilion, Wanyan Temple, and Huazong Poetry are the most famous. Different from other temples, Fuhu Temple is a nunnery that only accepts nuns. At this time, there were many tourists burning incense in Fuhu Temple, and it was bustling and lively. There are many wealthy ladies like Xie Bingyan. When they arrived at Fuhu Temple, Master Huin asked a disciple to take Xie Bingyan on a tour, while he went into the cabinet to find the abbot and explain the situation. After she finds the host, she will lead Xie Bingyan in. It just so happened that Xie Bingyan also wanted to burn some incense, so she bought a lot of incense sticks and paper money and burned them in the incense burner. Mother! Xie Bingyan was burning paper money when a crisp sound suddenly came from her ears, causing her body to tremble violently. Mom, are you my mom? Xie Bingyan lowered her head and saw a dirty little boy of 3 or 4 years old standing not far from the incense burner, looking at her timidly and shouting. Eyes full of anticipation, Xie Bingyan suddenly opened her eyes wide. Sorry, little friend, did you recognize the wrong person? Su Xuehue took a look and squatted down hurriedly to ask. No, she's my mom. The little boy spoke, staring at Xie Bingyan without blinking. When Xie Bingyan heard this, her body trembled even more violently. Su Xuehue said, Little boy, you must have recognized the wrong person. This is your Annie, not your mother. Can't you find your mother? I saw that the little boy was wearing dirty and tattered clothes. His clothes were obviously ill-fitting and very long, with the sleeves almost dragging on the ground. He was obviously a little beggar. Mom, you must be my mom. I've been looking for you. You are my mom, right? The little boy didn't believe Su Xuehue's words and continued to shout at Xie Bingyan, his eyes burning, full of desire and expectation. For some unknown reason, Xie Bingyan suddenly didn't dare to look at him and quickly turned her head away. You kid! Su Xuehue glanced at Xie Bingyan and wanted to drive the child away. However, at this moment, a middle-aged woman hurried over and said, Sorry to bother you. This is a child from the Fuhu Temple orphanage who ran away secretly. Oh! Su Xuehue was surprised. This child's parents fell to their deaths while picking mushrooms in the mountains when he was young. He was still very young at the time, only a little over 1 year old, so he was sent to our orphanage. Xiaoxiu, why don't you go back quickly? As he said that, he slapped the little boy on the butt with a pa sound. No, I won't go back. This is my mother. I found my mother. The little boy named Xiaoxiu cried when he heard it. Your mother died a long time ago, so where is your mother? Come back to the orphanage with me. The middle-aged woman seemed to be a caregiver in the orphanage, and said impatiently, trying to pull the little boy back. But the little boy seemed very stubborn and started crying immediately. I won't go back. I want to find my mom. This is my mom. Let me go. I won't go back. Mom! He began to struggle desperately. Will I beat you if you don't go back? Your mother died a long time ago. How could she still be alive? Are you going back or not? Are you going back or not? The middle-aged woman saw the little boy struggling, and she didn't show any mercy and started beating the little boy. It can be seen that she hit the boy very hard, and with a few slaps, the little boy started crying instantly. Wow! I'm not going back. Mom! The little boy was very stubborn and kept crying and struggling. This time, the middle-aged woman seemed even more annoyed. She continued to slap him a few more times. Seeing that he still refused, she slapped him in the face again. Wow! The little boy fell to the ground after being slapped and immediately burst into tears. What are you doing? Why are you hitting the child like this? Su Xuehue said angrily after seeing it. When the middle-aged woman heard this, she turned around and said, This child has been disobedient since he was little. He always sneaks out by himself. When he arrived at Fuhu Temple, he would call for his mother whenever he caught anyone. I have to teach him a lesson. You can't hit me like that, Su Xuehue said angrily. Mom! Mom! The little boy lay on the ground crying, then got up and staggered towards Xie Bingyan. When Xie Bingyan heard this, her body shook violently, but she didn't dare to look at him and continued to burn paper money. However, she shuddered all over and saw the little boy rushing over and hugging her calves. Mom, I found you. You're my mom, right? Wow! The little boy hugged her calves and burst into tears, with the slap marks on his face clearly visible. That's not your mother. Your mother died a long time ago. Come back to the orphanage with me. The middle-aged woman became furious when she saw it. She walked over and tried to pull the little boy away, but the little boy held on to Xie Bingyan's calf tightly. I won't let go. I won't let go. I found my mother. I won't go back to the orphanage. There's nothing to eat in the orphanage, Mom. The little boy was crying and shouting, looking very miserable. Go! The middle-aged woman took one look and quickly pulled the little boy's hands apart and picked him up forcibly. She saw that the little boy was still struggling, so she slapped him in the face again. Sorry to bother you, tourist. We will leave soon. The middle-aged woman turned to the two men and walked away holding the little boy. Mother. When the little boy saw that he was about to leave Xie Bingyan, he cried out miserably, but was slapped by the middle-aged woman and forcibly taken back. Su Xuehue took a look and felt that the middle-aged woman was too cruel. The little boy's face was swollen. However, when she saw the little boy leave, she breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Xie Bingyan. Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong with Xie Bingyan and hurriedly reached out to hug her. Xie Bingyan's legs went limp and she almost collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Mom! Su Xuehue exclaimed. He hurriedly said, It's okay, it's okay. They've left. He's been taken back. Xie Bingyan stopped talking and closed her eyes. Xuehue? Is there an orphanage here? Su Xuehue nodded and said, It's just a little past Fuhu Temple. There are quite a few villages over there. I understand. Xie Bingyan didn't want to open her eyes. She just felt the world spinning, and her head suddenly felt very dizzy. Take me to the orphanage. This. Su Xuehue hesitated. Take me there. Xie Bingyan insisted. Su Xuehue sighed when she heard this. Okay. We can go over and take a look. It shouldn't be too far. As he said this, he asked the bodyguard to help Xie Bingyan up, asked someone to notify Master Ween, and then went to the orphanage not far away. It is indeed not very far away, just 500 meters away from Fuhu Temple. It is probably the orphanage run by the nuns of Fuhu Temple. So the orphanage is quite large, and there are many children in it. When Xie Bingyan and Su Xuehue came over, they immediately heard the crying of several children. One of them was pinned to a chair and beaten by a caregiver. You are not allowed to beg. You are not allowed to harass tourists. You are not allowed to go to Fuhu Temple. Stealing things, actually stealing things. Xiaoyao, how much trash did you pick up from the trash can? Why are you hiding it all in the room? I'm looking for my mom. Wow, I see my mom. There were more sounds of children crying. I saw that the children in this orphanage were all in a miserable state. They were probably living deep in the mountains and did not have many donations, so they could only rely on the incense money from the Fuhu Temple. Although Fuhu Temple is located in Mount Amei, it is not a big temple, and the temple does not have much money. So most of the children in the orphanage have tattered and dirty clothes, and some of the clothes are completely ill-fitting. They were thin, dirty, and miserable. Some of the children had obviously not taken a bath for several days, and their bodies were covered with black mud. Their hair was curled up with black mud, making them look like little beggars. As Xie Bingyan watched, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she stopped moving for a moment. Su Xuehue looked back at Xie Bingyan and sighed. Mom, let's go. This place is not suitable for us. Xuehue, give me some money, Xie Bingyan said with a pale face. Okay, I'll have someone handle it. Su Xuehue nodded. After hearing this, Xie Bingyan turned around and left dejectedly, looking distraught. Su Xuehue knew that she was probably thinking of Su Mo again. Perhaps back then, Su Mo was even more miserable than the children in this orphanage. I heard that he even went out to pick up garbage from the garbage dump to eat, and went out to cry at funerals to make money. Su Xuehue couldn't imagine that Su Mo had ever done these things. Chapter 336. Please forgive us? The two of them didn't say much and soon returned to Fuhu Temple. There are still many tourists here. The abbot of Fuhu Temple seemed to be very surprised at Xie Bingyan's physique and quickly looked through some books. Fuhu Temple is an ancient temple that has existed for thousands of years since the Jin dynasty. There are many scriptures and classics preserved in its library. After she looked through it, she seemed to have found some important records. The abbot of Fuhu Temple is about the same age as Master Ween. His Buddhist name is Hui Pu. He is also a high-ranking monk in Mount Amei and is over 70 years old. She quickly called Xie Bingyan into the cabinet and took her pulse. As she held it, she said excitedly, Great! He is indeed extraordinary and gifted. It's just that he is a little old and has lost a lot of his vitality. Abbot, she has completely absorbed the medicinal power of the 9 flowers, removing blood stasis pills, which is beyond imagination. How can an ordinary person absorb so much? Being able to absorb 30% is already quite good. Master Huyen interrupted. Upon hearing this, Master Huipu nodded and said, 9-flower blood-removing pills are originally a pill for treating internal injuries and blood stasis. Her physique is special. If I am right, she should be born with all meridians open, so any medicine taken into her body can be absorbed as much as possible without any hindrance. Born with all meridians open? Su Xuehue was surprised. That's right. Master Huipu was a little excited, looking at Xie Bingyan as if he saw a rare treasure. The so-called natural 100 meridians are open, which means there is no obstruction in the body. As the saying goes, once the seabed is opened, all the acupoints are opened. Once the central meridian is opened, all the meridians are open. With this physique, no matter what you do, you will get twice the result with half the effort. After the medicine is taken into the stomach, it can absorb 100% of the medicinal power, and it will not be wasted. The most important thing is... What is the most important thing? Su Xuehue asked. The most important thing is that learning any method will become extremely simple. It's a pity that I discovered it too late. If I could find it for 30 years, the effect would be much better. When Su Xuehue heard this, she looked at Xie Bingyan. This physique does sound quite special, but it seems that it has no special uses, except that the effects of taking medicine are very good. Xie Bingyan's health was indeed good before, and she was always full of energy. If she hadn't been stimulated by Su Mo and Su Juanjia, and if she hadn't jumped off the building, she might have been in even better shape. Master Huipu seemed to notice Su Xuehue's disapproval and said with a smile, "It's quite good to be able to find one. Since this lady is already a lay disciple of my Fuhu Temple, why don't you stay in Fuhu Temple to practice some Buddhist teachings? Although it's a little late for this special physique, I also want to maximize its effect." Su Xuehue looked at Xie Bingyan. Xie Bingyan nodded. "All right, I can rest in Fuhu Temple for a while." When Master Huipu heard this, he was immediately happy. "I hope you can concentrate on practicing some Buddhist teachings in the future. I don't understand this kind of physique, but maybe it's not too late now." Master Huin also smiled and said, "You were born with all your meridians open, which means that anything that flows into your body will flow smoothly without any obstruction. This is a natural gift. I noticed something was wrong a few days ago, but I didn't expect it to be true. Congratulations, Bingyan." "Thank you, Master." Xie Bingyan didn't think there was anything happy about this matter and responded calmly. "Okay, Queen, take them to arrange accommodation. Let them rest in Fuhu Temple for a few days first." Master Huipu said, "Yes, ladies, please come in." Master Huin stood up and led them out. The inner chamber of Fuhu Temple is quite large. Men are not allowed to enter. It is full of nuns. The accommodation for Xie Bingyan and Su Xuehue was quickly arranged. Master Huin said, "You can go inside the temple or take a walk in Mount Ame. Next to it is the Baogua Temple, and above it is the Golden Summit, where there is a big Buddha. There are many tourists, and it is quite lively. After the tour, you can go back to the Fuhu Temple." "Thank you, Master." Xie Bingyan and Su Xuehue spoke. They really wanted to visit the Golden Summit of Mount Ame. The Golden Summit of Mount Ame is named Huazong Temple. Every morning when the sun shines on the top of Mount Ame, the entire top of the mountain sparkles in the sunlight, emitting brilliant golden light. Therefore, it is called the Golden Summit, which is very beautiful. They have been to Fuhu Temple several times, but have never been to the Golden Summit of Huazong Temple. "Let's take the cable car up. It's still quite far if we climb up." "Climb. Walk slowly." Xie Bingyan seemed to not want to take the cable car and shook her head. Su Xuehue listened and nodded without trying to persuade him. "Mom, what's the use of being born with all the meridians open?" Master Huin and Master Huipu seemed quite funny. "I don't know." Xie Bingyan was obviously in a bad mood and didn't want to talk. "I think it must have some big effect. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so happy. By the way, there are so many tourists in Mount Ame. Hey, there are so many monkeys in front, and so many people are teasing the monkeys." Su Xuehue exclaimed as she spoke, as if she saw something. Xie Bingyan glanced ahead and was about to say something, but suddenly a crisp voice came from the side. "Mom!" someone shouted not far away. "Mom, I found you again." Xie Bingyan was surprised and turned her head quickly. "I saw a familiar little figure staggering towards me. Who else could it be but the little boy I just saw in Fuhu Temple? He seemed to have run out of the orphanage again." He rushed over and hugged Xie Bingyan's thighs tightly. "Mom, I found you." The little boy smiled happily, his eyes very bright. Xie Bingyan's body shook violently. "Little boy, Why did you run out again? Mom, Mom! The little boy shouted with joy, his nose almost running. Xie Bingyan looked at him and opened her mouth, suddenly not knowing whether to push him away or hug him. When she looked into the little boy's expectant eyes, a hint of tenderness and maternal radiance involuntarily emerged in her eyes. You! She was about to say something, but at this moment another voice came out. This sound made her whole body tremble violently. She shuddered and got goosebumps all over her body instantly. Oh, your son? A bastard? Xie Bingyan raised her head suddenly, and her face turned pale. I saw a few familiar people slowly walking up from the foot of the mountain and happened to come here. She was very familiar with the leader. Who else could it be but Su Mo? In addition, there were Li Banzwang, several bodyguards, and another girl wearing a sun-protective jacket and a mask. Xie Bingyan didn't know how he appeared here and was completely stunned. It was as if he had lost his soul and stopped moving. He looks like he's 3 years old. He's quite big. Did she give birth to another child and abandon him in an orphanage? Su Mo said indifferently while looking at the little boy. It's quite pitiful. Su Mo. Su Xuehue was also surprised and quickly stood up. Su Mo glanced at her. A hint of boredom flashed in his eyes, and he didn't want to pay any attention to her. Su Mo, will you forgive us? We already know we are wrong. Su Xuehue shouted when she saw Su Mo ignoring her. When Su Mo heard this, he looked up at her. We know we have done many things to let you down. I already know I was wrong, and so have Mom and elder sister. Can you please forgive us? Okay. Su Xuehue pleaded. When Su Mo heard this, he immediately laughed. What kind of joke are you telling? We are sorry for you. Mom is sorry for you too. We shouldn't have treated you like that before. These days, Mom and Dad have been very tormented. My eldest sister also said that it was her fault before. Su Mo, I was wrong too. I was really wrong. Su Xuehue's eyes turned red. Come home. Come back to our home with me. Didn't she give birth to another child and throw him into the orphanage? Chapter 337. She is definitely a very scary killer. When these words were spoken, the two were shocked. No. How is that possible? Su Xuehue immediately denied it hastily. No. Su Mo's tone was clearly filled with doubt. Of course not. This child is from the orphanage and ran away secretly. Su Mo, what are you doing here? Su Xuehue hurriedly continued to deny. Su Mo took a look and laughed again. That's quite interesting. Why didn't he look for someone else, but specifically for her? Su Mo, we know we have wronged you in the past. We already know we were wrong. Sister, please forgive us. Will you come home with us? Su Xuehue pleaded. Oh, do you know you are wrong? Su Mo looked at her with a smile. I know. Su Xuehue nodded quickly after hearing this. Su Mo just felt it was ironic, but at this moment, a person suddenly walked out from the side, looking a little familiar. Before he could react, the man suddenly pulled something out of his pocket and shot him. There was a loud bang, and something hit Su Mo's lower abdomen, creating a huge impact that caused Su Mo to fall backwards and hit the bodyguard behind him. Ah! Everyone don't move! Shouted a strange bald man, holding something in his hand that was wrapped in cloth and could not be seen clearly, aimed at Su Mo and others. As the incident happened suddenly, no one had time to react. The man acted silently and pretended to be an ordinary tourist, so even Ning Xuehen was a little surprised. Don't move. I'll beat anyone who moves. The bald man was extremely ferocious, looking like he was going to eat someone alive. The object in his hand looked like a gun, but it was wrapped in a gray cloth, making it difficult to see clearly. In an instant, no one dared to move. Boss! Wang Wu and several bodyguards hugged Su Mo from behind, their faces pale. Ha ha ha! At this time, a person started laughing wildly and seemed very happy. She was a middle-aged woman. She lifted her hood, revealing a strange face, and looked at Xie Bingyan and Su Xuehue with hatred. Just now, it was she who fired the gun, and the gun in her hand was also wrapped in gray cloth, making it difficult to see its appearance clearly. Su Mo only felt pain. The impact of the gun was very strong. Even with a bulletproof vest on his body, it was still unable to relieve the impact. In just a moment, he almost fainted from the pain. It was even more terrifying than the last time he was attacked by Su Kong. I was well prepared last time, but this time it was too sudden. Do you know who I am? Xie Bingyan. The middle-aged woman stared at Xie Bingyan with hatred and roared. She didn't seem to be that old originally, but she seemed to have put on old makeup and dressed like an old lady. When she came, almost everyone thought she was just an ordinary tourist. "I'll beat anyone who touches me. I said it," the bald, strong man roared, his face full of flesh, his eyes full of ferocity and bloodiness. Ning Shuehen looked back at Su Mo and frowned, but did not take action immediately. "Xie Bingyan, this is your son, right?" "Huh." The middle-aged woman seemed to have hit Su Mo and was very happy, with excitement in her eyes. "He's going to die. He's been hit by me. He will die soon." Xie Bingyan had never expected this situation to happen. She was stunned, and her face turned pale. Su Mo? Su Shuehue exclaimed tremblingly and wanted to go and take a look. But the bald man suddenly turned his hand towards her and threatened her fiercely. "If you move again, I will beat you to death." Su Shuehue was so shocked that she dared not move for a moment. "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him." The middle-aged woman looked crazy and roared with gnashing teeth. "I've waited for almost a year, and finally I got the chance. Xie Bingyan, I will make you wish you were dead." "You? Who are you?" Xie Bingyan's voice was trembling. She also saw the shooting that just happened, which instantly hit Su Mo. "It was so sudden. My name is Huang Qiuling. You know me, right?" "Haha, you must know me." The middle-aged woman laughed happily. You are?" Xie Bingyan widened her eyes in disbelief. "That's right. Su Juanjia is my son. You killed my son, and now I will kill your son to pay for your life. Did you see it? I just hit him." Huang Qiuling was very excited. It seemed that she was not satisfied yet, and she suddenly turned the gun around and pointed it at Su Mo and others. "Get out of the way, I want to kill him." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of several bodyguards and Li Banzwang and others changed drastically. "Get out of the way, or you will die." Huang Qiuling's eyes flashed with a fierce and bloody light. You want to kill him?" Xie Bingyan asked. Huang Qiuling turned around and said proudly, "That's right. I'm going to kill him. You kill my son, so I'm going to kill your son too. You know how good my son is. Why did you kill him?" Her eyes were filled with anger. Xie Bingyan's face froze. "I've made you live in agony. I will make you wish you were in agony. Your son is excellent too. Haha, you know he's going to die today. I'm going to kill him now." Huang Qiuling's face was full of pride. She turned around and stared at Li Banzwang and the others. "Get out of the way, or you all will die." Since the bald man was also pointing a gun at Su Mo and others, the bodyguards and Li Banzwang and others hardly dared to move. But they didn't give way. "You." Huang Qiuling saw that several people did not move and seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. She immediately wanted to pull the trigger and kill them all. However, at this moment, with a whoosh sound, something seemed to pass by and cut her hand. In an instant, her hand and the gun flew up and fell to the ground. Blood splatters. Everyone was stunned and no one reacted. However, a figure flashed by, and there were a few whooshing sounds. The bald man screamed, and his hand and gun were cut off at the same time and fell to the ground. Ah! Ah! Blood spurted out. 2 screams were heard, and Huang Qiuling and the bald man immediately knelt on the ground in pain, looking at their severed arms in excruciating pain. Everyone was shocked and looked at Ning Shuehen at once. "Senior Sister Shuehen," Wang Wu exclaimed. Ning Shuehen responded lightly. She seemed to be holding a fidget spinner in her hand. She swung it slightly, and the spinner retracted and fell into her hand. "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts so much!" "Aw! Doctor! Call a doctor quickly! My hand is broken! My hand is broken!" "Ah!" The bald man and Huang Qiuling rolled on the ground in pain, wailing and screaming, which woke everyone up. Xie Bingyan and Su Shuehue looked at the broken hands on the ground. Their faces were pale, and their whole bodies were shaking. Su Mo? Su Shuehue suddenly remembered something and wanted to run towards Su Mo. But Ning Shuehen stretched out her hand slightly to stop her and prevent him from passing. Su Mo patted his body, stood up from the ground, and his face had regained its color. It was indeed painful at that moment, but it was only for a moment. After he stood up, he looked at the 2 people on the ground with murderous intent in his eyes. He wanted to walk over, but Ning Shuehen stopped him with her hand and said, "You secular world seems to have some rules. Let me handle these 2 people. How do you think? How are you going to deal with it?" Suemo looked at him and asked. Ning Shuehen said, "It won't interfere with your plan. I'll take them away and be back soon. Wang Wu, you should be alert. Yes. Ning Xuehen didn't say much. He suddenly picked up two people, jumped with his feet, and jumped directly down from the mountain stream. When Su Mo and the others saw it, they were shocked. The ravine in Mount Ame is quite deep, at least several dozen meters high. How dare she jump down? Su Mo turned around and looked at Wang Wu. Wang Wu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Senior Sister Xuan does have some skills. It's called Flying Swallow. When Su Mo heard this, a deep look immediately appeared in his eyes, and the pain of being shot just now disappeared. Awesome. Ning Xuehen is so quick in his actions. The spinning top in her hand looked like some kind of hidden weapon, and its appearance was similar to the metal tops purchased in supermarkets. She picked it up and chopped off the hands of two people in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, she had already ended everything. She is definitely a very scary killer. Good. Killer. Su Mo noticed from the very beginning that something was wrong with her. Let's go. Let's go upstairs and wait for her. Su Mo suppressed his excitement and planned to find her to ask for clarification after finishing his work. Su Mo, are you okay? Su Xuehue shouted. Su Mo looked back at them. He was no longer in any mood. He turned around and left without paying any attention to them. When Xie Bingyan and Su Xuehue saw it, their faces froze. He looks fine. He must be wearing a bulletproof vest, Su Xuehue said, and then turned back to look at Xie Bingyan. But who are those two people? Why did they want to kill Su Mo? Su Juanji's biological mother. Xie Bingyan spoke, gritting her teeth. Ah! Su Xuehue was shocked. Let's go too. Go up and take a look. Xie Bingyan no longer looked as depressed as before. It seemed that because Su Mo was attacked, her eyes became more sharp and determined. Oh, okay. I hope Su Mo is okay. Su Xuehue said hurriedly, not knowing whether Xie Bingyan's condition was good or bad. I hope Su Mo can forgive us. Mom, wait. I'll go beg him again. No need. He won't forgive us. Chapter 338. Let's go find Su Mo and get revenge. Xie Bingyan's mind became clearer about Su Mo. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than his mother. Su Mo's personality and hers are almost cut from the same cloth. As Su Mo was shot again, Xie Bingyan gradually understood what she should do. She is no longer depressed. Su Mo quickly reached the top of the Golden Summit, and after waiting for a while, he finally saw Ning Xuehen at the Golden Summit. This time when Su Mo was shot, Ning Xuehen was obviously a little embarrassed and felt like she was late. Although Su Mo was angry, he still looked at her like a big baby. As the situation became more and more intense, Su Mo also increasingly realized the importance of strength to himself. Now Shuzhong is like a chess game. Su Mo has been madly pressuring Zhang, even cursing him, but he still cannot file a case against Su Bohan. Su Mo wanted to break free from the game behind this and didn't want to play with them. Therefore, he could only find other ways. Ning Xuehen probably killed the two men. After returning upstairs, he said to him, Let's go to Baowu Temple, hoping to find some information about the gilded Tianmu Bowl. Okay, but it seems like you may not be able to protect my safety, Su Mo said. This? Ning Xuehen seemed even more embarrassed, and her beautiful face turned red instantly. I'm very curious about your origins. You just jumped down from the mountain, carrying two people with you. How could you do this? Su Mo asked bluntly. Exercise, Ning Xuehen said. I have to say that she was indeed careless just now. She didn't expect two killers to suddenly appear among the tourists. If Su Mo hadn't been wearing a bulletproof vest, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be so careless. This is totally inconsistent with her experience. But it was wrong and it was wrong. There is no point in saying these things now. We can only try our best to make up for it and avoid it happening next time. Just exercise? Su Mo asked, his eyes burning. Ning Xuehen only felt that his gaze was somewhat compelling, burning as if he wanted to eat her up. She could only sigh and say, I can teach you some techniques and breathing methods. After you learn them, you may have certain abilities such as faster reaction, higher endurance, and stronger defense. Deal! Su Mo waved his hand immediately. What? Ning Xuehen was a little confused as she hadn't reacted yet to seeing him being so blunt. I just learned these breathing techniques, Su Mo said with a smile. Now your 30 billion is worth at least 70%. I'm still losing about 30%. Ning Xuehen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a while, she smoothed the hair beside her ear and said softly, "I'm sorry. I didn't notice those two people just now." "It's okay." Su Mo waved his hand generously. "There are too many people who want to kill me recently. I can't even count them. It's not a surprise that one or two suddenly appear." "Well, I promise there won't be a next time," Ning Xuehen said. Seeing him say that, she still spoke. "Good." Su Mo was happy and didn't care too much. He walked around the Golden Summit and then went with her to the Baowu Temple not far away. Baowu Temple in Manhwa is the largest temple in Manhwa. Its original name was Huizong Hall, which means the sect of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. It is one of the birthplaces of Taoism and Buddhism. Ning Xuehen had connections in Baowu Temple and quickly found a governor there and contacted the abbot of Baowu Temple. The abbot of Baowu Temple, Chang Lin, was already in his 70s, with a long beard and a yellow cassock. He seemed to understand Ning Xuen's purpose and said, "Master Chanji of Baowu Temple was invited by the Buddhist sect of the island country last year to exchange Buddhist teachings. He has not returned yet. He did bring back some information about the gilded Tianmu bowl, which will be exhibited in the Tokyo Museum in about 3 months. However, I don't know whether it will be sold to the public for the time being." "Do they have any precedent of selling?" Ning Xuen asked. "No. The gilded Tianmu bowl should be in the hands of the Tokugawa family of the Shinto religion on the island country. If you go there, be very careful. The Tokugawa family is famous and has many experts. Don't trespass without permission." "Thank you, abbot of the Zen monastery." Ning Xuehen expressed his gratitude upon hearing it. The abbot of Baowu Temple glanced at them and said nothing more. He continued to beat the wooden fish and chant. Ning Xuehen hurriedly tiptoed out, not daring to disturb him. After she came out, she said to Su Mo, "The Tokugawa family controls Shintoism, and there are 13 sects. They are very powerful, and so far, they have a lot of capital in the country." "Oh." In the past, the Tokugawa family had a famous kamikaze special attack team, which had entered the country many times to kill lives. Almost everyone in this kamikaze special attack team had the level of Wang Wu, and the number of people was as high as 1,000. It was because of this that they took away the gilded Tianmu bowl. Ning Xuehen continued. Su Mo was happy. "I can only help you solve business problems, unless you have other skills. I will try my best to ask people whether they're selling them to the outside world. If not," Ning Xuehen's eyes flashed with severity, as if he wanted to snatch them away directly. "Solve my problem first," Su Mo said. "Good." Ning Xuehen was not in a hurry. There were still 3 months left, and they could prepare slowly. Just when Su Mo was leaving Baowu Temple, Su Bohan also met a person from foreign countries. He was a young white man wearing a suit, but he was tall and strong. When he saw Su Bohan, he was still chewing gum in his mouth and looked at Su Bohan with an arrogant face and disdain in his eyes. Recently, Su Bohan has naturally used a lot of connections. In fact, Su Mo couldn't come up with any excuse if he wanted the higher-ups to investigate him. The only thing Su Mo could come up with now was his relationship with Su Onkong. It has to be said that Su Onkong did cause him a lot of trouble, which made Zhang Aimin dare not give in. However, Zhang Aimin did not dare to push for the filing of a case. This young man named Matt came all the way from abroad just to help him solve his problem. Su Mo has been in China recently. He rarely goes abroad to deal with T-platform matters. T-short video platform, headquartered in Lijiapo. If you want to get the T-platform, you can only start from Su Mo. Unless you can push for a policy ban. Su Bohan was very generous in his approach to Jewish capital. Now Jewish capital has been eyeing Su Mo's T-short video platform and has long wanted to get it. Unfortunately, Su Mo had no desire to take action, so Jewish capital had no choice but to find Su Bohan in China to solve the problem. They want to rob the T-platform openly, not acquire it. They inherited from their ancestors and are best at robbing. Su Bohan had grasped their weakness. Speaking of this, Su Bohan couldn't help but admire Su Mo's vision. It would have been fine if he had created several businesses in China, but he was also able to develop the foreign short video T-platform so well. He was indeed extremely capable. It's just that the villain is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. He has no backing and no capital, so he can only watch helplessly as the treasure is snatched away. This world is mysterious and unpredictable. Can it be solved with a gun? The white young man named Matt looked nonchalant, holding up his shorts, blowing a bubble of chewing gum, with a nonchalant and arrogant look. There's no solution. He has strengthened security recently. I hope he can disappear silently. He killed my son. A glimmer of hatred flashed in Su Bohan's eyes. The pain of losing his son and Su Kong's death made him feel like dying. Mr. Su Bohan, this is what you said. Let him disappear silently. Once he disappears, you must hand over the things you promised to us, including your country. Matt laughed when he heard Su Bohan say this. Of course. Don't worry, he has a lot of assets. I will only take a small part of it. Most of it will be given to you. Deal. Matt laughed, standing up, excited. They can gain a lot this time, and hundreds of billions of assets are enough for him to make a move. What's more, the T-short video platform is already worth more than 100 billion yuan, and there is still room for growth in the future. He is just an ordinary Xia citizen. For Matt, it is not difficult at all. On the other side, in Shanghai City, there is Baoshan Prison in Shanghai City. The prison gates suddenly opened, and a woman in a simple solid-colored dress walked out. She looked at the sunlight outside and found it very dazzling. Old four, you finally came out. With a sound of surprise, I saw a Porsche parked not far away. A beautiful woman in exquisite clothing and a peaked cap cheered at her. The woman in the plain skirt glanced at her and nodded slightly. Let's go find Su Mo and get revenge. Chapter 339, here it comes. It's sanctions after all. The woman in the plain long dress is naturally the fourth child, Su Pundi. She has been in prison for 3 years so far and was only released today to go home. She was sentenced to 6 years, but had her sentence commuted in prison, reducing it by 3 years. When she first entered the prison, Su Pundi was very scared. She begged people everywhere to get her out. She cried and screamed, and was full of hatred and anger towards Su Mo. But we can see that 3 years later, Su Pundi has become much more stable. It seemed that she had not seen the sun for 3 years. Her skin became whiter, and her temperament changed drastically. She was even more extraordinary than Su Manny. Su Manny glanced at her and felt a little strange. Since 2 years ago, Su Pandai has not seen anyone, and no one knows what she has experienced in prison. Even when the fifth brother Su Shuang went to see her, she avoided him. When I saw it today, I had a very strong sense of strangeness. Old four, where are you going to greet your loved ones? Mom is in Shuzhong now, not in Shanghai City. Do you want to go to Shuzhong to see Mom first? By the way, why don't you say anything when you come out? Su Manny said as she drove. Su Pundi was very silent. She sat in the car, holding her chin, looking out the window with a calm look. It seemed that Su Manny was driving her sports car today to please her. She used to like driving the sports car to play and go on dates. In order to seek excitement, he fell in love with a married woman to prove his charm. Now looking at the bustling streets outside, Su Pundi clearly felt as if she was in another world. Junja is dead, she asked. She hadn't seen her family for 2 years and was not familiar with what was happening at home. That's right. Su Mo killed him. A lot of things happened at home. Mom even jumped off the building. Su Manny sighed, obviously full of resentment towards Su Mo. Oh, Su Pundi responded. Anyway, be happy now that you're out. Let's celebrate first, wash off the dust, and then fly to Shuzhong tomorrow. Su Mo is also in Shuzhong now. Su Manny said. Su Pundi didn't say anything. Su Manny glanced at her again. Are you sure you can deal with Su Mo? I want to break his legs alive. Su Pundi was stunned and turned to look at her. Speaking of this, Su Manny's face showed a trace of fear and pain. I don't want to let him go. But Dad, Mom, and my elder and second sisters all scolded me. They all favored Su Mo. And my second uncle, it was clearly him who broke my leg. Why? Su Pundi was silent for a moment, then said, Then why don't you sue him? It's useless. My second uncle disagreed. He said that this was to atone for Su Mo's sins. What the hell? It was my second uncle who grabbed me and broke my legs. I often have nightmares now. It hurts so much. Even if I become a ghost in this life, I will never let him go, Su Manny said angrily. Also, he killed my uncle's son, my cousin Su Kong. He also cursed my grandfather, saying that he was heartless and had no conscience. Su Kong is dead? Speaking of this, Su Pundi was surprised. That's right. So now Uncle is very angry and wants to kill Su Mo. It is said that Uncle is also looking for someone recently. Su Manny gritted her teeth and said, They also asked me if I wanted to join, but unfortunately, second uncle has been staring at me and won't let me do it, ugh. She is also very angry with Xiejin now. Uncle. Su Pundi also recalled a dark shadow in her mind. She had met Su Bohan before, but Su Bohan had left her with a huge psychological trauma. In the past, Su Bohan's family never took Su Deming's family seriously, and naturally they didn't have a good face towards them. I'll go to Shuzhong tomorrow, she said after thinking for a while. Revenge. Revenge. I'm going to break his legs too. Forehead. Su Mani seemed excited, with flames of hatred flashing in her eyes. Su Mo returned to Shuzhong and started to get busy again. He then called Zhang Aimin and other senior Shu officials to inquire about the results. But Zhang Aimin hesitated and refused to agree. Su Mo asked other people, and they all said the same thing. Therefore, Su Mo had to devote his energy to work and solve the technical problems in the lithography factory. Fortunately, Tang Lei has almost solved this part of the problem. All equipment has met the standards and is running quite well. The light that was initially debugged fully meets the standards of photolithography. According to the current standards, we are fully capable of manufacturing 40nm and 28nm chips. Unfortunately, we are not a chip manufacturer, we are just a light manufacturer. Tang Lei reported his work to Su Mo with a very happy look on his face. They had already seen some hope. If 40nm and 28nm are not enough, we need to continue to adjust the precision. We need to be able to produce 22nm, 14nm, and even 7nm chips. Only when we reach below 14nm can we prove the value of our existence. Yes, what Suemo wants to solve is the problem that there are no high-precision lithography machines in China. His bet is on the embargo on lithography machines from ASML of the Netherlands. If it is 40nm or 28nm, then it will be meaningless. He needed his own lighting factory to produce cutting-edge chips. This is their value. Okay, I'll continue to supervise the work. It would be best if you can spare some time. Now, let's solve this technical problem as best as possible. Suemo nodded. The light source already meets the standards, and what follows is nothing more than continued screening to make the light source more detailed and pure. This is not difficult for them. As long as they follow this path, honestly, they will definitely succeed. Suemo began to concentrate on his research. While he was working, Ning Shuihin also taught him a set of gymnastics and breathing techniques. This breathing technique is a bit strange. It involves holding your breath until you can't breathe anymore, then taking a breath again, continuing to hold your breath, and continuing to breathe. Each time he held his breath, he would hold it for the longest time, and then start taking long and deep breaths. He also taught Su Mo some ways to boost his breathing. Su Mo practiced for a few days and felt pretty good. He woke up energetic every day, so he told her with a smile, "You are already worth 25 billion." Ning Shuihin was somewhat surprised that he reacted so quickly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Practice 3 times a day for more than a month. I will come back to see your results after a month." Good. Suemo felt that this breathing method was indeed somewhat useful. He also realized that his strength seemed to have increased a lot, so naturally he did not hesitate at all. While continuing to practice, on the other hand, continued to work hard to solve the problem. Ning Shuihin felt even more touched when she saw how hard he was working. She seemed to have a new respect for Suemo. He is so rich and yet works so hard. It really shows that hard work leads to wealth. And on this day, an important news came from the world. The second in command of the ugly country, Louis, the world's chief security affairs officer, suddenly announced sanctions against the great Xia companies Huawei and ZTE, restricting their development of the chip industry. At the same time, the Dutch company ASML was forced to announce that it would no longer sell cutting-edge lithography machines to Dacia, thus sanctioning the development of Dacia's chip industry. When this news came out, there was an uproar in the country of Dacia. The ugly country even arrested a female executive of Warwick and imprisoned her in the Maple Leaf country for investigation. It fined ZTE $2.2 billion with a total fine of about $14 billion. When the news came out, there was an uproar in the country. Here it comes. It's sanctions after all. Chapter 340 sanctions will become a joke. Louis, the U.S. Black House Global Security Affairs Officer, is the second in command of the U.S. Black House and is very famous. They push hard for the implementation of the CHIP Act, which caused a global sensation. At the same time, Louis also explained the chip bill at a public press conference. Dacia should not have chips, and we will not allow them to manufacture chips. This concerns the security of our country, the security of the West, and the security of the world. We need to curb the development of daxia and never allow them to surpass us. The introduction of the CHIP Act will help limit daxia's breakthrough in high-tech. Not only Lewis, but their Secretary of Commerce Raymond also started giving speeches. Bullshit. Starting today, we will completely curb the development of daxia. We will not allow daxia to research chips or make breakthroughs in chips. The newly introduced chip bill will help maintain Western security. Daxia High-Tech will go bankrupt and will have to ask us for help. We need to control this industry and its lifeline. There is no doubt that Lewis and Raymond's remarks quickly spread wildly in the country. Many people shouted in horror, "The wolf is coming," and the economy of the Great Xia Kingdom will collapse. Research on chip technology and high-tech will stagnate. After the famous central company was fined tens of billions, it struggled for a few days, then knelt down at the speed of light and announced that it would pay the fine in exchange for the tolerance and forgiveness of the ugly country. Nowadays, there are many companies similar to the central company in the country. After all, chips are now indeed dependent on the United States and ASML. Without chips, they will not be able to operate and compete. This move by the ugly country will strangle them. After the central company knelt down at the speed of light, many people also shouted to the top, asking the Great Xia country to send an ambassador to the ugly country as soon as possible to negotiate with Lewis, Raymond, and others in the ugly country, to seek as much understanding as possible and abolish the CHIP Act. Many people did not expect that this was just the beginning. The real trade war has arrived and will last for several years. Suemo saw that the various reports in the country were very confusing. No one wants a trade war. In the chip war, many people want to kneel down, as this concerns their vital interests. However, there are still many people who are extremely indignant about the rapid kneeling of the central company and the arrest of a female executive, and they demand to fight to the end. Suemo was very familiar with these because they had appeared in his previous life. The chip war cannot and will not stop in the short term. With the domestic embargo, a lot of money will flow into the chip market, and many chip companies will emerge. Our chance has come. Continue to push Su Bohan to file a case. For Suemo, the opportunity has appeared and the crisis has arrived, which will affect many policies. Chips will be elevated to a new level and will rise to the national level. Anyone who dares to obstruct the research and development of domestic chips will be dealt with. Suemo had money, connections, and a factory, so he began to mobilize the retirement community and publicize the importance of the lighting factory. It's over. On the other hand, when Su Bohan received the news of the introduction of the chip bill, he was shocked. Su Bohan could never have anticipated this kind of emergency. Now, Lewis and Raymond suddenly announced sanctions on domestic chips and restricted the research and development of domestic chips, which will bring huge disasters to the domestic high-tech industry. And some companies have also ushered in a huge opportunity. Suemo and him were actually evenly matched in the past. Suemo had no charges to arrest him, and the Discipline Inspection Commission could not come up with any charges for the time being. But now, that's not necessarily the case. Intelligence shows that Sumo's photolithography factory is progressing very quickly. Their photolithography factory has reached the level of producing 40-nanometer and 28-nanometer chips. It is said that they are madly improving the precision now, and the requirement is to reach below 14 nanometers. ASML has restricted the sale of lithography machines and has also shut down and stopped repairing some of the domestic lithography machines. Domestic chips will be in a huge crisis. The most important thing is that Sumo's retirement team has already started to go out. They are mobilizing their connections again to explain the light-making factory. The secretary reports to Su Bohan. Damn it! This time Su Bohan was really panicked. His eyes were full of seriousness. Things have come to a head, and from top to bottom, the entire country's chip industry seems to be collapsing. What is your prediction? How bad will it be? From the current perspective, it is very strict. The West and the ugly country do not seem to allow a single high-tech chip to enter the country. There is no possibility of easing at the moment. Unable to relieve it, Su Bohan stared at the secretary. Indeed, Lewis and Raymond from the Black House have held several press conferences to explain the necessity of the chip bill. Although many people in the country are already panicking and shouting to kneel down, the ugly country has not relented. Damn it, damn it. When Su Bohan heard this, his heart sank. He originally thought that there might be some hope for a turnaround, and that the ugly country would not impose such strict restrictions. As long as a little bit of information leaked out, the country would not be so tense. However, now the situation seems extremely tense. The issue of chips has risen to the national level. It goes without saying that the top first and second-tier families in the country will come out to solve the problem. And how do they solve it? Sumo's lighting factory has been planned for a very long time. Previously, Zhang Aimin was reluctant to give in to Su Mo because Sumo's lighting factory was important but not necessary. But now, if he has become necessary, then Zhang Aimin will definitely give in. I want to kill him as soon as possible. Only by killing him can the problem be solved. Su Bohan was extremely angry. Notify Matt, I want to know the result as soon as possible. Yes. Also, contact other people for me. We must stop Zhang Aimin from speaking out and stop the people from Beijing from coming down to investigate. Absolutely. Do not allow them to file a case. Yes. Su Bohan's network of contacts began to mobilize, attacking with all their might and trying to stop it. He could clearly feel that the scales had tilted towards Su Mo. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Speed up. Let's speed up. The light continues to circle, and the filter is continuing to filter out several light sources. 14 nanometers, 7 nanometers, even 5 nm. Keep improving the accuracy. At the same time, at the Shuzhong Light Factory, many engineers were working frantically. Su Mo and Tang Lei worked overtime here to debug the machine to make it more accurate. And today, the good news finally came out. The pass rate of 14 nanometer high-precision light sources is improving. 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%. Keep working harder. 70%, 75%, 80%, 85%, 90%. Wow! The yield rate has reached 90% and is still improving. 91%, 92%, 94%, 95%. It has reached 95%. Awesome. Success. We succeeded. Huh? The yield rate is already 95%. Our light source is completely ready. At 14 nanometers, we can already replace ASML's lithography machines. A new era has arrived. The whole lighting factory was filled with cheers, and there was a huge sensation. It worked. It finally worked. It was just in time. Although what they produced is only 14 nanometers, it is completely sufficient for the current situation. Sanctions and the like will become a joke. Chapter 341, This Young Man is Too Ambitious. Su Mo and Tang Lei were excited and ordered the engineers to continue testing and try to stabilize the data as soon as possible. Now, stability is more important than anything else. On the other hand, the waves caused by Lewis and others from the ugly country were still brewing in Daxia, forming a huge storm. All high-tech companies in the entire Daxia kingdom are in a state of crisis. Some people began to write letters urging their superiors to show weakness, while at the same time paying fines and bribes to the ugly country in an effort to gain amnesty. Seeing this, Su Mo was not in a hurry, because he knew that things had just begun and there would be many more conflicts in the next 1 or 2 months. These conflicts will exacerbate the problems between Chou country and Daxia country, and the trade war will officially begin. Chou country's cruelty will cut off the thoughts and the hearts of many people, and then they will concentrate their energy and funds on counterattack. Su Mo needs to wait until they are desperate before he can take it out. It is meaningless to add icing on the cake. Only helping when it is needed will be effective. Since the ugly country has already taken action, it will definitely not stop. We must hurry up and make the final adjustments, and then gather people. Yes, the plan has been finalized, and Su Mo began to work overtime. In fact, just as Su Mo expected, the conflict did intensify in the next 2 months. Lewis and Raymond held many press conferences to explain the importance of the chip bill and the importance of insisting on sanctions against Daxia. The people of Chou State worked together from top to bottom to demand curbing the development of Daxia State. As more and more news came out from the ugly country's Black Palace, many group bosses in the country gradually began to despair. They wanted to kneel, but they found that the ugly country would not let them kneel at all. It was useless even if they knelt down and begged. They can only cry for help. ASML of the Netherlands has sanctioned us, and we have lost our lithography machines. TSMC and Qualcomm have both announced that they will strictly enforce the Chip Act and restrict the sale of cutting-edge chips to Daxia. They are strangling us, and we will suffocate. It's over. We have nothing to fight with them for. This time, they will strangle us to death. As more and more news came in, people became more and more pessimistic. Some people in Beijing finally realized the problem and began to work on solving the chip problem. A large amount of funds began to be invested in the chip industry. But the chip industry is a high-tech industry. Without lithography machines, nothing can be done. Although China has already developed lithography machines a long time ago, there is a severe shortage of high-precision lithography machines. Now that ASML of the Netherlands has restricted the sales of lithography machines, almost everyone will be helpless. Suemo took out his cell phone and silently called Zhang Aimin. As an official of the Shuzhong Development Department, Zhang Aimin had naturally received the news a long time ago. When he received Sumo's call, his face was filled with complicated expressions. This son of Su Deming is really amazing. He is worthy of being the richest man in the country. He has once again bet on the right horse. No one can stop him anymore. Su Bohan will be prosecuted. Zhang Aimin quickly answered the call from Su Mo. The moment the call was connected, Zhang Aimin smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Su, you're not busy today, are you? I said you can solve it? Haha. Can you come over to my place when you are free?" "I'm free. Of course I'm free. I'll be waiting for you to come over and discuss it any time." After hanging up the phone with Su Mo, Zhang Aimin turned around and said seriously, "Give orders to protect the Shuzhong Light Factory and solve Su Mo's problem." "Yes." After hanging up the phone with Zhang Aimin, Su Mo did not go to see Zhang Aimin immediately, but bought a plane ticket and went directly to Beijing. Because of the promotion of the retirement group, someone in Jingqing agreed to meet him and invited him to explain the structure and plan of the light-making plant, as well as the results. Su Mo naturally didn't hesitate at all and flew over directly. The person who received him was named Jiang Guan, a middle-aged woman who happened to be from the Jiang family in Shu. Her position is very high, belonging to the Ministry of Commerce, which is at the national level. She specially brought a group of people here and asked Su Mo to explain the current situation of the lighting factory. Su Mo took a special look at the scene, looking very serious. A large, dark crowd of people. In addition to the officials brought by Jiang Guan, there were also some academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and some business owners. It can be seen that this time the ugly country suddenly launched the chip bill, which caused an enormous impact on the country. Countless people have become desperate and want to find a solution as soon as possible. Jiang Guan was assigned to solve this problem. Since the matter has not been completely resolved, Su Mo naturally will not make any promises. He needs to continue to push things forward and promote the filing of Su Bohan's case. So, he just gave a brief introduction at the reception. In total, we have invested nearly 100 billion in Shuzhong to build a huge photolithography plant. The specific principle is to enlarge the parts of the lithography machine by hundreds of times, turning a car-sized machine into a football field-sized machine. Now, we have made most of the things. The specific principle is that since we can't miniaturize the light source, we can make a high-power large light source. Since the wavelength of light in different media is different, sublight sources with different wavelengths will be generated. Based on this principle, we can easily obtain light of different wavelengths, such as 28 nanometers, 14 nanometers, 7 nanometers, 5 nanometers, 3 nanometers, and even 1 nanometer. It will take a lot of money to expand the company by hundreds of times, but fortunately, our domestic market is huge enough to support such an investment. Now, we have succeeded for the most part. Wow! Hearing Su Mo say this, the entire meeting venue was in a commotion. What? You have completed a large part of it? In other words, you have already done it. A man stood up and said excitedly, making the lithography machine hundreds or even thousands of times bigger. Who came up with this idea? Is it feasible? How can a lithography machine be manufactured in this way? Turn the lithography machine into a lithography factory? And then turn the lithography factory into an industrial park, a huge lithography park, a lithography center? Jiang Guan was obviously a little surprised. No one has ever thought of this method. How dare you invest 100 billion? Su Mo glanced at her and smiled. At the beginning, there were indeed some risks. The investment was too big, and everyone was afraid of failure. We were also afraid of failure. Because we encroached on the interests of some people, they even tried to stop us from proceeding. Fortunately, we persisted. That's right. Just follow our plan. We will first build a huge lithography factory, and then turn the lithography factory into a lithography park. As long as we succeed, More than 70% of the world's chips will be produced in our lithography park. As long as we succeed, chips will become dirt cheap in the future. No matter Qualcomm, Broadcom, or TSMC, they can't hold us back. My plan is to bankrupt them all. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked, and their eyes widened. Suemo, I know you. Your short video platform is doing very well. You started from scratch. Ambition. This young man is too ambitious. But I have to say, no one dares to think of this idea, and no one dares to do it. An investment of 100 billion yuan is something that young people dare to do. They don't care about returns or consequences when conducting research and development. I can only say that it's awesome. An official from the capital named Jiang Guan discussed the matter for a while and also said excitedly, "Now you are still facing difficulties? What difficulties have you encountered? Why haven't all the problems been solved?" Well, Suemo paused, smiled, and knew that something was about to happen. He's going to keep pressing on. There is no doubt that when they heard Suemo say this about the lighting factory, countless people began to whisper and talk about it. They were not unfamiliar with Suemo. After all, Suemo had already been a business tycoon. 2 years ago, they had some understanding of Sumo's investments. During this period, some people laughed at Sumo's 100 billion investment, saying that it was absolutely possible to lose money, and that building a light factory seemed like nothing more than a fantasy. However, they did not expect that Suemo would succeed. Now, there will be something interesting to watch. Let's see what Lewis and Raymond say. Can they strangle the Daxia chip? Chapter 342, Su Bohan is charged. Green light, green light, green light. Once chips go from being important to being necessary, almost everything will give way to them. Suemo also easily obtained a lot of policy support and investment. The progress of his lighting factory began to become faster. Of course, because the chip is too important, it has not been announced to the public yet, but has been kept secret as much as possible until the product is made. Jiang Guan noticed that there were some problems in Shuzhou, so she asked someone to investigate the problems in Shuzhou. She was shocked when she found out. This is the spokesperson for Jewish Capital? He has close ties with Jewish Capital. Currently, Jewish Capital should also want to prevent the development of domestic chips. No wonder Suemo has become a thorn in their side. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. Send orders to all major departments in Shuzhou, and have the capital send another investigation team over. Yes, the situation in Shu is actually very serious. It was just suppressed by someone. A multi-billionaire went to Shuzhou to invest in a photolithography factory, but was assassinated. The real culprit behind the scenes has not been investigated for a long time. This is an opportunity to destroy national enterprises and the rise of the Great Xia Kingdom. We must nip the danger in the bud, even though it is already a little late. Therefore, orders were issued to investigate Su Bohan. Su Bohan did have some connections above him, but there was a huge gap between third-tier families and second-tier families. When they saw that the timing had changed, the people above did not prevent Su Bohan from being prosecuted. To the second-tier families behind Su Bohan is just a small flag. When it rises to the level of the country, Su Bohan can only become a discarded pawn. As for the interference of Jewish Capital, it will not have much effect. So when the order to file a case against Su Bohan reached Shuzhou, Su Bohan's eyes instantly showed ferocity and anger. He had no way to escape, so he just smashed a table and waited for the investigation team to come and catch him. My second brother's son has made great progress. He wants to kill me. He really wants to kill me. Dad, we must not let him do whatever he wants. He wants to destroy our Su family. Su Bohan shouted at Su Hongtai, his eyes full of hatred. Su Hongtai looked at him and fell silent. He will never get any good reward. He may be proud for a while, but he won't be proud forever. Dad, do you know how many people abroad are watching him? His information has already been submitted. If you touch me, you will touch his reverse scale. Su Bohan roared at Su Hongtai. That person didn't speak? It's no use speaking up. I'm his right-hand man, Dad. You know how important this relationship is. Without me, our Su family will fall from grace. Su Bohan continued to shout fiercely. Suemo, he will only destroy our Su family. Look at what he did to his parents. He is a demon. Su Hongtai also realized that Sumo's desire for revenge was indeed very strong. He has a bad relationship with Su Deming and Xie Bingyan. Su Hontai also suspects that Su Mo hates the entire Su family and wants to destroy the entire Su family to achieve his own goals. Su Hontai naturally couldn't do that and said, I will go visit a few people. You stay in there for a while. Even if a case is filed, as long as you have no problems, the investigation team will not be able to catch you. Damn it, damn it. Since Su Hontai said so, Su Bohan naturally had no way to refute it. He could only vent his anger as much as possible. In addition, he called his secretary and asked him to start looking for someone. The secretary agreed. First stage victory. Su Mo and Tang Lei soon received the news that Su Bohan had been charged. Although I haven't been able to kill him, I have at least vented my anger. Later, just deal with him slowly. Work harder and negotiate with as many chip companies as possible to invite them to come to Shuzhong to build a photolithography park. Our light has already met the standards of photolithography machines. As long as the photolithography park is successful, we can have more than 10 chip companies here, and then the global chips will be sold at bargain prices. I still say that I want Qualcomm, Broadcom, and TSMC to go bankrupt. Yes, there were cheers of high spirits in the lighting factory, and everyone was full of energy. Next, Sumo still has a lot of work to do. Several senior officials have contacted him and asked to come to inspect the light-making factory, as well as some corporate leaders. Sumo naturally tried his best to give a good reception. In the bustling bustle, time begins to slip away quietly. On the other side, the big star Su Manny, with a smile on her face and dressed exquisitely, was welcoming the arrival of a person. This man is from the ugly country of Hollywood. He is the son of a large family and has great power in Hollywood. The main reason he came here this time was to discuss with Su Manny and see if he could help her go to Hollywood and go international. Su Manny had always dreamed of this, and the entire agent team agreed to receive him as soon as possible. This man is called Matt, and his last name is Morgan. His family is extremely powerful and has many businesses, and he has a huge influence on Hollywood. The most important thing is that he is quite handsome, suave, and rich. When she heard that he was coming to see her, Su Manny was extremely excited. She immediately hired the most expensive makeup artist, put on the most exquisite makeup for herself, and waited for him to arrive at home. Fourth brother, you stay in your room first. Just read a book. I will receive a nobleman first. Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, we will go to Fuhu Temple to see mother and second sister. Good. Su Punti has also arrived in Shuzhong, but she has not gone to see Xie Bingyan and Su Xuehue for the time being. These days, Xie Bingyan and Su Xuehue have been in the Fuhu Temple in Mount Amei. Su Punti could only read books in her room to pass the time. Su Manny glanced at her. Since Su Punti was released from prison, she has been very silent, speaks much less, and doesn't like to go out. It seems that she has suffered a blow and just wants to stay in her room to read and rest. She didn't even drive her favorite car. She used to be a lawyer. Although she was a bit flamboyant, she was still quite knowledgeable. Su Manny was a little surprised about her change, but she didn't ask much. The nobleman named Matt Morgan arrived soon. After Su Manny gave instructions to Su Punti, she did not dare to delay and hurried downstairs to greet him. Sure enough, several luxury cars appeared outside the villa. This is the noble young man's motorcade, with 8 cars in total. Su Manny stood at the door, personally welcoming the arrival of this noble young man. Nice to meet you, dear Mr. Matt. Welcome to Daxia Kingdom. When she saw the young man getting out of the Rolls-Royce luxury car, Su Manny immediately stepped forward and said excitedly, she dreams of developing in Hollywood. Chapter 343, Don't Move. Raise your hands. The young white man named Matt glanced at her and immediately laughed. Nice to meet you too, dear Su. Your great Xia country is really big. As he said that, he opened his arms and wanted to hug Su Manny. Su Manny was stunned, knowing that this was the traditional way of communication among foreigners, and she did not refuse his hug. Dear Su, you smell great. You are just as beautiful as I imagined, Matt praised with a smile. However, if you want to develop in Hollywood, we still need to see your ability. Now, how about we go in and talk? Okay, of course. Su Manny nodded excitedly and immediately took him into the villa. Matt took a look at the villa and said with a smile, this villa is very beautiful and suits you very well, Su. But I really hope you can go to Hollywood for a visit. If you can go to Hollywood, I will definitely be your best tour guide. Su Manny was slightly surprised to see this rich and noble young man being so kind and polite, but she also smiled gracefully and said, Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Matt. We will definitely go to Hollywood when we are free. In fact, we have been looking forward to it for a long time. Good. Matt took a seat and brought a few bodyguards with him. These bodyguards are all strong white men, dressed similarly to the ones in the Matrix, all in suits, sunglasses, and black leather shoes, standing behind Matt. After Matt took a seat, two of them followed him and sat down. Now, we need to test your skills, dear Sue. We want to see if you can dance. Matt smiled with sincerity on his face. Dancing? Of course I can. I've learned to dance. Sue Manny said hurriedly with a smile. No, dear Sue. What we want is not just an ordinary dance. Do you have so many staff members here? Can we ask them to go out first? Matt said with a smile and politely. Sue Manny took a look and said, Excuse me, Matt. This is my agent and assistant, and the others are our receptionists. Of course. If you're willing to let them watch you dance here, that's fine. But I warn you, we have some requirements. Matt still looked at Sue Manny with a smile on his face, and he still looked very sincere. Then, Sue Manny took a look and hesitated for a moment. Dear Sue, we need to see a more real and direct you. You know, developing in Hollywood has very high requirements for actors, and it is difficult for ordinary movie stars to meet the standards. And you, Sue, we didn't know you well enough before, so we really hope that you can take off your clothes and dance for us. Let us see your abilities. Matt continued to look at Sue Manny with a smile, as sincere as a primary school student. What? Sue Manny was stunned for a moment, suddenly surprised, and grabbed her clothes. Dear Sue, don't you want to? Matt smiled faintly and crossed his legs. So, I hope your companions will go out first. After all, you definitely don't want them to see your body, right? Sue Manny was stunned, and her eyes widened slightly. For her, a dance is nothing. She can dance. But taking off clothes and dancing, even though she had heard that foreigners were very open-minded, she didn't expect them to be so open-minded. Oh, by the way, foreigners don't seem to care about this at all. Maybe this is a very normal request for Matt. On many beaches in foreign countries, many beautiful women take off their clothes to sunbathe. She had seen this once when she was traveling before. However, foreign countries are foreign countries and Dacia is Dacia. When Sue Manny thought about taking off all her clothes and dancing for people in this villa, her heart began to pound. This? Why? Dear Sue, can you meet our requirements? After all, this is just a small request from us. We need to have a detailed understanding of your figure. You know, this is the first step to enter Hollywood. Matt couldn't help but smile when he saw Sue Manny's reluctant look, and a sneer appeared in his heart. Sue Manny has a special identity. She is not only Sue Bohan's niece, but also the sister of a person named Sue Mo. She is a very beautiful superstar. After seeing her today, Matt also felt that she was indeed very beautiful and worth a try. He had never tasted the taste of a female celebrity from Dacia before, and this time when he came to Dacia, he really wanted to have a taste. This female star is pretty good and should be fun to play with. Most importantly, she can be used as a means to force the tycoon named Sue Mo. Matt continued to look at Sue Manny with a smile on his face, not afraid at all that she would disagree. When Sue Manny saw them staring at her, her pretty face turned red as if blood was dripping. She really wanted to develop in Hollywood, but after being in the entertainment industry for so long, she rarely did anything out of line. If the news of her stripping naked and dancing for others got out, it would probably ruin her path to becoming a big star. But after thinking about it, she felt that this might really be an opportunity to enter Hollywood. If she missed this opportunity, she might never be able to develop in Hollywood in her life. So for a moment, Sue Manny was a little hesitant. After a moment of silence, Sue Manny asked with difficulty, Mr. Matt, is this really necessary? Of course we do. Dear Sue, we need to know the real you. Don't worry. As long as you meet the requirements, we will give you the best resources to support you in going to Hollywood. Matt smiled, and there was no trace of obscenity on his handsome face. Sue Manny's pretty face couldn't help but turn redder. After hesitating for a moment, she turned around and said, Sister Zhang, you and the others should leave the meeting room first. I'll take a look. The agent, named Sister Zhang, took one look and hesitated, then immediately whispered something to her. Sue Manny nodded and said, I know. I will take care of it as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhang sighed slightly, knowing that this was Manny's only chance to develop in Hollywood, and she didn't want to miss this opportunity. In Sue Manny's opinion, something has to give. Let's go. Let's go out first. Sister Zhang said helplessly, leading everyone to leave. Su Manny. However, just as Sister Zhang was about to leave, an angry roar came out. Everyone looked up immediately and saw a man rushing in from the door. Su Manny, what else do you want to do? I'm protecting you, you know? I'm protecting you. Su Manny was surprised. Second uncle, the person who broke in was Xiejun. He was seen wearing a police uniform and rushing into the villa angrily. In fact, during this period of time, he had been keeping an eye on Su Manny, preventing her from attacking Su Mo. Otherwise, with Su Manny's temper, she would have taken action again long ago. Xiejun knew very well that this was the only way to protect Su Manny and Su Mo, because if Su Manny attacked Su Mo again, she would be dead. Xiejun put a lot of thought into his niece and just wanted to protect her. Now seeing Su Manny contacting some people, I feel that Su Manny must be planning to attack Su Mo again. How can I sit still? He immediately appeared in Su Manny's villa. Second uncle, why are you here again? Didn't I tell you? Don't come to my villa. Su Manny was still very angry about the last time Su Mo broke her legs. Naturally, he didn't have a good face towards the culprit, Xiejun. Upon hearing this, Xiejun angrily said, Su Manny, why are you so stupid? Are you looking for death? I've already told you that Su Mo is your brother. He's your biological brother. What else do you want? Su Manny hurriedly said. Second uncle, please go out first. I am receiving guests now. Distinguished guest? Someone from abroad? Su Manny, you are so bold. Xiejun was furious. What will it take for you to be convinced? You must seek death, right? Su Manny was anxious and could only continue. Second uncle, I'm not going to deal with Su Mo. I'm receiving guests. Leave immediately. Okay. Su Manny, you don't even listen to me. Xiejun was so angry that he turned around and stared at Matt. Do you know who he is? His name is Matt Morgan. I know. Then do you know that he is a criminal? Do you know that he is a dangerous person listed by the National Security Bureau? Let me tell you, today I didn't just come here to scold you. I also came here to catch him. I know you want to take action against Su Mo. Xiejun said angrily, and he felt in his pocket and took out a gun, pointing it at Matt and others. Don't move. Put your hands up. When Su Manny saw it, she was shocked. Matt was also a little surprised. He couldn't understand some of the words of the Great Xia Kingdom. I don't know what they are arguing about. It wasn't until Xiejun picked up the gun that he realized what had happened. After taking a look, he immediately laughed, and laughed very happily. He slowly took out a piece of chewing gum from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and chewed it, then squinted his eyes and looked at Xiejun with a frivolous face. Daxia country? Police? Do you know the consequences of touching me? There was a hint of arrogance and cruelty at the corner of his mouth. No matter who you are, put your hands up, and you. Xiejun shouted at them angrily and pointed at Matt's bodyguards in black. But when Matt and the others saw it, they laughed again, their eyes full of contempt. Daxia police, you seem to know what we are doing. Very good. Then we don't have to hide. Get started. In just a moment, several bodyguards in black pounced towards Xiejun. Matt turned his head and looked at Su Manny, his eyes filled with naked desire and aggression, as if he wanted to strip her clothes off in an instant, which shocked Su Manny. Chapter 344, I Remember Your Face. Matt Morgan, although his last name is Morgan, he is not actually a direct descendant of the Morgan family, but just a remote branch. He himself is not a rich and noble son, and he does not have much money, not even as much as the Su family. He just likes to use his identity as a member of the Morgan family and a rich and powerful son to embellish himself. Because of this identity, he is extremely popular in Hollywood and entertainment circles around the world, and Matt Morgan himself also likes to have relationships with some female stars. There is no doubt that the female stars he likes are all very beautiful. This time, he was invited by Jewish capital to come to Daxia Kingdom to help Su Bowen. When he saw Su Manny's photo for the first time, he set his eyes on her. A beautiful woman from the Great Xia Kingdom, a big star, and Su Mo's sister. These three identities made him find Su Manny. Originally, he wanted to play a game and let Su Manny take off her clothes obediently. As long as Su Manny did so, it would be easy to control Su Manny in the future. But suddenly, Cheng Yaojin appeared. After being annoyed by Xiejun, Matt stopped pretending and immediately bared his ferocious and greedy fangs, aiming them at Su Manny. The method he used was rape. For him, rape gave him a greater sense of conquest, especially raping a beautiful female star from the Great Xia country, which made his whole body begin to tremble. Before Su Manny could figure out what was going on, Matt walked towards her. Su Manny was frightened and tried to dodge, but Matt swung his hand and slapped her. With a slap sound, Su Manny was stunned by the slap. Only after hearing a hiss sound and Matt ripping the skirt off her shoulders did Su Manny realize what was going on. Ah! Su Manny was shocked, struggled violently, and waved her hand to hit Matt. Matt was not polite either. He slapped her twice with his hand. Su Manny was slapped so hard that she was dizzy and her pretty face was almost swollen. Ah! Su Manny started crying. Matt's eyes were filled with blood and cruelty, and he continued to tear off Su Manny's long skirt. When the clothes on the shoulders were torn off, the white jade-like skin was exposed. Matt got on, his blood boiling, and he felt very proud. Bang! However, at this moment, just as he was about to continue, a gunshot was heard, and Xiejin, who was not far away, shot at a bodyguard. Then, with 2 more bangs, he fired several more shots, hitting a bodyguard in the chest. Matt looked back and saw the bodyguard fell to the ground, while the others continued to pounce on Xiejin. Xiejin picked up the gun and wanted to continue shooting, but a bodyguard punched him in the face, knocking Xiejin away instantly. I'll do it! Matt saw that the bodyguards were having trouble dealing with Xiejin, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. The bodyguards he brought with him looked fierce, but they were actually just ordinary people wearing bulletproof vests. They were unable to take down Xiejin in an instant, so Matt didn't want to wait any longer and decided to deal with Xiejin himself. Xiejin used to be a soldier and was one of the best special police officers. He was also a special forces soldier with strong fighting skills. He originally didn't want to shoot, but who knew that Matt actually wanted to rape Su Manny, which made him anxious. After dodging the attacks of several men in black, he yelled at Matt, "How dare you, you white man? Let her go! Let her go! Ha ha!" Matt walked towards him slowly. "She is very beautiful, just what I like. Just watch from the side. Da Xiao police." He smiled, revealing his white teeth, and there was cruelty in his eyes. "You!" Xiejin held the gun and immediately pointed it at him, wanting to shoot. Whoosh! However, in an instant, Matt rushed in front of him and grabbed his right hand holding the gun. What? Before Xiejin could react, he heard a snap and his hand was twisted off. Ah! Xiejin felt severe pain and couldn't believe it. He's just a policeman. Matt twisted Xiejin's right hand and smiled with contempt, his eyes full of cruelty. Xiejin didn't expect him to be so strong, and he kicked out suddenly directly at him, but Matt also kicked out and hit his foot. Bang! Crack! In just a moment, Xiejin screamed again, and his right foot was broken by Matt, and he fell to the ground violently. "You are no match for me, Da Xiao." Matt laughed triumphantly, with a mocking look on his face, and saw Xiejin lying on the ground, his blood having dyed the ground red. One of his hands and one of his legs were broken, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he struggled to pick up the gun again. But Matt went over and stomped on his other hand. "You can't move." Matt sneered cruelly and crushed his left hand hard. After a few snapping sounds, Xiejin screamed again. His left hand had been crushed off. This was not the end yet. Matt punched Xiejin on the head again. This punch was so heavy that Xiejin spurted blood from his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Xiejin, whose 2 hands and 1 leg were broken, was no match for Matt. He caught him and beat him like a sandbag, punching him continuously. Under Matt's brutal punches, Xiejin spurted out more and more blood and was almost dying in an instant. "Let him go, let him go." Su Manny never expected this to happen. Seeing Xiejin being beaten, her heart was already in turmoil and she shouted hurriedly. Matt vented his anger, looked back at Su Manny, licked the blood at the corner of his mouth with his tongue, and his eyes became more cruel and cold. Bang! He kicked Xiejin again, kicking him next to Su Manny, then stood up and walked over, stepping on Su Manny. Su Manny was shocked and scared to death when she saw Xiejin, who was almost no longer in human form. "Su, take off your clothes yourself. Be my dog. Otherwise I will kill him." Matt looked at Su Manny with a cruel look on his face. When Su Manny heard this, her face immediately turned pale. "Kneel down. Be a dog." Matt continued to laugh and clapped his hands. A bodyguard understood and took out a leash and collar and handed them to him. Matt held the collar and said with a smile, "Su, take it over and put it on yourself." Su Manny used to be a flower in a greenhouse. How could she have ever seen such cruelty? When she was in the entertainment industry, she had heard about some people's habits, but she never thought that it would happen to her. Looking at Xiejin, who was no longer in human form. She trembled all over and had no idea what to do. Manny, go find Su. Su Mo, quickly. Xiejun was lying in a pool of blood and soul, but he was not beaten to death. He suddenly looked at Su Manny and spoke intermittently. This person is a master. Quick! Seeing Xiejun like this, Su Manny was scared to death. In fact, during this period of time, Xiejun has always taken good care of her and wanted to protect her safety. In the past, if Xiejun hadn't protected her, Su Manny's path to becoming a big star wouldn't have been so smooth. Now, seeing Xiejun like this, she was shocked and scared, and tears came out instantly. Dear Su, put on your collar. Otherwise, I will kill him. You devil. Su Manny suddenly looked up at Matt and roared. She didn't expect that she would welcome a devil back. Devil. Matt smiled when he heard it, showing his white teeth. You call me that? Well, someone in Hollywood called me that before. But dear Su, you will surrender soon. You're wishful thinking. You devil. Su Manny struggled to get up and wanted to escape. When the bodyguards saw her purpose, they immediately surrounded her. Matt couldn't help laughing again when he saw it, his eyes full of blood and cruelty. Su, you don't seem to obey my orders. But it doesn't matter. You will listen soon. After saying that, he threw the collar in his hand aside and slowly walked towards Su Manny. Women from Daxia are very attractive, Su. When Su Manny saw him walking towards her, she was startled and quickly stepped back, but Matt was faster than her. He immediately flashed over, grabbed her hair, and dragged her back. Bang! Su Manny was dragged by her hair, hit against the table, and fell down. She couldn't help but scream. Matt seemed even more excited when he heard her screams. He reached out and grabbed Su Manny's skirt and wanted to continue tearing it apart. However, at this moment, with a bang, the gunshot rang out again and flew past Matt's ears. Call out! Matt was shocked and looked back quickly, only to see another woman pointing a gun at him. He immediately touched his ear and found it was covered in blood. Damn it! Bang, bang, bang. The woman with the gun saw that the first shot missed Matt, so she fired 3 more times. Matt had reacted and jumped suddenly to avoid the attack, but his right calf was still hit and blood spurted out. Damn it, you woman! Matt became furious when he saw himself bleeding and rushed directly towards the woman. He was very fast, much faster than the average person, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to where the girl was. But the girl with the gun was obviously not an ordinary person. She dodged suddenly, avoided Matt's attack, and shot him again. With a loud bang, the bullet hit Matt in the chest. Matt's whole body shook violently. He stopped and stared at the girl. He swung his fist directly at the girl. The girl couldn't dodge his punch and was hit on the shoulder. She was knocked flying and hit the stairs not far away. Kill you! Matt moved forward, wanted to kill the girl. But the girl reacted quickly. After being knocked down, she stood up again, raised her gun, and fired a final shot at him. Bang! The shot hit Matt's shoulder. Matt's body, which was rushing forward, was suddenly pushed back by the huge impact force and stopped. This time, Matt was surprised. He realized that this girl was not an ordinary person. If she were an ordinary person, after the punch he had just given her, she would probably not be able to get up, let alone shoot. The girl reacted very quickly and aimed directly at him and shot, making him feel a little bit uneasy. The most important thing is that there were sirens outside and he was already injured. Wah! Seeing that the situation was hopeless, how could Matt dare to stay any longer? He roared angrily and tried to retreat. But when he left, he glared at the woman fiercely. I remember your face. You deserve to die. After saying that, Matt left the villa without looking back. Seeing him leave, Supundi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This person had just put a lot of pressure on her. If she wasn't careful, she might be killed by him. Fortunately, Xiejun didn't come alone. He's got other cops out there. Chapter 345. How far am I from this? The gun belongs to Xiejun. Seeing that the man had left, Supundi hurried over to check on Xiejun, only to see that Xiejun was vomiting blood and dying. Both of his hands and one leg were broken, and he was hit on the head several times. The man's punches were very heavy. Supundi's eyes were red, and she hurriedly helped Xiejun up. Old for. Uncle, don't say anything. I'll call the doctor right away. Supundi said hurriedly. No. Xiejun shook his head, coughed violently a few times, spat out a mouthful of blood, and spoke intermittently. You go inform Suemo, let him hide first. That man is very powerful. He is not an ordinary person. I know. He has already entered the country. It's hard to catch him. Let Suemo hide first, until he is caught. Quick! Su Pundi didn't say anything, suddenly not knowing what to do. He was the person Su Bohan called over to kill Suemo. Fourth brother, you come out. You have to be good. As he spoke, Xiejin started coughing violently again and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. When Su Pundi saw it, she burst into tears. During this period, Su Xuehue and Xie Bingyin were both living in Fuhu Temple and had not contacted the outside world for several days. A phone call came from Shuzhong and was answered by Su Xuehue, which surprised her. Second uncle? Is it the third uncle's problem? Yes. She invited people over. Damn it, I'll tell Mom. Su Xuehue hung up the phone and walked into the room to inform Xie Bingyin. My second uncle was injured, so the third brother invited someone to come over to discuss the problem. But my second uncle saw him and tried to stop him. That person almost beat my second uncle to death. Xie Bingyin was shocked when she heard this. Old 3. Good. Xie Bingyin's face turned pale. She knew that Su Manny had always wanted to take revenge on Su Mo and had done many things, which resulted in her legs being broken. During this time, Xiejin was afraid that she would make a mistake again, so he stared at Su Manny closely and prevented her from moving. This time, Su Manny obviously invited people to come and kill Su Mo, but was discovered by Xiejin. In that hospital? Shuzhong Third Hospital. Wah! Although Xie Bingyin has been in Fuhu Temple for a few days, she has not become a nun. She has been reading scriptures and practicing during this time, and her heart has become much calmer. There were indeed some tricks in Fuhu Temple from which she learned a lot, but now she needed to go down the mountain. The two of them came out quickly and rushed to the hospital. Shuzhong Light Factory. Sumo's progress is very fast. He has contacted 3 chip companies to discuss factory construction. The sanctions from Louis and Raymond of the ugly country are very severe, and everyone is afraid now. When they heard that Su Mo had some connections in this area, many people came to inspect. Su Mo and Tang Lei led these people to sign a confidentiality agreement before letting them enter the factory. The lighting factory is already very good, and there is no doubt that the groups that came to inspect it are extremely satisfied. Now, there are already 2 companies that want to sign the contract. Su Mo was extremely happy after the first battle was successful. He immediately called Gu Huanxi, Li Banzwang, and others to come over to celebrate. However, he soon received news from Xiejin. I hadn't originally planned to go see it, but after thinking about it, I felt that it wasn't particularly far, so I drove over. Su Manny and Su Pundi were not there. In the ward, there were only Xiejin and a female police officer sent by the police station. When she saw Su Mo coming, she introduced him some things about Xiejin. It seemed that Xiejin had instructed her to speak. Su Mo listened to it with a serious face. Both hands were shattered, one foot was kicked off, and the chest and head were hit several times. All the bones were broken. Fortunately, it was discovered early and saved a life. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. The opponent is a master, his methods are cruel, and he is extremely powerful. Most people are no match for him. Commander Xie has ordered you to hide as soon as possible. His target is you, the policewoman said with a serious face. Su Mo walked in and took a look at Xiejin. He saw that he was wrapped in gauze, his face was swollen, and he clenched his fists suddenly. As for Xiejin, Su Mo always knew what he wanted to do. He took great pains for Xie Bingyin, Su Manny, Su Xuehue, and others. The reason why Su Mo did not retaliate against him was because this man was just a man of temperament. Although he was used to solving problems with the attitude of a superior, he never caused much trouble to Su Mo. He has been maneuvering in the conflict between Su Mo and the Su family, trying to repair the relationship between the 2 sides. Although Su Mo didn't like him, he couldn't say that he hated him. He just had no feelings for him. However, he did not expect that someone would attack him. Su Mo raised his head and glanced at Ning Xuan. Ning Xuan came over and checked Xiejin's wound and said, "The opponent's method is cruel and direct, and his strength is very strong. He should be a top killer, or what?" Su Mo asked. Or they could be top masters who have been trained with secret medicines. In Western countries, there have always been people who have been trained with such secret medicines, and they are very powerful. Even for us, it is very difficult to deal with these people. Ning Xuan explained. They use drugs to grow it? Ning Xuan nodded. They used to have many such methods, but they all had side effects. After they optimized the methods, the side effects became less. Some of them belonged to the church, and some belonged to some special elites. The elite among the elites. Ning Xuehen continued to look at Xiejun. The person who came, I'm afraid, is just one of them. He is very powerful. Suemo, we will be in danger. Suemo walked to Xiejun's bed, stared at Xiejun's wound and broken hand, and took a deep breath. How far am I from this? It's still far away. The opponent is very strong. If you meet him, run away quickly and don't think about fighting him. Even if you have a gun, it will be difficult to hurt him unless 3 or 4 people shoot at him at the same time. Ning Xuehen said. Suemo also knew that there was a huge gap between him and Ning Xuehen, so he did not refute. He stared at Xiejun calmly and said, "What can I get if I help you find the gilded Tianmu bowl? How can you help me?" "This," Ning Xuehen said. "I want to deal with him. With my own hands. I want to reach his level in a short period of time, or even surpass him. Do you have any solution? If you do, we will fly to Tokyo tomorrow." Suemo suddenly turned around and stared at Ning Xuehen. Ning Xuehen was silent for a moment. It's difficult. But if you have money, enough money, and get the gilded Tianmu bowl, maybe there is some way. Do I still have enough money? Suemo asked. Ning Xuehen did not answer this question. We have many national treasures that have been lost, and many of them are very precious. In addition to the gilded Tianmu bowl, there are several other very precious national treasures. If you want to get them back, you need a huge amount of money, and there are some secrets in these national treasures. If you can figure out these secrets, maybe you can get what you want. Let's go to Tokyo tomorrow. I already have news about the gilded Tianmu bowl. Suemo spoke immediately. Oh, Ning Xuehen was stunned. Suemo did not answer, but looked back at Xiejun, then turned and left. Chapter 346 contains the stars of the universe. Suemo does have a gilded Tianmu bowl. As the boss of an internet company, he has far more sources of information than Ning Xuehen. His connections are spread all over the country, and many of these connections are related to the little country. With just a few words, he can easily get news from the little country. He also investigated the information about the Tokugawa family and the Kamikaze Special Attack Force, and gained a lot. The people of Zairazi Kingdom knew that the gilded Tianmu bowl was a national treasure and would not sell it easily. Fortunately, in recent years, Zairazi Kingdom had a hard time, and the Tokugawa family was also short of money. So Suemo made a few inquiries, and they said it could be sold. It is indeed similar to Ning Xuehen's, with an asking price of 30 billion, and there are other things which are extremely expensive. The people of the Tokugawa family were very vigilant and asked about our identities. Only after I reported my identity did they nod and agree. Do they have a grudge against you? Suemo looked at Ning Xuehen. Ning Xuehen was somewhat surprised when she heard the news about the gilded Tianmu bowl. She immediately said, "There is a grudge. If we were the ones buying, they would definitely not sell it. But you are different. You have nothing to do with us. You are just a rich man, the richest man in the world. You have money, so they will sell it to you. However, they want something more. I need to pay a very painful price. In addition to 30 billion, they also want 3% of the shares of T Platform. This 3% is worth at least 10 billion. The Tokugawa family is optimistic about the development of T Platform." Suemo said. Ning Xuehen smiled and said, "Believe me, the gilded Tianmu bowl is definitely worth the price. Xiao Rizi doesn't understand the secrets contained in the gilded Tianmu bowl at all. How do you know they don't know?" Suemo looked at her. Ning Xuehen's beautiful face showed a big smile. "Of course I know. If they knew, they would definitely not sell it. Suemo, I need your help. Don't worry, as long as you can get the gilded Tianmu bowl back, I will definitely repay you and make you feel that it is worth it." "You said it. I need to kill this man named Matt Morgan. Kill him with my own hands. And I don't plan to take a long time," Suemo said. "Then you may have to spend a lot of money." Ning Xuehen smiled. Suemo didn't say much and immediately called Li Banzwang over and asked her to send a message to the people in Tokyo and arrange things in Tokyo. Li Banzwang took a look, nodded, and began to make arrangements. It is not a problem for them to withdraw 30 billion now. The investment in the lighting factory has come to an end and money has started to flow in continuously. In addition, the rapid growth of Pinduoduo and T Platform in recent years has made Sumo's treasury very full. It is probably because of this that the talents in Zairazi country have set their sights on his pocket. 30 billion yuan, most people would not be willing to spend this much money, but Su Mo was willing to spend it. He directly called on people to form a team and quickly went to Zairizi country to discuss the matter. When the discussion was almost over, Su Mo flew over directly to sign the contract. To prevent any accidents, Ning Xuehen and Wang Wu also flew over with him. Su Mo did not hesitate. After arriving in Tokyo, he used money to pave the way and spent money until he met the agent of the Tokugawa family. Nice to meet you, dear Mr. Su Mo. We have heard of your great name. This time, we need to obtain a part of the shares of T Platform, 3%. We also plan to discount the other 30 billion into shares. How about Pinduoduo's shares? The agent of the Tokugawa family was obviously more optimistic about Su Mo's potential and was salivating over the skyrocketing market value of Pinduoduo. But this time, Su Mo did not agree. Pink Sixy has no shares to sell. The major shareholders have been settled now. Unless you have the ability to buy shares from other major shareholders, otherwise, I don't have any. What a pity. The agents of the Tokugawa family were quite disappointed, but they did not hesitate to call Su Mo into a room to discuss the Gilded Tianmu Bowl. The Tokugawa family seemed reluctant to accept the 30 billion plus 3% of the T Platform shares, but after some discussion, Su Mo finally got what he wanted. The so-called Gilded Tianmu Bowl is a bowl with a gold border inlaid with gold and decorated with numerous patterns. This bowl is not very big, only the size of a palm, but it looks extremely delicate and beautiful. Inspect the goods. Su Mo clapped his hands. Yes. Several people came forward to inspect the goods and check their authenticity. Ning Xuehen observed for a moment, then nodded to Su Mo. 30 billion plus 3% of T Platform shares. Your asking price is too high. If it weren't for our national treasure, I wouldn't offer this price. Su Mo said. This bowl can be put in my collection. The agent of the Tokugawa family laughed and said, Mr. Su is a well-known wealthy man. We know you are rich. This is already our lowest price. But it was you who stole it, Su Mo said. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people of the Tokugawa family changed. Mr. Su, we don't want to talk about history. You know, our deal can be canceled at any time if you don't want to. The people of the Tokugawa family turned pale. Get it first, no matter what they say. Ning Xuehen was afraid of any accidents and whispered to Su Mo. Su Mo wanted to curse a few more times, but after hearing what she said, he could only calmly say, This belongs to me. 30 billion, and the rest belongs to you. Go! Seeing how straightforward he was, the people of the Tokugawa family didn't say anything. They had been short of money in recent years, and the Tokugawa family's finances were not very good, so they urgently needed a sum of money. They need the 30 billion. The contract was signed quickly, and the Gilded Tianmu Bowl was put in a safe and taken away by Su Mo. Let's go. Let's go back to the Xia. Only when we return to the Xia will we be safe. Will the Tokugawa family come out to rob again? Ning Xuehen asked. It's hard to say. Didn't they snatch it away before? Don't underestimate their evil ambitions. Let's return home overnight. Ning Xuehen was obviously worried about her life and urged Su Mo to leave quickly. Su Mo naturally didn't want to stay in Shao Rizi country for too long. He didn't want to reveal his whereabouts. Perhaps Su Bohan had some connection in this regard. So the group did not hesitate and directly contacted the people at the embassy to buy tickets back to Daxia. The Gilded Tianmu Bowl looks to be in good condition. The Tokugawa family did not destroy it. In the past, the Tokugawa family destroyed many of our national treasures. After getting on the plane, Ning Xuehen felt relieved and said with a smile, Money is indeed useful. Changbai Mountain is short of money. Why would people like you be short of money? Su Mo looked at her and asked, Isn't it normal to be short of money? Everyone is short of money. Many people don't know how to make money, and we don't know how to make money either. It's normal. Ning Xuehen smiled, looking very happy. What you said makes some sense. Su Mo smiled faintly. But now, you have got what you want. But what about what I want? Ning Xuehen looked at him and smiled mysteriously. I don't know if you can get what you want. However, this bowl is in your hand. You can comprehend it for more than a month. As long as you can see what's inside. Maybe you don't need my help. Oh, Su Mo was surprised. Remember, the Gilded Tianmu Bowl was made by a great craftsman in the Song dynasty, and it contains the stars of the universe. I'm not sure whether you can see anything in it, or what you can see, but what I can be sure of is that it is worth 30 billion. or even 40 billion. Ning Xuehen said with a smile. The more you talk, the more interested I am. Thank you, little beauty. Suemo couldn't help but feel relaxed. Ning Xuehen was stunned. Her pretty face turned red, and she glared at him. I'm not used to this name for him. Chapter 347. This doesn't seem to be enough. The plane soon landed in Daxia Kingdom. They are escorted by a security company, and there are top special forces like Wang Wu, as well as masters like Ning Xuan. When he returned to the villa, Suemo did not hesitate and immediately called Gu Huanxi, Li Banzwang, and Tang Lei over to discuss how to crack the secret of the gilded Tianmu bowl. This time, nearly 40 billion was spent. Naturally, Suemo did not enjoy it alone. The four people also got a share. Suemo hoped that they could also see something in this bowl. As for what was inside, Suemo didn't know, and Ning Xuehen didn't seem to know either. They just knew there were some secrets. This gilded Tianmu bowl was a tribute from the Song dynasty. At the end of the northern Song dynasty, Emperor Huizong Zhaoji was dissatisfied with the texture and color of porcelain. So he recruited many craftsmen, summarized the porcelain-making techniques of past dynasties, and personally fired imperial porcelain in the capital Kaifeng, which is the northern Song dynasty official porcelain. The gilded Tianmu bowl is the most exquisite porcelain bowl made by the northern Song dynasty official porcelain. There were 6 master craftsmen responsible for making this bowl, and Emperor Huizong of Song, Zhaoji, personally supervised the production. After it was successfully made, it is said that Emperor Huizong of Song played with this bowl day and night. This is a national treasure that has been lost abroad for many years. It was stolen more than 100 years ago, and now it has finally returned to Daxia. Ning Xuehen looked at the gilded Tianmu bowl on the table and said excitedly, "Look into the bowl and see if you can see anything." "What's in this bowl?" Tang Lei asked, curious. It is said that everyone may see different things. What to see specifically depends on the individual. Of course, most people can only see a bowl. Ning Xuehen said with a smile. The gilded Tianmu bowl is indeed beautiful. It has a gold rim on the outside, and the inside looks like a starry sky, dotted with stars, which are the stars in the universe. "Let me take a look." Suemo was not sure if he could see anything, so he lowered his head and looked into the bowl. Ning Xuehen glanced at him and nodded, wondering if he would see something. The gods have all the meridians open, and his talent is actually extremely high, but it's a pity that he didn't have a famous teacher to guide him in his childhood. But then again, having the guidance of a famous teacher is not necessarily a good thing. The society has changed a long time ago. Now it is the world of guns and cannons. These people have long been buried. Most young people cannot bear the pain of training and have abandoned martial arts long ago. If it weren't for some people who persisted, the inheritance would probably have been cut off. Suemo was seen staring at the gilded Tianmu bowl. His eyes seemed to penetrate into it, and he did not look up for a long time. Gu Huanxi was surprised. "Suemo?" However, Suemo did not respond. Li Banzwang also lowered her head and glanced. "Suemo?" She reached out and pushed him. Suemo shuddered slightly and then woke up. "What's in here?" Ning Xuehen asked. She had just taken a look but didn't see anything. Suemo looked up with a look of surprise, and he shook his head and said, "It's hard to tell now. It seems like there is a black hole." "Black hole?" "It seems there is something else, but I can't see it clearly yet. I only see a black hole at the bottom of the bowl." Suemo said, "Everyone else, have a look. You have a month to comprehend, but you can't destroy this bowl." Ning Xuehen also felt that Suemo might not be able to see anything for a while, so he said, "Good." Next, Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang also lowered their heads to look inside. Suemo even called Wang Wu over to let him take a look. But none of them saw anything. Sun, moon, stars, black holes. Seeing that no one saw anything useful, Ning Xuehen was not disappointed. This seemed to be within her expectations. She did not continue to urge Suemo and others, and let them meditate every day. "Suemo, did you really see a black hole?" When seeing Ning Xuehen, Tang Lei, and others leaving, Gu Huanxi turned around and asked Suemo, "There is indeed some at the bottom of the bowl, but I can't see the others for now. This thing seems to be able to suck away a person's soul." "I only saw a bowl," Gu Huanxi said. Suemo suddenly walked up to her, put his arms around her slender waist, greedily sniffed the fragrance of the woman's body, and felt refreshed. "Huanxi, my second uncle, is—" "I know." Gu Huanxi looked at him with burning eyes. "You care about him?" Suemo was silent for a moment, then nodded. No matter what the cost, I will kill them. Su Bohan has gone crazy to dare to target Xiejun. As long as we can get something from this bowl, I don't mind breaking the rules. Tang Lei proposed to form a mercenary team outside. The estimated investment is about 1 billion. Gu Huanqi said, that is our private security company. We can do it. But the prerequisite is that we have the strength ourselves. Suemo said. Gu Huanqi looked at him, was silent for a moment, then leaned towards him slightly and kissed the corner of his mouth like a dragonfly touching the water. I know you are under a lot of pressure, and you want to protect everyone. You don't want them to die. So, I will always stay by your side. If you're tired, come back to me and take a rest. We will never fail. Suemo looked at the woman's dreamy and beautiful face and couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly hugged her slender waist, covered her mouth with his mouth, and felt her tenderness and breath. It's great to have you around. After kissing for a while, Suemo let go of her and smiled. Gu Huanqi was already out of breath. Her eyes were like autumn water, and she was filled with tears of affection. But this bowl seems to have something in it. Let me take a look. Okay. Gu Huanqi looked at him with a gentle face and smiled slightly. Suemo didn't hesitate, took the bowl, and continued watching. In an instant, his soul seemed to be sucked into the black hole of the gilded Tianmu bowl, and he did not look up for a long time. Gu Huanqi was a little worried about him, so she didn't leave immediately, but stayed by the side and waited. After a while, Li Banzwang also came in with some tea and took a look. She wanted to say something, but Gu Huanqi stopped her. Li Banzwang could only sit next to Gu Huanqi and wait together. Banzwang, are you under a lot of pressure? After a long while, Gu Huanqi looked at Li Banzwang and asked. Li Banzwang was stunned and shook his head. I'm not that big either. Gu Huanqi suddenly pulled up Li Banzwang's little hand and held it gently. I've always known what he wants, and he has been trying to live. But some people just won't give up. Xiejun was beaten and disabled, and Suemo felt that it might be our turn next. The enemy has gone crazy. Li Banzwang was lost in thought for a moment. If this Matt Morgan is really from the Morgan family, then even the country will not easily deal with him. He will be fearless. That's right. Gu Huanqi nodded. Suemo has already noticed this. The Morgan family is too involved. Once they take action, it means war between the two countries. No one can afford this consequence. This is why this person is so rampant in the country. As long as he doesn't go too far, the people above will tolerate it. Li Banzwang glanced at Suemo and said, I won't leave. Gu Huanqi glanced at her and smiled immediately. He suddenly reached out and pinched her pretty face, which still had some baby fat. Half makeup. You're getting more and more beautiful. Li Banzwang's pretty face turned red. Gu Huanqi smiled mischievously and said, let's work harder too. I hope we can find something useful in it. Good. Li Banzwang looked a little shy. She clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling. After Suemo saw this, he didn't look up for the whole afternoon. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang were both a little surprised. They checked him and saw that he was fine, so they didn't disturb him. After half a day passed, Suemo suddenly looked up. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang looked and saw the stars in the universe flowing through Suemo's eyes. His eyes seemed to become extremely deep, like a black hole that swallowed everything. Extremely eye-catching. Suemo you. Gu Huanqi was surprised. Go to the basement. Suemo ran towards the basement without saying a word. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang hurriedly followed. There is a ring in the basement where Suemo usually exercises and does boxing. After Suemo pounced over, he started punching a boxing target frantically. The first punch was fine, the second punch was also normal. But when he threw the third punch at the boxing target, there was a loud bang, and the boxing target was pierced by his fist and countless fragments burst out. This? Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang widened their eyes. This doesn't seem to be enough. Chapter 348, If She Can Cultivate a Grandmaster. Suemo was excited when he found that he could punch through the boxing target. A surge of power suddenly surged out of his body and rushed straight to his fist. When he hit the boxing target, the power in his fist pierced through the boxing target like a nail and flew more than 1 meter away. He realized that his body had undergone tremendous changes. My whole body began to feel lighter, my speed began to increase, and my vision became so clear that I could even see ants 100 meters away, clearly. Not to mention his hearing. As long as he concentrates a little, he can even hear the conversation of the security guards at the community gate. The gilded Tiamu bowl contains extremely powerful power. Just now, when Suemo was looking at the stars in the universe, this power surged into his body and flowed through it several times. Sumo's whole body began to heat up. He originally thought that the heat would dissipate quickly, but who knew that it would stay in his body? It was like a little snake crawling wildly inside the body. At the same time, little people appeared in the gilded Tiamu bowl. The little people appeared in the dark starry sky, dotted with stars, and performed various gymnastics. Suemo didn't know what this meant. He remembered the actions of these little men in his mind and simulated them a little bit. The heat flow in his body began to become faster. Suemo, your strength has increased? Li Banzwang exclaimed. It seems to have grown a lot, but I think it's still not enough. Suemo said excitedly. After spending 40 billion, he finally gained some power. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang were stunned when they heard this. There are still some things I haven't finished reading and haven't remembered. I'll go back and read them. Suemo laughed excitedly. Oh, then go back quickly, Gu Huanqi said hurriedly. Suemo did not hesitate and went back to the room to look at the gilded Tiamu bowl. In his eyes, those fluorescent little people in the starry sky continued to make various postures and movements. At first, there were relatively few of them, but as time went on, the movements of these little people became more and more numerous and faster. Suddenly, the fluorescent little men trembled slightly, and with a whoosh, they drilled into Sumo's body. Sumo's whole body shook slightly. Before he could react, he only heard a few whoosh sounds, and more little people drilled into his body, densely packed. Soon, all the little people in the Tiamu bowl disappeared. He didn't understand what was happening. Ning Xuan hurried over to take a look and was immediately surprised. She felt that after not seeing him for a while, Sumo's temperament had changed drastically. What did you see in there? Ning Xuan exclaimed. A lot. A black hole full of stars, and a golden dragon circling around the black hole. Suemo said. Golden dragon? How can there be such a thing? Ning Xuan was surprised. Who knows? The most important thing is that there are many little people dancing inside. It's very impressive. Suemo continued. There are little people dancing? Ning Xuan couldn't believe it, and suddenly burst into ecstasy. You said there are little people dancing? Really? Really? Suemo nodded. I seem to remember their movements. Tisk. Ning Xuan suddenly looked at Suemo as if he were a monster. Then what's the matter with the internal energy in your body? Why did you gain internal energy so quickly? She asked again. A hot current surged out from inside, as if it came from the golden dragon. After flowing into my body through my eyes, it swirled inside and wouldn't leave. It's still in my body now. Suemo continued. Tsk tisk. Ning Xuan was dumbfounded. Monster? Are you a monster? What? Suemo was confused. You look like a monster. That internal energy might be sealed in the gilded Tiamu bowl by those great craftsmen. The gilded Tiamu bowl has been passed down for thousands of years, and many top masters have obtained it. Most of these masters left their internal energy in it. Ning Xuan guessed, looking at Suemo with a very complicated expression. And now, you seem to be able to absorb this internal energy. It really is worthy of being born with all the meridians open. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of this internal energy and would die soon. Oh, but I sense that the things in my body don't seem to belong to me and are out of my control. I just threw a few punches and it kept pouring out of my fists. Of course, those are things left behind by others. It will take you a very long time to control them. They're just stored in your body. From today on, you'd better learn to control them as soon as possible. Ning Xuan explained. And those little people are dancing. What are they? Suemo continued to ask. It could be some moves and actions or ancient boxing techniques. You'd better master them as soon as possible. If you can master these things, you might be able to advance to the Grandmaster level. Grandmaster? Suemo looked at Ning Xuan. That's right, a master of the generation. This is the top expert in our field. Every master is extremely powerful, but unfortunately, most of the masters have not appeared in the world now. Now, you have the potential to become a master. Are you the Grandmaster? Me? How is that possible? I'm not one yet. Ning Xuan immediately shook his head. I'm still a little far away. A true master is much better than me. They can really dodge bullets, and even catch them with their hands. Sumo's eyes lit up instantly. Dodge bullets, catch bullets with your hands. Can I achieve this level? Maybe. You already have the potential. Come, show me the dancing movements of those little figures. Maybe I can identify what they are. Ning Xuehen said excitedly. Sumo glanced at her and nodded. Banzwang, call Tang Lei over as well. We have something big to do. Yes. Li Banzwang hurriedly called Tang Lei, and a group of people soon arrived at the basement. The little figure in the gilded Tianmu bowl has many movements, more than 100 in total, which look like dancing and are quite complicated. Fortunately, after those villains got into Sumo's head, he remembered them. Ning Xuehen read it through and was surprised. These movements, I don't understand them either. They seem like some kind of gymnastics movements. They are accompanied by breathing movements and boxing techniques. They should be used for cultivation. We can temporarily call it the Gilded Tianmu Breathing Method, Tianmu Boxing Method, or Tianmu Method. It contains very strong principles of the Great Tao, and it is natural. It's so hot. After Su Mo performed the little man's gymnastics, he felt hot all over, as if a fire was burning inside him. Hot sweat instantly broke out on his forehead and body. Be careful when you practice your skills. Don't rush. Your body can't bear the strong internal energy contained in you. Ning Xuehen took one look and immediately said, Now I can practice with you every day. I hope you can master it as soon as possible. That's great. Sumo stripped off his clothes and greeted the cold air from the air conditioner, instantly feeling a lot better. Ning Xuehen saw the muscles all over his body and his eyes became more complicated. This person can actually see things in the gilded Tianmu bowl. He is truly gifted. If things go well, he really has the potential to become a master or even a grandmaster. If she could train a master or even a grandmaster, I'm afraid my senior brother would be very surprised. Perhaps in the future, even his equally talented senior brothers will not be his match. Thinking of this, Ning Xuehen also wanted to take a look at the gilded Tianmu bowl to see if he could also crack some of the mysteries. Chapter 349, it is difficult for us to ask real experts for help. A grandmaster is someone who possesses extremely high attainments in traditional martial arts. Such people are extremely rare in China, and among 1.3 billion people, they can be counted on two hands. Each of them is a respected senior master who is outstanding and has reached the pinnacle. It is said that once one reaches the grandmaster level, one can create a chi shield, becoming invulnerable to swords and guns, and having an indestructible body. Dodge bullets, catch bullets with your hands, it's easy. There are powerful masters who can even take people's heads from 1,000 meters away. Their strength is extremely terrifying. Ning Xuehen's strength has not reached that of a grandmaster, so it is hard to say how powerful he is. I have only heard of it. However, Ning Xuehen knew that among the masters, some were also very obsessed with guns and explosives. They used their own strength, combined with guns and explosives, to cause several times or even dozens of times the damage. True masters have long since adapted to the times instead of clinging to old traditions. Abroad, many masters who use secret medicines are like this. So over the years, many people have abandoned traditional martial arts and adopted new weapons to fight, but only a small number of people still cling to tradition. Ning Xuehen is a middleman between the two. While learning traditional martial arts, she is also trying to adapt to this society. So, she just came out recently. Sumo saw something that made her eager to try. She also took a look at the gilded Tianmu bowl, but unfortunately, she couldn't see what was inside. Ning Xuehen was filled with disappointment. On the other side, Xie Bingyan and Su Xuehue came to the hospital and saw Xiezhen. The moment she saw Xiezhen, Xie Bingyan pulled Su Manny up and slapped her hard several times without saying a word. Pa pa pa. After a few slaps, Su Manny didn't dare to resist at all and was almost knocked to the ground. His face is pale. Several policemen came over and handed some information to Xie Bingyan. In addition, the eldest brother Xie Yin also rushed over and sat not far away, smoking nonstop. The higher-ups are very cautious with this guy. He should still be in the country and hasn't left yet, but we can't find any trace of him. We suspect he's at the southern border. The Morgan family is too powerful. We can lodge a diplomatic protest, but it won't have much effect. The other party is a master. We are organizing some special forces to catch him, but we can't say whether we can catch him or not. If the other party attacks, we may lose people on our side. There is only one thing we can do now, deport him. And that's just for the sake of appearances. Xie Yun spoke slowly, looking difficult. How come he is in the country with such a great background? He is here to kill Su Mo. He is a killer who is elusive. Xie Yun glanced at him and said, we can't find his whereabouts now. Maybe he is still in Shuzhong and still planning to kill Su Mo. This man has always been arrogant and domineering. He knows that we can't do anything to him. Don't you have anyone else available? Xie Bingyan asked. Someone can use it, but the truly powerful people won't take action. At least with our abilities, we can't invite such people to take action. The people above are very cautious about offending the Morgan family. Now, it's probably just a matter of making a big deal out of a small matter, Xie Yun explained. I don't agree with this way of handling things, Xie Bingyan said angrily. There is another way. We can send the same expert to kill him. As long as we do this, the Morgan family will not be able to say anything. The people above also said that if we have the ability to find someone to kill him, then they can turn a blind eye. Even if the Morgan family comes to us, they will fight back. The premise is, can we kill him? Or, how many people do we need to die to kill him? Xie Yun was frowning. How is it possible for such a person to do whatever he wants in the country? Who is his protector? Xie Bingyan asked. Xie Yun shook his head and said, no one in the country is his protector. I have already said that as long as no one dies and not many people die, it doesn't matter if we find someone to kill him. The people above will not give us much help because they can invite some people out. In addition, what this person is doing now is still within their tolerance range. Xie Zhen is not dead. He is just injured. They hope to protest and resolve it through diplomatic means. Xie Yun took a puff of his cigarette and said, also, someone from the police is trying to catch him, but with his abilities, it might be hard to catch him. His target is... Xie Bingyan stared at Xie Yun. Su Mo. Su Mo offended someone, or, as he grew up, he was noticed by bigger capital. Su Mo and his gang might be his targets. Xie Yun explained. Xie Bingyan, Su Shuihui, and others' faces changed drastically. Besides, I suspect there's more than just one person like this. There could be others equally skilled. We need to be cautious. A trace of powerlessness appeared on Xie Yun's face. Compared with the Morgan family, the Xie family is far inferior. The Morgan family is a world-class family with assets and influence spread all over the world, which is absolutely unimaginable for the Xie family. If the entire Great Xia Kingdom concentrates part of its strength, it will not be a problem to defeat them, but it will also require a huge price. The people above do not allow any major disputes to arise between the two countries. Giving Xie Yun verbal permission and allowing him to use some special forces and weapons to kill the other party was already the biggest concession. Any more, and there might not be any. The Great Xia Kingdom still needs to develop. Special forces, can you protect him? Xie Bingyan spoke. Xie Yun shook his head. The opponent is very powerful. He is one of the top 20 killers on the dark web killer list. He is elusive and is best at plain clothes, disguise, and lurking. In addition, he is very lustful. Xie Yun glanced at Su Manny. When Xie Bingyan heard this, she became furious again and slapped Su Manny on the head. Whoa! Su Manny screamed and burst into tears. I will find someone to resolve this matter. No matter who it is, I will never allow it. Xie Bingyan stared at Xie Yun. It's useless for you to care. It's difficult for us to ask real masters for help. Now, we can only rely on the advantage of numbers to see if we can kill him? I hope so, Xie Yun said. When Xie Bingyan heard this, she remained silent. If the opponent is an expert among experts, then the number of people may not have much effect. Xie Yun was probably also afraid of death. After all, if a few special forces soldiers or policemen died, he would also be responsible. Everyone's life is life. He can only be careful. On the other side, Su Mo and his group were busy all night. Su Mo drew more than 100 little figures and more than 100 sets of movements for everyone to see. I don't know if it will produce some special effects, but Su Mo hopes that everyone can learn it. Tiamu breathing method, Tiamu gymnastics, Tiamu boxing method. Now it can be roughly divided into 3 types, among which breathing method is the most important, gymnastics is second, and boxing is equally important. After you practice it once, do you feel anything special? Not yet, Li Banzwang replied. Su Mo looked at Gu Huanxi, Tang Lei, and Wang Wu. No, Su Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. It seems that it will take some time to verify, right? Fortunately, we still have some time. Compared to others, I care more about your situation. Sumo, how is the internal energy in your body? Ning Shuehen stared at Su Mo with burning eyes. It still scurries around occasionally, but compared to yesterday, it's much more stable today. When I was punching, it suddenly rushed out on the sixth punch. There is progress. Ning Shuehen was pleasantly surprised, staring at Su Mo and said happily, perhaps you have the potential to become a master, or even a grandmaster. Chapter 350. Chapter 350. You are so old. Why don't you die? Sumo was also very excited and started to work harder. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Strength emerges from within. The effect of every punch thrown is extremely powerful. Cool. This feeling of bursting power gave Su Mo great confidence. In his previous life, he lived in Seoul State for 20 years. During those 20 years, he could do almost nothing except reading and wandering around. He was extremely depressed. And now, the power of every punch he throws reaches several hundred kilograms, or even thousands of kilograms. Seeing such an effect, how could Su Mo not be excited? He punched in the basement day and night. Even when Gu Huanxi and others went to rest, he did not rest, trying to master Tianmu Fist as soon as possible. Seeing Sumo working so hard, everyone felt touched. They couldn't help but work harder. At the same time, after Su Bohan was filed, his grandfather Su Hontai and grandmother Peng Yume came to find him and brought an aunt named Su Yaina with them. They came in a hurry, with urgent looks on their faces, and went straight to Sumo's villa. The guard stopped them and wouldn't let them in. Su Hontai got furious and ordered his bodyguards to beat up a guard. Su Mo knew that he was pleading for Su Bohan, so he did not refuse to see them. After practicing boxing in the basement, he walked out. Su Mo, are you really not going to let your uncle go? I told you that you can't beat them. Su Hontai stared at Su Mo, a little angry. Your uncle is a family member to you. Can't you forgive him? Su Mo glanced at them calmly and said, did you come here today just to talk about this? I'm your grandfather. Su Hontai said angrily. How can you ignore my words? Do you know what consequences this will bring to you and the Su family? You will destroy the Su family. I don't see how serious the consequences will be. I've already said that Su Bohan must die. Su Mo said calmly. How did you become like this? Do you still have any conscience? Are you still a member of my Su family? Su Hontai looked anxious. Also, even if you killed your uncle, what does it matter? It will only make your relatives sad and your enemies happy. Now, the Su family has no way to protect you. Protect me? The Su family protects me? Sumo looked at him. Su Hontai said anxiously. Now someone from abroad has come to solve the problem. You control too much capital and companies. You can't keep them at all. Do you think those Jewish groups are so easy to deal with? No, they have been eyeing you covetously for a long time. This time, there is not only one person named Mad in the country. They have a gang. So you knew that a foreigner had come to our country. So you knew that it was Su Bohan who was looking for him. There was murderous intent in Sumo's eyes. Su Hontai said helplessly, Sumo, listen to Grandpa. Release your uncle and let him help you deal with things abroad. Only in this way can the incident be calmed down. Your uncle has many connections outside who can help you deal with it. You mean I can't handle it? Do you know who is behind that? He is not only a powerful master, but also from the Morgan Consortium. He is a member of the Morgan family. This time, he was instructed by someone from the Morgan Consortium to enter the country in order to snatch the T platform from you. Only if you let your uncle handle it can the incident be resolved as soon as possible. Then I'm curious, if Su Bohan comes out, how will he deal with it? Sumo was no longer angry and stared at him coldly. Su Hontai said hurriedly, I know you don't want to, but we can keep most of the assets. We can also cooperate with the Morgan family to expand the capital of the Su family. Sumo, think about it. How big is the Morgan family? If we cooperate with them, the Su family will be promoted to a second-tier family in one fell swoop. In the future, it may not be impossible to become a first-tier family. When Su Mo heard this, he immediately laughed and found it extremely ridiculous. Seeing Su Mo's mocking expression, Su Hontai hurriedly spoke again. I know you don't like it, but Su Mo, you have to understand that we are no match for the Morgan family, and we can't hurt them. Going against them will only lead to death. We can choose another way. Is there another way? Yes. You can give up a portion of the shares of the T platform in exchange for the support of the Morgan family. You can contact them through your uncle. Suemo, you must believe that as long as your uncle takes action, the status of our Su family in Daxiao will skyrocket. It is no longer a dream to move up a class. Su Hongtai continued to stare at him hurriedly. Suemo, wake up. Don't let your loved ones be sad and your enemies be happy. We need to learn to be flexible and adapt to this world. If you act recklessly, it will only make things worse. I probably already know what you want to say. I was just guessing what kind of bullshit you can come up with. Suemo said. You can't beat them. You can't deal with them. At this time, Grandma Peng Yume also said, if you do this, you will only die. Yes, Suemo, I live abroad. You don't understand how powerful the Morgan family is. Listen to your grandparents. Stop it. We are a family. Suyana also spoke. Suemo had met her once before, during the 4 years when he returned to the Su family, but it was just one time. After that, Suyana lived abroad all year round. We are a family. So when he hired someone to kill me, you didn't try to persuade me. Now that I want to kill him, you are trying to persuade me? As soon as these words came out, Su Hongtai's face changed and he hurriedly said, Suemo, it's definitely not what you think. It's that you can't deal with the Morgan family at all. If you insist on doing so, you will only ruin yourself and the Su family. We are only worried about your safety. Oh, why are you so shameless? Why do you always want to take advantage of your age? Su Imo mocked. You come here to persuade me to stop? Do you think I can't deal with the Morgan family? Who do you think you are? Su Mou. The three were surprised. I remembered your last name was Su. I wanted to see what kind of bullshit you wanted to see me talk about. I have to say, it was not beyond my expectations. It was just as exciting as I expected. Su Mo stared at them with a cold face. Su Bohan. He is your eldest son. You hold him in your hands and are afraid of dropping him. You feel sorry for Su Bohan going to jail. So let me tell you, I definitely don't just want him to go to jail. I want him to die in jail. Just watch. Just watch me kill him. Whether I die or not, Su Bohan will definitely die. When Su Hongtai heard this, his face turned pale. Su Mo, aren't you afraid of the Morgan family? Puff. Su Mo laughed immediately. What does it have to do with you whether I am afraid or not? What does it have to do with you whether the T platform will be taken away? Now, you come here to persuade me to surrender in the name of caring about me. Why don't you die? You are so old. Why don't you die? Chapter 351, the two sides are already at loggerheads. Su Hongtai was scolded and became so angry that he almost had 2 Buddhas born and ascended to heaven. His face turned pale, and he was unable to say anything to Su Mo. He could only leave in shame. This was not the first or second time Su Mo had scolded him, and this time it seemed that his daughter Su Yaina was around, making him seem even more aggrieved. Su Mo was too lazy to pay attention to him and went back to practice boxing. In fact, Su Mo never minded meeting them. He just wanted to see them running around in panic after being scolded, with no place to vent their anger. This time it's still shallow. Next time I see it, I will definitely curse again. Su Hongtai, Su Yaina, and others quickly left Su Mo's villa. After Su Bohan was arrested, Su Hongtai was very anxious. Outside, Su Daming was also waiting for him. Seeing that he returned empty-handed, Su Daming had already anticipated what had happened and felt helpless. We need to find Su Deming and ask him to come and persuade Su Mo, and Xie Dating, Xie Yun, and even Xie Bingyan. We have no way to fight against foreigners. Only cooperation can help the Su family move to a higher level. Hearing Su Hongtai say this, Su Daming sighed and said, Brother, when you went in, I had already advised you not to mention Bohan's affairs. If you mention Bohan, Su Mo will definitely not listen. Only Bohan has such connections outside. If Su Mo and Bohan join hands, the Su family will definitely be able to move up a level. Why can't we mention Bohan? He's his uncle. Peng Yume was dissatisfied with the second son, Su Daming. Su Daming was choked back and was a little afraid of his sister-in-law. Go to Deming's villa to find him. Now only through him can we stop Su Mo from becoming an enemy of the Morgan family. And Xie Yun, he is already in Shuzhou. Su Hongtai knew that time was running out and just wanted to put a stop to everything. He knew very well that although Su Mo's business was very big, it was also very dangerous. The boy was carrying gold through a busy street. He had no power outside. How could those greedy jackals let him go? Now let Su Mo stop. admit defeat, strive for cooperation, and get close to the Morgan family, which is the way to succeed. Wah! The group did not hesitate and went straight to find Su Deming. Su Deming is naturally in Shu. During this period, Xie Bingyin didn't see him. Only Su Shuiying came to see him occasionally. In addition, the sixth child Su Yuechan also came back from abroad to take care of him. Su Deming has been drunk during this period and is completely drunk every day. When Su Hontai led everyone over, Su Deming was drinking in the living room, and the whole living room was a mess because of him. Su Deming. When Su Hontai saw Su Deming like this, he became furious. After being slapped twice in succession, Su Deming finally came to his senses. You, come with me to meet Xie Dating and Xie Yun. Let's talk about where they are. Su Hontai didn't intend to waste his breath and planned to explain everything to the Xie family after meeting them. Because Xie Jun was beaten, most of Xie's family members were in Shuzhou. Su Hontai quickly arrived at the hotel where Xie Dating and Xie Yun were staying and found them. The situation is now very clear. This is no longer just a matter between Matt Morgan and the dark web killer. Rather, we have to protect Su Mo. We want to cooperate with the Morgan family. Your Xie family knows how big the Morgan family is, and those above us don't want to offend them. Now, they want Su Mo's T platform. As long as we operate and give up some shares, we may be able to get the support of the Morgan family. Su Hontai said to Xie Yun. We shouldn't let Su Mo fight them to the death. There are many ways to solve difficulties. Xie Yun, I know Xie Zhan is injured, but he can still be cured. This is not a life and death feud. Listen to me. Go and persuade Su Mo. Su Mo only listens to you now. Xie Yun looked at Su Hontai with a serious face. Did you just come back from Su Mo's place? That's right, but he doesn't listen to what we say at all. He doesn't know how dangerous he is. Go contact Xie Bingyin. Maybe she can persuade him. Su Hontai looked very anxious, as if he was afraid of missing this opportunity. You, the Su family, only think about a conflict? The enemy has already arrived at our doorstep and is planning to kill our people. You want us to surrender? Another majestic voice came out. Everyone looked up. Who else could it be but Xie Dating? I saw him rushing over here angrily. Xie Dating, what can you do? Do you want your grandson to fight them to the death and then be killed? Do you want Su Mo to die? Su Hontai also said angrily, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. But we must never surrender, let alone cooperate. Foreigners want to snatch Su Mo's assets, and we have to cooperate with them? Su Hontai, how can you be so shameless? Xie Dating was furious. This is not called shamelessness. This is called a man of insight, with Su Mo and your strength. It is like throwing an egg against a rock to deal with the Morgan family. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Xie Dating did not say anything either. He was indeed worried about Su Mo's safety. Seeing them like this, Su Hontai said proudly, You all know that we don't have the ability to deal with them. Once a member of the Morgan family dies, it will be a huge disaster for our Su family or your Xie family. The Morgan family will definitely retaliate against us. The situation now is that they have the potential to become partners, not enemies. Why would we want to turn them into enemies? Do they agree to cooperate with us? Xie Yun asked. Why don't you agree? As long as Su Mo nods, then it's fine. I can do it through Bo Han. Su Hontai said, looking like a caring woman. Xie Yun, go contact Xie Bingyin. Ask him to persuade Su Mo to admit defeat. At his age, admitting defeat is no big deal. Xie Yun glanced at him, his eyes becoming more and more disdainful. You were scolded by Su Mo, right? This. Su Hongtai's face turned red, and he could only bite the bullet and say, I did it for him. If it's for his own good, then go and kill Su Bohan. As long as Su Bohan dies, maybe he will cooperate with the Morgan family. Xie Yun said angrily. You do nothing but shout here. How can you be so shameless? Su Hontai said angrily, Bo Han is his uncle. What's wrong with asking him to let his uncle go? He wants to kill his uncle for an outsider. Does he still have the Su family in his eyes? The Su family has long been out of his sight. There wasn't one before, and there won't be one in the future. Xie Yun sneered. You may still have some expectations, but I tell you, I will never let Matt Morgan go. Cooperation is just your wishful thinking. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with the Morgan family? Xie Yun also cursed. I think Su Mo's choice is right. Only by killing him can things return to normal. What if Suemo was killed? Xieyun. What if Suemo was killed? Who would save him? Who could save him? Upon hearing this, Su Hongtai immediately roared hysterically. That's my grandson. I'm protecting him. Ha, you're so funny. No matter what, you all need to go and persuade Suemo. And Xie Bingyan, I'm going to see Xie Bingyan now. Su Deming. Su Hongtai turned around and looked at Su Deming. Su Deming is also in a dilemma now. He doesn't want Su Mo to be in danger, but Su Deming knows very well that it is impossible to make Su Mo admit defeat. After Xiejun was beaten, the two sides were at loggerheads. Chapter 352, It's All for Your Own Good. The Morgan family, to be more precise, should be called the Morgan Consortium. This is a powerful force that rules the world, one of the world's top monopoly conglomerates. They are involved in many industries, such as the internet, computers, insurance, steelmaking, automobiles, etc., and their assets are spread all over the world. They are also one of the most famous Jewish capital consortiums, surpassing the Rockefeller Consortium, the first consortium in the United States, in terms of the number of companies controlled and the assets owned. Therefore, the Morgan Consortium is almost the world's #1 consortium. Faced with such a huge monster, Su Deming was naturally afraid. The other party has many means to eliminate dissidents. In the ugly country, there are countless cases of people being shot in the back of the head and committing suicide. No one will have a good ending if they go against such a consortium. Su Hongtai was anxious, and rightfully so. Su Deming, you must know that Bohan has been imprisoned. You must protect Su Mo and the Su family. Su Hongtai stared at Su Deming and said, You only have this one son. You can't watch him die. Su Deming said, He won't see me at all now. You go see Xie Bingyan, and I'll go see her too. Talk to her. There's still a chance to ease the situation. Su Hongtai said, Our Su family doesn't have the strength to fight against the Morgan Consortium. Being able to squeeze into a second-tier family is already the limit. Su Hongtai dreams of letting the Su family advance to the second tier, but having reached their level, it is extremely difficult to move up a level. Now that the opportunity is in front of us, let's see if we can seize it. Su Hongtai could only try his best to persuade Su Mo to seize this fleeting opportunity. On the other side, Xie Bingyan also received the Morgan family's investigation report. Her face was very serious. This enemy is really too huge. According to reports, the Morgan Consortium also has a mercenary organization abroad and an army in the Middle East. Now, what kind of monster are they fighting against? My uncle doesn't want to admit defeat. At least that's the case now. But he is also very worried that Su Mo might be in danger. Su Shuehui took a look at the report and said, Perhaps Grandpa's suggestion is indeed better, as it can ensure Su Mo's safety. Didn't Su Mo refuse? Su Shuang spoke, and she also rushed over. Su Mo refused, but there may be a chance to ease the situation. After all, no one wants to go against such a behemoth. Mom, I think Su Mo's safety is the most important thing now. Su Shuehui stared at Xie Bingyan. Xie Bingyan's face was full of worry. He doesn't want to see us anymore. Nothing we say will help, she said softly. We can convey our message through Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang. We must persuade him not to fight against a strong opponent with an egg. The Morgan Consortium is definitely not something we can fight against, Su Shuehui said. She was very worried about Su Mo's safety and didn't want to see him being killed. Su Hongtai's suggestion might be easier to implement. Otherwise, if the two sides confront each other, it would be too dangerous for Su Mo. Xie Bingyan was silent for a moment. What about your second uncle? We will tell second uncle about the current situation. Second uncle also knows that Matt Morgan is from the Morgan family. He knows that they are not easy to deal with. Second uncle will understand. Xiejun would indeed understand. After all, Xiejun understood the world better than they did. At the level of the world's top conglomerates, the Xie family and the Su family are like insignificant ants. It is too easy for them to crush the Su family and the Xie family. In fact, when it comes to the level of the Morgan Consortium, there is no need to send out any killers at all. Just say hello to the people above, and perhaps someone will take action against them. This world has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. When Xie Bingyan heard this, she felt very embarrassed. She also knew very well in her heart that Su Mo really did not have the ability to fight against the Morgan Consortium. If he continued like this, he would be very, very dangerous. Su Hongtai's proposal can not only ensure Su Mo's safety, but also ensure that the Su and Xie families will not be attacked, which is better for their situation. It's nothing more than making Su and Mo lose some shares of the T platform or money. As long as Su and Mo is willing, there is no need to resolve the conflict at all. Su Manny. Xie Bingyin suddenly remembered something and turned to stare at Su Manny. Su Manny's face was swollen like a pig's head, and her eyes were red. After hearing the call, she said aggrievedly, "That person is a demon. You have information about this line. Can you convey our attitude to them?" Xie Bingyin said. Su Manny sniffed. "Mom, what do you want to convey? Don't hurt Su and Mo. If they want money, give it to them." Su Manny nodded when she heard it. "Okay, but what they want is in Su Mo's hands. We don't have what they want. We will talk to Su and Mo. As long as you have this connection." Xie Bingyin knew that Su Manny was close to Su Bohan and might have some connections in this regard. Upon hearing this, Su Manny could only nod. "Second brother, you go. Contact Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang and see if they can persuade Su and Mo. No matter what, he can't be in danger." "Good." On the other side, Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang soon received the message from Su Xuehui. They both read it over, their faces serious. "This is the information about the Morgan Consortium and the Morgan family. We are giving it all to you now. Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang, you need to be aware of your own strengths. Go and persuade Su and Mo to negotiate peace together. Tell him that my mother doesn't want him to be in danger either. We are very worried about his safety. If you really go against the Morgan family, nothing good will happen to you. They will kill people, they will really kill people, and all of you will be in danger. Give up. Admit defeat. Let's take another path, the path of cooperation." After reading the message sent by Su Xuehui, Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang looked up at the basement arena with complicated expressions. Gu Huanxi suddenly didn't know what the Xie family and the Su family were thinking. And what about Xie Bingyin? What on earth are they thinking? For a moment, Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang were very glad that Su and Mo did not return to the Su family. Because if he returned to the Su family and had such a family, it would be too scary. "Do you want to show it to Su and Mo?" Li Banzwang asked. "Give it to him. It's good enough for him to see clearly. As long as we are by his side, it will be fine. These people are no longer necessary." If Gu Huanxi had some expectations for the Su family, Xie Bingyin, and others before, now she is full of despair towards them. From the beginning to the end, they had no idea what Su and Mo wanted or what his personality was like. They sent this message now. Actually, the important words are, "It's all for your own good." Chapter 353, just an old party of the previous dynasty. On the other side, Su and Mo quickly got the information sent by Su Xuehui. Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang did not hide anything from him and showed it to him directly. Su and Mo didn't feel any surprise at all. They want to persuade you to give up the idea of going against Morgan Capital. They think that you and we have no chance of fighting against them. Su Hongtai contacted many people, and they all sent messages to persuade him. Su Xuehui just said that she insisted on this. They said they were concerned about your safety. When Su and Mo heard this, he just found it ridiculous. "If you don't want to read these messages, I will just throw them aside. They're quite funny anyway," said Gu Huanxi. Su and Mo smiled and said, "If they send me messages in the future, just show them to me directly. There's no need to hide. I want to see how disgusting they are." Gu Huanxi heard this and sighed. "Okay, but now you. I'm still working on it. The investigation team will send back some news soon. If there's any information about that Matmo, notify me immediately." "Good." Gu Huanxi took a look and felt that Su Mo's temperament had changed a little. During this period, he worked very hard. In addition to practicing boxing in the basement, he would occasionally learn from Ning Xuan. Ning Xuan seemed to know a lot of things and taught him many techniques, which Su and Mo had already mastered. Ning Xuan also seemed very amazed at Su Mo's progress. In addition, the photolithography plant has made rapid progress recently and has signed a contract with a third chip company, inviting them to settle in the photolithography park and build a chip plant. At present, Tang Lei is also promoting other chip companies to settle down. Now we are at the third one. I guess we will see the fourth, fifth, and sixth one soon. Their assets are growing bigger and more abundant, and the combined forces are increasing. Although the lighting factory does not have much influence abroad now, when it reaches a certain scale, it will definitely have a profound impact on the world. With these, perhaps they will have the capital to fight against that damn Morgan family. The investigation team is working with the police to investigate Mark Morgan's whereabouts. He probably hasn't gone abroad, he's still in the country. The other party is very arrogant and thinks that no one can deal with him, or perhaps is unwilling to deal with him, so he acts recklessly. Ning Xuehen warned Su Amo that if this person was caught, he would not be sentenced to death and would most likely be sent abroad with courtesy. The power behind him is so great that even some ancient families are unwilling to offend him. If Su Amo wants to kill him, he will probably have to pay some price. Matt Morgan didn't just come in alone. It could be a gang. He always acts in a gang. Sumo, you need to work harder. I hope you can become a grandmaster as soon as possible. Okay, Sumo nodded. And that afternoon, news finally came from the investigation team. Matt Morgan is no longer in Shuzhou, nor is he in the southern border. Instead, he has gone to the capital. The capital? Everyone was surprised. Li Banzwang took a look at the report and said, yes, he seems to have visited some people in the capital. Then he ate, drank, and had fun in the capital. An ancient family in the capital is protecting him. What family? Tang Lei asked. A family called Jin Juoyuo. Li Banzwang was a little cautious. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's face changed. Xin Yuo. Ning Xuehen also narrowed his eyes, his face serious. Good. The others fell silent. Suamo had heard of this family because they used to live in Beijing and knew most of the families in Beijing. Jin Juoyuo is a second-tier family with a very powerful influence. They were not originally called this name. The reason they were called this name is that they changed their surnames. They belonged to the royal family of the previous dynasty. They changed their surnames for fear of being liquidated. Now they still have a huge influence on many industries in the country. This Matt Morgan really has a backer in the country. If someone from the Jin Juoyuo family takes action, it will be even more difficult for us. Gu Huanqi said. Just an old party from the previous dynasty. Su Mo, don't underestimate them. They are very powerful and have already revived. Although these people have not entered the top level of the country, they have connections with many families. It is normal for the Morgan family to have many relationships with him. Gu Huanqi was cautious. As far as I know, there are many masters in the Jinjueluo family. They used to be masters of the palace, and now they still retain some of their heritage. Their strength is indeed very strong, but they don't appear often. Ning Xuehen said, let's go to the capital. Suamo is not afraid of this so-called Jin Juoyuo family at all. He just wants to kill Matt Morgan first. Gu Huanqi glanced at him and sighed. No wonder the people above don't want to arrest him. It turns out that it was someone from this family who took action. If this is the case, our plan should be more thorough. The others nodded. When Suamo learned that Matt Morgan was in Beijing, he did not hesitate. He flew to Beijing as soon as possible and returned to his villa in Beijing. Compared with Shuzhou, he is more familiar with the capital and has a clearer understanding of the complex network of forces in the capital. Although Jin Juoyuo is a second-tier family, it is the lowest second-tier family. They have long lost any say in the capital, so Suamo is not afraid of offending them now. Check for the whereabouts of Matt Morgan. Report to me immediately if you have any news. Yes. Ning Xuehen saw that Suamo was a little anxious and said, Suamo, your current strength may not be enough to deal with Matt Morgan. You need to improve again. I know, but time may not wait for us. Since the other party came to the capital, they must be coming for me. In other words, they have no intention of leaving Daxia Kingdom at all. Ning Xuehen frowned. Don't forget, his target is me, Suamo said calmly. Ning Xuehen thought for a moment and said, okay, I also want to see how powerful this person is. You continue to comprehend the Gilded Tiemu Bowl. By the way, you should hide the Gilded Tiemu Bowl first. It originally belonged to Jin Juoyuo's family. Perhaps Jin Juoyuo is also looking for it. Good. Suamo nodded. Suamo had even more spies in the capital, and soon some news came back. Matt Morgan is in the capital, but he is even more arrogant and feels like a fish in water. The people of Jinjueluo's family sent him 2 female stars, and they seem to be having fun these days. Also, he seems to have set his sights on someone familiar. Who? Jiang Tiantian. Gu Huanqi looked at the photos of the investigation team. The capital is their base camp, and there are more people responsible for detective investigations, so some photos were quickly obtained. Matt Morgan seems to be very interested in Jiang Tiantian. He has been pursuing her these days. Suamo was stunned for a moment, and some things came to his mind, and he was slightly stunned. Then this person really deserves to die. Let's go get him. Now. Yes. Now. Chapter 354. Let him sign the life and death on the ring. The investigation team is now conducting a detailed investigation into Su Bohan's issues. Su Bohan is definitely not a perfect person. He has a lot of problems. Although Shuzhong Energy Group has long become a family business, and it is difficult for others to intervene, it is easy to pry open a few mouths under Su Mo's suppression. Su Mo is arranging people to do it. Another person is Matt Morgan. Su Mo remembered that there was indeed a girl named Jiang Tiantian in Beijing who jumped off a building. It was said that she was insulted. Many things happened at that time. There was a crackdown for a period of time, and the situation was very intense. In the end, the matter came to nothing. Now there is no need to think about it to know that the culprit is definitely Matt Morgan. He raped Jiang Tiantian. Su Mo wanted to kill him, but of course he didn't do it rashly. Instead, he needed to conduct a detailed investigation before taking action. There are too many forces behind the other party, and Su Mo needs to find out as much as possible. As long as your strength can reach the Grandmaster level, then you don't need to care about his background. In this world, everyone needs to give face to the Grandmaster, Ning Xuan said to him. The reason why you have to consider his background is because you are not strong enough. What are you saying? Didn't you say that it is difficult to become a Grandmaster? Su Mo, Tang Lei, and others were speechless. It's difficult for others, but it may not be difficult for you. You are born with all the meridians open, Ning Xuan said excitedly. Now, you have the Tianmu breathing method in the gilded perfection. With more time, maybe you can do it. I can't wait that long, Su Mo said. Ning Xuan thought for a moment and sighed. I don't want to offend Matt Morgan and the Morgan family either. You know, my family is also afraid to offend them. This kind of consortium is huge and has countless masters. If there is no master in charge, there is only one way to go. Su Mo looked at her and thought for a while, then said, Aren't there other people in your family? But the powerful ones are all old. They can keep the family intact, but if they want to expand, it will be very difficult. Ning Xuan seemed to be dissatisfied with the Ning family of Changbai Mountain. No matter what, you come with me to the basement, and let's practice Tianmu Fist a few more times. Su Mo was choked and smiled. Okay. In the past, Su Mo begged her to teach him, but now Ning Xuan couldn't wait to teach him, which was quite interesting. Ning Xuan is still very powerful. In the past few days, Su Mo has been fighting with her, but he still can't figure out her specific strength. Su Mo can only make her move a few steps away. She also seemed to be practicing Tianmu breathing and Tianmu boxing, and was making some progress. This girl has a pair of long, straight, white legs and a face as beautiful as a fairy. When she puts on her training clothes, she looks heroic and brave. Fighting with her is a unique experience. Punch faster, faster. You can be even more powerful. Let the surging internal energy in your body penetrate your fist and radiate out. Hit the bull from a distance. You have to learn this move. You can't see the wound from the outside, but you can penetrate the opponent's internal organs with one punch. Ning Xuan taught Su Mo every move and style, helping him master the essentials of higher-level fighting. With her efforts, Su Mo's progress became faster and his power became stronger. Finally, Su Mo punched her. Ning Xuan groaned in pain and took 5 or 6 steps back before stopping. How is it? Are you okay? Su Mo was shocked and said hurriedly. It's okay. Ning Xuan was not sad after being punched. Instead, excitement flashed in her eyes. With your current strength, you can already fight with Matt Morgan. He's probably just as strong. Oh, of course. He's faster than you. There's still room for improvement in your speed. In the next few days, I'll teach you how to increase your dodge and punch speed. As long as you master this, you'll have no problem killing him. Su Mo became excited when he heard this. If we want to kill Matt Morgan, ordinary assassinations won't work. We need the Morgan family to be convinced. We plan to issue him a letter of challenge, a life-or-death agreement. Ning Xuan was amused and said with a smile. In this case, you need to be even stronger. I will try my best. Su Mo also knew that their group did not have the strength to fight against the entire Morgan family. So if they just ran over to kill him, they would definitely face revenge from the Morgan family. Su Mo was not worried about himself, but was worried that Gu Huanqi and Tang Lei would be in danger. So he forced Matt Morgan, mocked him, and made him sign a life and death agreement on the ring. Only in this way, Su Mo can kill him openly, and the Morgan family will have nothing to say. Ning Xuan nodded in response to him. For now, this is indeed a good idea. Of course, the premise is that Matt Morgan accepts the challenge. Given Matt Morgan's personality, it shouldn't be difficult to get him to accept the challenge. The other side, Matt Morgan is indeed in the capital. As a white man and a descendant of the Morgan family, he was warmly treated and welcomed in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. This preferential treatment and welcome even surpassed the preferential treatment given to him by Su Bohan and Shu. It seemed that they knew he liked female stars, so at the banquet, a certain family called over a dozen female stars for him to choose from, 2 of whom were said to have already been married. It has to be said that the family of rich kids is very useful. After hearing about his identity, those female stars flocked to him and gave him money without asking for any money, which made Matt Morgan extremely happy. Because of the presence of these female stars, Matt Morgan temporarily forgot Su Manny's unhappiness. In terms of beauty, Su Manny may not be as beautiful as these female stars in Beijing. However, while intoxicated by the beauty, Matt Morgan gradually became a little bored and was invited to attend a family banquet. During the banquet, he saw another beautiful female student. It is said that she is just a freshman in college, tall and slender, beautiful and charming, with an extremely extraordinary temperament. Matt Morgan was attracted by the female student's temperament as soon as he took a look at her. Matt Morgan saw an extremely clean temperament in her, not as worldly as those female stars. It seemed as if she was emitting a holy light from head to toe. Matt Morgan saw an angel coming. So, when he saw this female college student, he was filled with obsession and madness, and immediately contacted someone from a certain family and asked them to give this female student to him. Someone from a certain family was shocked when they heard his request and hurriedly explained that it was not something they could control. This female student is very important. Matt Morgan spent 2 days figuring out her origins and couldn't help but become more interested. These days, he has been trying very hard to win the favor of this girl by virtue of his status as the heir of the white Morgan family. But unfortunately, this female college student doesn't seem to like him very much. I want her. This girl from Xia is like an angel. I want her to be my woman. As the saying goes, the harder it is to get, the more you want it. Matt Morgan gradually began to sink. Due to his great strength, he has always been rampant and does whatever he wants, believing that there is nothing in the world that he cannot get. It was so before, and it is so today. Chapter 355, the other party might use weapons. Reject. Reject. Still refuse to meet. Matt Morgan received a reply from the other side. He invited Zhang Tiantian to have dinner with him, but the other party rejected him. It was okay the first time, he didn't take it seriously, but after receiving the rejection message for the second and third time, Matt Morgan started to go crazy. This girl from Xia country had some background, which made him a little cautious. He wanted to pursue her according to the normal procedures, but he didn't expect that she didn't even look at him. Matt Morgan gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with greed. Of course, while pursuing Zhang Tiantian, he did not forget to deal with the matters assigned by his superiors and investigated Su Mo and his accomplices as much as possible. Hearing that the capital was Su Mo's base camp, he flew to the capital to investigate and received a lot of information. I have to say that this young man from the Great Xia Kingdom is really amazing. At such a young age, he has accumulated hundreds of billions of assets, shocking the whole world. He has a total of 3 companies, each of which is very famous and worth hundreds of billions of US dollars. All added up, it has exceeded 600 billion US dollars, making it a terrifying behemoth. With so much money, many people are eyeing him. The Morgan family greeted some families in Beijing and shared some of their assets with them, so some families in Beijing would turn a blind eye. The information he has received now is that the other party only has the background of 2 small families. Although some people in the Navy endorse him, it is not a big deal. It wasn't difficult for Matt Morgan to take him down. News. Su Mo has returned to the capital from Shuzhou. His headquarters is here. Maybe. We can already do it. We can't take action in the capital of Great Xia for now. This is the bottom line of some of the big families in the capital of Great Xia. Wait until he leaves the capital. Yes. After the order from the investigation team came, Matt Morgan did not dare to cause any big trouble in Daxia country. After all, not everyone was related to them. In the Great Xia Kingdom, The people who really call the shots are not the big families that they cooperate with. There are also some people at the top who will watch their every move. Although Matt Morgan looked down on these people, he had to abide by the rules on someone else's territory. He told his accomplices to wait for a while. Meanwhile, Matt Morgan received news that Jiang Tiantian was going out for fun. I want her. Please arrange some people for me to erase my traces and identity. I want her to be my woman. Boss, isn't it a bit bad now that we are in the territory of Daxia? One of the subordinates hesitated. Arrange someone to erase my identity so that I won't be found. Also, help me find the hotel where she lives. She is an angel, the angel I want. Matt Morgan was very excited about Jiang Tiantian's beauty and her identity. In fact, the Morgan family has always wanted to cooperate with some people in the military of the Great Xia Kingdom, but they just couldn't find a way. The military of Daxia has always been very cautious. Jiang Tiantian has a special identity. If he can possess this girl, then perhaps he can break some rules. In the future, he might be able to become the son-in-law of the Jiang family in Shu. If he could become the son-in-law of the Jiang family, then his status in the Morgan family would be greatly improved to a higher level. For Matt Morgan, it's killing two birds with one stone. The Morgan family is very large, and those direct descendants have far more resources than I do. I am not worthy of their attention at all. But now, that may not be the case. Matt Morgan held Jiang Tiantian's photo, greed in his eyes. In the photo, Jiang Tiantian is wearing beautiful hanfu and holding an oil paper umbrella. She is full of exotic charm and really looks like an angel. The Shuzhong Jiang family has a very deep background in the Great Xia Kingdom, and this girl is the Jiang family's legitimate daughter. So by possessing her, Matt Morgan will gain benefits on both sides. Erase my identity and don't let anyone find out for now. I want her to be my woman. Only my woman. Yes. A group of people started to investigate Jiang Tiantian's travel routes. Faster. Faster. Punch faster. Matt Morgan's advantage is his speed. He knows how to use hidden weapons and is good at using daggers. I don't know where his dagger is hidden for now, so you have to be careful. Ning Xuehen began to give Su Mo a special training. You can only defeat him if you are faster. Or surpass him. Far surpass him. Su Mo, you are fully qualified. Your body has no obstacles. Any internal energy that enters your body will become a part of you. Now, the only thing you have to do is to master this internal energy. In the basement of the villa, things were bustling. Gu Huanxi, Li Banzwang, and others were drinking tea, while Su Mo and Ning Xuehen were fighting on the ring. It can be seen that under Su Mo's efforts, Ning Xuehen could only dodge Su Mo's attacks as much as possible. Matt Morgan is said to be fast, but Ning Xuehen seems to be even faster. Su Mo threw more than 10 punches in a row, but she dodged them all. But now, Su Mo seems to be able to hurt her. Once again, Ning Xuehen failed to dodge Su Mo's punch and was hit by Su Mo. As a result, Ning Xuehen retreated more than 10 steps and stopped only after hitting the rope. She raised her hands and found that her hands were bruised. Ning Xuehen's eyes were filled with surprise at this. You already have the strength to surpass Matt Morgan. Su Mo, your progress really surprises me. Your efforts in just 1 month have surpassed those of others in several years. Su Mo was a little skeptical about what she said, but he didn't refute it. Instead, he smiled and said, Come on, no more. If you come again, I'm afraid I can't bear it. Ning Xuehen smiled, shook his head, and looked at Su Mo with eyes full of spirit, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. The gilded Timu bowl had been thrown aside by her. Su Mo just got the news that Matt Morgan has set out. His target is Jiang Tiantian. Oh, Li Banzwang was a little curious. He wants to raid Jiang Tiantian? Why is this person so disgusting? According to our investigation data, he really likes to conquer women in this way. Those female stars who disobey him are treated in this way by him. Gu Huanqi said, Jiang Tiantian will be in great danger. She has already gone out to play with her friends. Su Mo's eyes immediately flashed with coldness. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. Okay, let's issue him a declaration of war while we're there this time. I've investigated this man's character, and as long as we use some tricks, he will definitely accept the declaration of war. Gu Huanqi said, Our plan is not to offend the Morgan family for now. A life and death duel in the ring is the most suitable, but the premise is that you, Su Mo, are not in danger. Ning Xuehen smiled and said, Don't worry. What he lacks now is only experience. His strength has actually completely surpassed Matt Morgan. The other party might use weapons. Gu Huanqi was still a little worried. Chapter 356. Chapter 356. I don't particularly like him. Gu Huanqi's worries are normal, because according to intelligence, the other party is rather insidious and cunning. And Matt Morgan is a killer himself. Despite what Ning Xuan said, Suemo didn't think he was really stronger than Matt Morgan. After all, in actual combat experience was more important than anything else. Now Suemo can only master as much as possible, learn more, and let Wang Wu and other special forces who have participated in actual combat pass on their experience to him. He also needs Matt Morgan as an opponent to hone himself. Let's go. Let's go find him. When everyone heard this, they nodded. Zhang Tiantian came to Beijing mainly to go to school. Her family has many connections in Beijing. When she heard that her idol had studied at Peking University or Tsinghua University, she wanted to get admitted here to see the scenery of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Zhang Tiantian was lucky and capable, so she was admitted here very quickly. I heard that he built a photolithography factory and lithography park in Shuzhou, which led to the rise of the domestic chip industry. I heard that his overseas tea platform continues to be popular all over the world and is used by most people in the world and regions. It is also very popular in China. It is said that he spent 30 billion abroad to buy a national treasure. Only a few people know that the national treasure is a rare treasure that has been lost for many years. I have looked up many stories about his rise, from his childhood when he made his first pot of gold 5 billion, right after graduating from high school, and then he rose rapidly. He was a genius among geniuses. For Zhang Tiantian, he had only been a legend before, but when she met him by chance at the banquet, he seemed so close to her. Later, she found out more things, including that she was abandoned in childhood and grew up picking up trash. All these things made Zhang Tiantian feel extremely distressed. This made it even more certain that the man was her idol. So when Li Banzwang invited her to be his guest, she agreed without hesitation. She didn't expect to run into him directly in the villa. He even spilled the drink all over the guy. He really bumped into him. Zhang Tiantian felt that she had never done such an embarrassing thing in her life. She didn't know what he was doing now. She came to the city where he used to live, where his company's headquarters was. Tiantian, what are you daydreaming about? Oh, are you thinking about your idol? Her best friend next to her saw her staring out the window in a daze and couldn't help but smile mischievously. No. Zhang Tiantian's pretty face immediately turned red. Huh, look at your saliva, and you still say no? Are you that obsessed? Said the bestie with a smile. When Zhang Tiantian heard this, her pretty face turned even redder. But I still like the big star Zhao Hao. Look how handsome he is, although he may not be as good as your idol. My best friend smiled and said that she was also a fan, but the star she was chasing was a male star. That male star is indeed quite handsome and quite popular on the internet. Zhang Tiantian is slightly different from her. I don't particularly like him, You just what? And you still say no? So, have you really seen it? Oh yeah, have you really seen him? The friend was surprised. He's a billionaire worth hundreds of billions of dollars. He's very famous. How did you see him? I was invited to the villa where he lives. Zhang Tiantian was a little shy. In his villa? The best friend exclaimed and looked at Zhang Tiantian in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that such a skilled girl like Zhang Tiantian would actually go to someone else's house. Zhang Tiantian's pretty face turned even redder, full of shyness. Not really. I didn't know until I went there. He seemed to be boxing, but he sat for a while and then left. His friend invited me. Wow. My best friend stared in amazement with her eyes wide open. I won't say anything. Zhang Tiantian became even more shy when she saw her like this. The best friend was amused and said mischievously, No wonder you are so obsessed. If I met the big star Zhao Hao, I would probably be so crazy too. But I don't have the chance to meet him. He didn't invite me. Zhang Tiantian glanced at her. I'm luckier. Come on. She must know that you are interested in her, so she invited you. Otherwise, how could it be possible? The best friend looked at him mischievously. How is that possible? Zhang Tiantian was surprised, and her pretty face turned red to her ears in an instant. How can it be impossible? You can tell at a glance. Seeing her blush, her best friend laughed and said, But what does that big entrepreneur look like? Is he very powerful? He is fine. Zhang Tiantian couldn't describe, what it was like to see him. She just felt that she was very nervous and couldn't remember anything. When her best friend saw this, she was happy again and said with a smile, "Ha, if you are like this, I will be a fool if I don't know that you like me. Tian Tian, are you already very happy? Get out." Zhang Tian heard it and punched the air quickly. When her best friend saw her like this, she burst into laughter. Today they went out for a trip, went hiking, had a lot of fun, and then went back to the hotel to rest. The hotel they booked was the Sheraton in the suburbs of Beijing. Although it is a foreign brand hotel, it is famous for its quality service and luxury. Because I have a good relationship with my best friend, we live in the same room and will get together with other friends to have some fun later. After returning to the hotel, my bestie felt sweaty, so she went in to take a shower first. Zhang Tian was lying on the bed waiting, when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Since it was daytime, she didn't think too much and walked over to open the door. However, who knew that the moment the door opened, two men rushed out, covered her mouth, and dragged her out. Woo-woo! Zhang Tian was horrified and began to struggle frantically, but the two men were very strong and held her tightly, then quickly dragged her into the elevator and headed towards the top floor of the Sheraton. Zhang Tian was terrified and wanted to continue struggling, but suddenly, someone covered her face with a wet towel, and in an instant, she could not move. "Hurry," a man said in English. The strange thing is that although Zhang Tian was unable to move, her consciousness was still very clear. She clearly felt that she was dragged to a luxurious room on the top floor of the hotel, which seemed to be a presidential suite. Woo-woo! Zhang Tian was extremely frightened and wanted to make a sound, but she couldn't make any. She was like someone had their acupuncture points pressed, and she was at the mercy of others until the two men threw her on a big bed in the room. "Boss, it's already been brought here. It's inside the room." "Good. Very good." Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard from outside, followed by a series of footsteps, and then a familiar figure appeared in front of her. Zhang Tiantian's eyes were still able to move. She took a look and was suddenly shocked. TSK. Dear Zhang Tian, long time no see. You are still as beautiful as ever. You fascinate me. The white man spoke with a smile, his eyes full of lust. You shouldn't reject me. Dear Zhang, I like you so much. Zhang Tian knows who this person is. She met him at a party. A relative introduced him to her and said he was a descendant of the Morgan family. Zhang Tian had never heard of this family and didn't care much about it. However, who would have known that within nearly 10 days, this man would pursue her madly? What does he want to do? No. Seeing Matt Morgan so proud, Zhang Tian was so frightened that she felt extremely scared. Don't be afraid. Dear Zhang, you are an angel in my heart. I just haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you very much. Dear Zhang, I know you are still conscious. So, let's take it slow. Matt Morgan smiled triumphantly, amused by Zhang Tiantian's weak and pitiful frightened appearance. He felt a sense of conquest and revenge in his heart bursting. Matt Morgan will definitely treat you well. Dear Ginger, he gently reached out his hand, wanting to touch Zhang Tiantian's beautiful face. Chapter 357. She seems to be poisoned. The girl's pretty face was as tender as a freshly peeled egg, and her frightened expression, like that of a frightened deer, was so pitiful. The delicate and juicy cherry lips seem extremely delicious, making people unable to resist taking a bite. The long eyelashes are struggling constantly. Although Matt Morgan has seen many people, this is the first time he has seen such a beautiful angel. She is much purer and cleaner than some big stars, making people unable to help but possess her. Now that he has the girl, Matt Morgan is not in a hurry. He wants to savor the beauty of this girl. It is probably worth savoring for a long time. However, when he was about to touch the girl's pretty face, a muffled groan suddenly came from outside. Matt Morgan himself was a killer with extremely sensitive ears, and he immediately realized that the sound was not normal. He immediately frowned and listened for a while, but suddenly, he heard a bang and the door was opened, and he saw a woman with her pretty face covered, wearing jeans and a lavender top, rushing towards him. Matt Morgan didn't understand what was going on. He just saw the woman holding a spiral-like hidden weapon in her hand, cutting towards his head. He reacted very quickly, jumped up quickly, and dodged quickly. He wanted to speak, but the woman who rushed over did not give him a chance to speak and continued to pounce on him. Matt Morgan took one look and immediately knew that this woman was a master. His face changed, but he quickly calmed down. He was not an ordinary person either. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a soft sword from his waist and slashed towards the woman. A few clang sounds. The woman held a steel wire in her hand, which seemed to be very sharp, and blocked his soft sword. His soft sword also hit the woman, causing sparks to fly. "Who are you?" Matt Morgan was a little surprised when he couldn't take the woman down. However, the other party did not answer, but a fist came towards him. The woman suddenly seized the opportunity and punched him in the chest continuously. Matt Morgan quickly dodged and swung his sword to chop her, but was entangled by the woman's wire. He suddenly became furious and quickly punched. The woman punched extremely quickly, with a few bangs, and she threw more than 10 punches in succession. These punches carried a terrible force that could clearly penetrate his skin. Matt Morgan immediately realized that he had met a master, and he became furious and began to fight back quickly with his hands. Without the soft sword, he attacked extremely quickly and threw several punches in succession, trying to hit the opponent's head. In just a moment, he and the opponent had exchanged more than 10 moves. The opponent was extremely powerful, and every move was aimed at his vital points. Matt Morgan couldn't believe that there was such a powerful woman, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. "You are..." At this time, he saw several men walking into the room, and the one leading them looked quite familiar. Damn it! Matt Morgan suddenly realized that his bodyguard had been killed and he himself had been targeted. Without hesitation, he broke the window with a bang and jumped outside. So soon, the few people who came in were a little surprised. They didn't expect Matt Morgan to just leave. Ning Xuehen took a look and was a little speechless. "Did you see it clearly?" "How he attacked?" she asked one of the men. "See clearly. I have probably forced out 70% of his strength. He should have a backup plan. Based on his strength, just now, you need to think of a way to deal with him," Ning Xuehen said. Suemo nodded. "He ran too fast. I didn't have time to challenge him. Don't worry. I know where he will go. As long as you are determined, he will definitely get the letter of challenge," Ning Xuehen said. The reason why she attacked directly just now was because she wanted Suemo to see clearly the specific strength of Matt Morgan. The two of them fought for dozens of moves at once, and now they have a rough idea of it. With this estimate, the follow-up will be much simpler. But this girl, she seems to be poisoned. Ning Xuehen looked at Zhang Tiantian, lying motionless on the bed, and suddenly a strange look appeared on his face. "Let me take her back," Suemo said. Ning Xuehen nodded and brought Wang Wu and others out first. Suemo walked over and took a look, only to see Zhang Tiantian lying motionless with her eyes closed. Suemo was afraid that she might be in danger, so he reached out to feel if she was breathing, but he found that her breath was hot and her pretty face was flushed. Suemo hurriedly picked her up and planned to hand her over to her best friend, asking her to call the police and send her to the hospital. The girl's body looked very soft and seemed very hot. Suemo took a look and frowned. At this time, Zhang Tiantian actually began to struggle. Thick beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her breathing became more rapid. "Miss Zhang," Suemo carried her downstairs and was suddenly surprised to see that the girl seemed to want to take off his clothes. His hands also began to move around. "What did Matt Morgan give you? Is there such medicine?" Suemo looked at Zhang Tiantian like this, and his heart became more and more surprised. This drug seemed to be really powerful, making the girl more and more uncomfortable. She struggled hard, trying to pull at his body with one hand and to take off her skirt with the other. Seeing her like this, Suemo hurriedly shouted to Ning Xuehen. "What's wrong with her? Is there really such a medicine in the world?" When Ning Xuehen heard his call, she hurried in and took a look. Her pretty face instantly turned red. "It looks like a very powerful medicine. It does exist, but it usually only requires soaking in cold water for a while. What are you waiting for? Take her to soak in cold water." Suemo hurriedly handed Zhang Tiantian to her. He just felt that the girl was sticking to him like an octopus, her hands constantly scratching and panting. Her delicate face was rosy, and as I held her in my hands, I could feel her body getting softer and softer. A fragrant and tempting scent emanated from her body, as if in a dream. Ning Xuehen glanced at him, amused, and said mischievously, "This medicine seems to be contagious, but it will be fine after soaking for a while." As she said that, she hurriedly carried Zhang Tiantian to soak in water. In just a few breaths, the girl almost stripped off her skirt, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Fortunately, There were no outsiders in the room. Su Mo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her go into the bathroom. He did not rest, but recalled the battle between Ning Xuehen and Matt Morgan. The opponent was indeed very strong, but he had seen it clearly. At least he has figured out how strong Matt Morgan is. He took out his cell phone and called Gu Huanxi. Huanxi, issue a declaration of war to them. As long as he is in the country, I will kill him. Any results? Got it. Good. When Gu Huanxi heard this, he immediately nodded and started writing a letter of challenge to the other party.